course is it's devoted to reading as carefully as we can in the short period of a semester this big book, which is Heidegger's Being and Time. This book was Heidegger's first book. Martin Heidegger, you may know, I guess I'll just write dates on the board, was born in 1889. He died in 1976, I'm pretty sure. German philosopher. Happens to have been born the same year that Wittgenstein was born. This book was published in 1927. It was his first book. It was the book that he used in his application for the chair of philosophy at the University of Freiburg. And in fact, what he originally submitted was the first division. You'll see that the book is divided into two parts. It's got two divisions. There's even a plan in the book for a further 4 divisions. There were supposed to be 6 divisions in total. The rest of it was never written. At least it was never published as such. And the first division, originally what he did was he wanted this position as the chair of philosophy at the University of Freiburg, a position his teacher, Edmund Husserl, had held. And so he submitted the first division for his application. And the first division is pretty extraordinary. As we'll discover, it's devoted to overturning the presuppositions that were adhered to by pretty much the whole of Western philosophy from Plato to the present. So that's a big task. And the first division is devoted to doing that. Nevertheless, the application committee decided it wasn't sufficient for the course, and so for the position. And so he had to write the second division, which he did pretty quickly. The second division is not as carefully written, and in this semester, you'll see on the syllabus, we won't read the whole of the second division. The second division is harder to understand. It's less carefully laid out. Probably if he'd had more time, he'd have changed the order of the chapters, for example. And we're probably not going to have time to read the last 3 parts of the second division. It's got 6 parts, so we'll read roughly half of it. But that's what we're going to be doing in this course. We're going to be reading this book more or less from start to finish, although, as I've just said, we won't quite finish it. And as I'll tell you right now, and in more detail in just a moment, we're not exactly going to start at the beginning. There are 2 introductions to the text, which Heidegger clearly wrote after he'd finished at least Division 1 of the book. And really, you can't understand them until you've read almost the whole of the book. Unfortunately, that's a feature of many parts of the book. You can't understand them until you've read all the others. So it's a little hard to get into it. And you'll discover that there's a peculiar kind of difficulty in reading Heidegger. Since he was devoted to overturning all of the presuppositions, or the most fundamental and most basic presuppositions in the history of Western philosophy, it turns out that he felt, and probably rightly, that he couldn't pursue that project using terminology that was recognizable from the history of the philosophical tradition. Heidegger was steeped in the history of philosophy, especially the medievals, but also the ancient philosophers and the modern philosophers. And he knew their terminology inside and out. But because he was committed to overturning what he felt were presuppositions that motivated that terminology, he felt he couldn't use the terminology. As a result, he had to more or less create a whole new language of his own, which you might call Heideggerese or Heideggerian or something like that. And you're going to have to learn that language in order to be able to understand what's going on in the book. Now, like any good language, the philosophical language that Heidegger invents names things. And the question is what it names. it's supposed to name phenomena, in the first instance, phenomena of human existence. That's to say, phenomena that, in virtue of being human beings, like we all are, phenomena that we ought to have some kind of relation to or capacity to understand. But Heidegger thinks that the phenomena that he's naming have been covered up by the philosophical tradition in the history of the West. And that the understanding that we have of ourselves and the understanding that we have of everything else that there is in the world, tables and chairs and planets and hammers and pens and so on, other people, ourselves, that the understanding that we have of these things is filtered through the philosophical presuppositions that we inherit from the philosophical tradition in the history of the West. And so, the phenomena that he's trying to name in his new language, although these are phenomena that we ought to be familiar with, in fact, they ought to be very close to us, he thinks it's very hard for us to focus on them because we're used to overlooking them or covering them up or in some other way not paying attention to them as a result of the understanding that we have of ourselves and everything else that there is through the tradition and the history of the West. So Heidegger creates a whole new language in order to write this book, and that's one of the difficult things that's involved in reading it. There's a second difficult thing, which is that we're going to be reading the book in English, and he wrote it in German. I'll talk a little bit more about the translations the translation that we're going to be using, which is the Macari and Robinson translation. But there are other translations out there, and I'll recommend every once in a while some secondary literature, though in general I think the best thing is to be reading the primary text. Occasionally some secondary literature will be relevant. And what you'll discover is that in the secondary literature and in the translations, people choose different English words for the same German word. So there'll be lots of different names in English for what Heidegger thinks is a single phenomenon. And as you cross authors in the secondary literature, you're going to have to be keeping track not only of what the original Heideggerian term is in German, but what the sort of English dialect is that goes along with the particular translator or commentator that you're reading. So it can be very difficult. I'll try to point out when this kind of thing is happening, when a different English word is used for a particular word in Heideggerian German. The course, I think, at least has a claim to being the hardest 100-level course in the philosophy department for all these reasons, and so you might naturally want to know what the right kind of preparation for this course is. In some ways, the right kind of preparation is almost any background in philosophy, because Heidegger is overturning the entire philosophical tradition. But for the same reason, almost no background in philosophy is going to help very much, because he's creating this entirely new language. But if there were particular kinds of courses that I was going to say would be relevant, then I think a course in Kant is probably relevant. A course in the later Wittgenstein is probably relevant. There are some similarities between the criticism of traditional philosophy that you find in the later Wittgenstein and the criticism of traditional philosophy that you find in Heidegger. Possibly a course in the philosophy of mind, especially if it's one that thinks about notions of intentionality, consciousness. And I will assume at least an understanding of the history of modern philosophy of the sort that you're likely to get in something like Alison Simmons' Philosophy 8 course. So I'll assume both that you have some familiarity with traditional figures in the history of modern philosophy from Descartes to Kant, and also that you've got the kind of philosophical sophistication that comes out of taking an introductory course like that. Okay. Are there questions? I want to stop for questions, so maybe I've scared everyone sufficiently that we'll have 3 people next week. But yeah, go ahead.
The translations that we are using use the Heideggerian German terms regularly, or does it try and translate that?
Well, it tries to translate them, although there's a handy glossary in the back that tells you which terms get translated which ways. For the most part, I'm trying to think if there are exceptions. Dasein is an exception. There are some terms, German terms, for which there's just really no English equivalent at all. And occasionally those will be left untranslated. Dasein, which we'll see later today, is Heidegger's name for us, is an example of that. For the most part, they try to translate the terms. Sometimes they do a good job, and sometimes, I'll try to tell you why I think maybe other terms in English would do a better job.
Is there an especially useful secondary source in that respect?
I'll go. Yeah. Well, maybe now is the time to do that. You'll see on the last page of the syllabus that I've listed required texts, recommended texts that are available at the Coop, and then other texts that you might find useful. For heaven's sake, don't go out and buy all these unless you've got a lot of disposable cash hanging around. But I've asked Jason Pannone, who's the philosophy librarian in Robbins Library, which is the philosophy library on the 2nd floor of Emerson here, just downstairs. I've asked Jason to put all of these texts on reserve for our course, and he's doing that probably as we speak. I think it may be, he didn't know when I asked, I haven't heard back from him yet. It may be that 1 or 2 of these texts are ones that the library doesn't already own, but if that's the case, we will own them within the week or so, and they'll be on reserve. The only required text is Being in Time. And Being in Time in this translation, which is the Macquarie and Robinson translation. Does anybody have a copy of that with them? Okay, good. There are 2 different versions. You two, hold these 2 up. There's a paperback version and a hardcover version. When I was a kid, they only had the hardcover version. Otherwise, I'd have had the paperback. But so there are 2 versions. Either of them is fine. They're the same as far as I know. Can someone tell me if you find some way in which they're different? But they're the same as one another, and they're translated by Macquarie and Robinson. Yeah.
There's a older paperback version that's blue that doesn't have graphic design on it. But is there any? They didn't re-edit it or anything.
No, this is the 62 edition or something like that. So it hasn't come out in a new edition. There is another translation. Blue doesn't strike a...
It's definitely Robinson.
Okay, good. So there is another translation, which is by Joan Stambaugh, that came out a few years ago. And I strongly prefer the Robinson and Macquarie translation. So assuming you're buying this book for the first time, please do get the Robinson and Macquarie translation. We'll do a lot of referring to the text, and it'll just be helpful if I can say, on this page you'll find the following text, and everyone can turn to it. Okay, so good. So this is the only required text. There are some secondary texts. The recommended ones that you'll find at the Coop are 3. The first 2 are also by Heidegger. They're The Basic Problems of Phenomenology and the History of the Concept of Time, the Green Book and the Blue Book. These are books that are transcripts of lectures that Heidegger gave around the time of Being in Time. Basic Problems of Phenomenology he gave, I believe, in 1927. So literally just exactly when Being in Time was being published. It was published in 1927. The History of the Concept of Time was given 2 years earlier in 1925. These lecture courses cover much of the same material that's covered in Being in Time, but they're often a lot easier to read. Heidegger had a reputation by this time. In 1927, he was 38 years old. Had a reputation already at that time for being a phenomenal lecturer, a phenomenal course giver, and there were these rumors sort of that circulated through Germany of this philosopher who would teach courses on Aristotle or teach courses on the pre-Socratics or the medieval scholastics or on Husserl, his teacher. And you would leave with a radically transformed understanding of these tired old philosophers. These people, in Germany at the time, you're studying philosophy. That means you study classical philosophy. You study the history of philosophy. You study your Plato, your Aristotle, your medievals. You study the history of modern philosophy, Kant and Hegel and so on and so forth. And after a certain while, you get jaded and you start to think that you've understood everything that these people have to say. And the idea was that you go and take this course from Heidegger and you see an Aristotle like you've never seen before, right? And the reason is that Heidegger takes himself to be pulling out of Aristotle presuppositions that he was making that no one's been able to focus on before. And then trying to explore where those presuppositions come from, why he's making them, whether they're justified, if there's anything in his corpus that shows you that they're justified, and so on. So Heidegger had this reputation already as an extraordinary lecturer. And so the lectures around the period of the publication of Being and Time are often good resources for understanding what he's writing in Being and Time. As I said, Being and Time itself develops a whole new vocabulary for talking about the philosophical problems that he's interested in exploring. You can't just stand in front of a group of students and start and launch into a discussion in this whole new language and get a reputation for being a great teacher. It just wouldn't have worked. People would have left thinking, "What is that guy saying?" And that's not what they left saying. They left saying, "Wow, I really understand things in a radically different way." So the lectures are sometimes helpful for getting a clearer version of what Heidegger's up to. Occasionally you'll find that something that's written in a completely opaque and totally non-understandable way in 3 sentences in Being and Time is laid out very clearly with good arguments and interesting observations in more or less ordinary German or English or whatever over the course of 10 pages in one of these lectures. And when that happens, you feel like you've discovered, a clue to the secret of the universe. It's a thrilling feeling. So I'll try. So those are 2 of the recommended texts. The third recommended text that's available at the Coop is this book, Being in the World, a commentary on Heidegger's Being in Time, Division 1, which is by Hubert Dreyfus. Bert Dreyfus was my teacher, and he is, by, I think, common consent, the best interpreter of Heidegger in the English language ever. And what Dreyfus tries to do in this commentary is go through more or less chapter by chapter, sometimes even page by page, and try to say what in this obscure Heideggerian language, what point Heidegger's making, such that you could understand it as a point that comes up in the dialogue with some traditional problem that we understand through analytic philosophy, in Anglo-American analytic philosophy. And that's a great virtue of this book. If you read only one secondary source not by Heidegger, it should certainly be this book. And what I'll do is I'm busy preparing right now a list of supplementary readings, and what I'll do is hand them around on Tuesday for the supplementary readings for, say, the first 5 or 6 weeks of the course. So that if you're really desperate and you're struggling and you can't figure out what's going on in a particular passage, you'll know where in some of these secondary texts you might find further explication. The other texts that are listed here are texts that I haven't ordered at the Coop. But like I said, they'll be on reserve at Robbins, and they're all pretty much, I think, easily available through Amazon. And I'll tell you, I guess I should tell, well, let me just emphasize, the best thing to do in taking this course is just to read Being in Time over and over and over and ask questions about it. And try to figure out what on earth is going on. And keep little logs. And as you're busy trying to figure out this Heideggerian language, say, geez, here's a term, and it's used here in this page, and on this other page, the same term is used. That must be an indication that these two passages tell us something about the meaning of this term. It's really you're really trying, it's a dedicated act of interpretation of that sort that you're going to be engaging in. So the best thing is just to read this book over and over and over again. Read it before the lecture, listen to the lecture, read it after the lecture, and see if it makes any more sense. When I was a graduate student, I realized after a while that 4 years had passed, and I had read almost nothing but this book in an effort... There were dark days, I tell you. I'd read almost nothing but this book in an effort to figure out whether it was really worth reading this book. I mean, that was the sole purpose of my pursuit there. And you may find that you haven't got an answer to that question by the end of the course. I hadn't, even though I was taking these great courses with Dreyfus. But eventually I realized for myself that it was worth reading it. In fact, deeply worth reading it, and that's why I continue to teach it. I won't go through all these other texts, these secondary texts. They have different virtues. I'll just say, if you were going to read one, I would read the Blattner one, called Heidegger's Being in Time, which came out about 2 years ago. Blattner is a terrific, also a student of Dreyfus's, terrifically smart and sensitive and subtle reader of Heidegger. And this is the first time he's written a book that's really meant to be understood by someone like me. I mean, which is to say, a lot of his other stuff is very, very deep and very, very thorough and very, very interesting and so hard that I can hardly understand it most of the time. But this book is really written for someone like me or someone like you guys, for the normal person, the person who's struggling through it, and it's written clearly, and it's written with good argumentative force, and it gives you an overall understanding of the book. Another, though very different, book that you might want to look at is the one at the bottom of the list, Mark Rathol's How to Read Heidegger. It has a different virtue. It doesn't tell you about the whole of Heidegger's project in Being in Time. But it's in a series of books that's devoted to the question: how do you read a particular philosopher? And what these books tend to do, and what Mark's book does do, is to take certain important, central, but very difficult to understand passages from the author in question, Heidegger, and talk about them. Say how you could understand what's going on. So it doesn't talk about all of Being in Time, but it does talk about a selected group of important passages from Being in Time. So that's another useful one. Okay, good. So any questions about that? Questions about that? Okay. So let's see. We're still on the administrative issues, I'm afraid. So I've said, and I think I've made it clear, that this might well be the hardest philosophy course that we've got on offer. The prerequisites are Philosophy 8 will be assumed, and other things. Oh, I need to tell you about a service that the philosophy department's offering. One of our graduate students, Michael Kessler, has a job this year as the philosophy writing tutor it's a kind of joint appointment with the Writing Center. Michael, sometime in the third week of the semester, is going to offer a 1-hour lecture on how to write a philosophy paper, which I would love to go to. I mean, it's the kind of thing that's always useful to go to. And he's given this lecture before and it's gotten very good reviews. So I'll tell you about that as it comes up. He'll also be available for individual consultation as the semester goes along. The other courses that might be relevant for this course happen not to be being offered this semester. But if someone were in the office saying, what are other courses that I might take that would go along with being in time? I would suggest in the philosophy department that next semester you look at Warren Goldfarb's course on later Wittgenstein. I mentioned already that Wittgenstein's criticism of the history of philosophy bears some resemblance to Heidegger's. And the other course next semester in the philosophy department that might be relevant is the course that Matt Boyle is going to offer on Kant and Hegel. There is, I believe, a course this semester offered in the history department by a friend of mine, Peter Gordon. How many of you have just come from Peter's course? Oh, good. Okay, terrific. So that Peter was nice. Originally, we were scheduled to offer our courses at the same time, but there's some overlap in them. His course is on intellectual history in modern Europe, and it covers some Heidegger. Peter was nice enough to move his course earlier so that people could go to both courses. I think that would be a natural course to take along with this one. The grades for the course, the requirements for the course are 4, really. As you'll see on the syllabus, there are 2 5-page papers and 1 7 to 8-page paper at the end of the semester, plus the discussion section. Going to the discussion section is really very important. Talking about philosophy is one of the best ways to measure yourself against sort of what other people know and to try to explore things. And philosophy is really an exploratory kind of pursuit. And especially at the beginning, having interlocutors, but even now, having interlocutors is one of the most important things. So going to the discussion section will be required, and the papers will be required. If you don't do those things, then you can't pass the course. The papers will be given the following weight. Each of the 5-page papers will be worth 25%, and the 7 to 8-page paper will be worth 40%. And then the discussion section, plus participation and other kinds of things, will be worth 10% or so, a kind of fudge factor. And the reading, the reading will be about 30 to 40 pages per week, but that's deceptive. They're 30 to 40 very, very dense pages. Okay, I think that's most of the administrative stuff. Are there questions about that stuff? Any concerns, questions? Okay, so and just out of curiosity, how many of you have studied some Heidegger before? Oh, a little bit. In what context? Later Heidegger, I know. Some of you, how many of you have studied some Heidegger before, but not because you've done my later Heidegger seminar? There are only a few. Okay, good. Okay, all right, good. So that may be useful and may get in the way. Who knows? All right, so what I want to do for the rest of the class today is I want to talk about why Heidegger is important. And then I want to try to say something about the topic that Heidegger is writing about. The book is called Being and Time. We're not going to get to time. That's the last 3 sections of Division 2. So really what we're going to be talking about is being. And I want to try to tell you something about what that means to be talking about being. And in particular, if we get to it, I'm hoping to say something that will elucidate 2 sentences that you'll find at the bottom of page 25 and onto page 26. And I'll read those sentences when we get to it. But first, why is Heidegger interesting? Why is he important? I've said that arguably, at least, he's the most important philosopher of the 20th century. I think Wittgenstein is another going candidate for that, although judging from the number of secondary sources that are being published in the last, say, 5 years on Heidegger, he's gaining ground. and why is he important? Well, I've told you he's attempting to overturn presuppositions that are built into all of the philosophical projects in the history of the West. And that certainly could make him important if it turned out that overturning those presuppositions was a good thing to do. But he's also important because he's influenced an enormous number of people. Now, he hasn't influenced that many people in the Anglo-American philosophical tradition, though some. If you've been busy taking courses in our philosophy department, though, you probably won't have come across many of the people that he's influenced. In the Anglo-American philosophical tradition, though, of course, the two names that leap to mind are Richard Rorty and Charles Taylor, both of whom were strongly and deeply influenced by their readings of Heidegger. But in the continental tradition, Heidegger has also had not just an influence, but sort of the seminal influence in pretty much all of 20th century French and German and more generally continental philosophy. So just to go through a few examples, starting in the middle part of the century with Sartre, of course. Sartre's big important first book was Being and Nothingness, which, as people in France like to say, was a brilliant misreading of Being and Time. And a really terrifically brilliant misinterpretation of what Heidegger was up to 20 years earlier. Being and Nothingness was published in, I think, 1943, so a little bit after, 15, 16 years after Being in Time. Sartre read it while he was in prisoner of war camps during World War II and wrote Being and Nothingness during that period. And it really takes a sort of genius like Sartre to take what is, in Being in Time, a deeply anti-Cartesian reading of the kind of being that we are. Descartes says that we're a res cogitans, a thinking thing, and Heidegger is devoted, among other things, to arguing that if you think that we're a thinking thing, then you miss all the most important and fundamental aspects of the kind of being that we are. So Sartre was able to take this deeply anti-Cartesian book and interpret it in such a way as to make it pro-Cartesian, as a good Frenchman in the 40s might. And so that takes a kind of genius, and you learn something reading that. But mostly what matters is that Sartre was deeply influenced by his reading of Heidegger. Sartre's contemporary, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, how many have read some Merleau-Ponty? He's making a comeback, isn't he? He's my man. I like him. And every once in a while I'll teach a seminar on Merleau-Ponty. He was an almost exact contemporary of Sartre's, and more famous as in France at the time as an academic intellectual. He held the chair in philosophy at the Collège de France for a number of years, whereas Sartre didn't have a university position. And Merleau-Ponty is really, I think, deeply influenced by what Heidegger's actually saying. Unlike Sartre, he's deeply influenced by what Heidegger's actually saying, and he's got the anti-Cartesian aspects of Heidegger's view. And he's not just got them, he's added something to them. He's told us something about what our account of perception and what our account of us as beings that have bodies would be like if you took the anti-Cartesianism in Heidegger seriously. I'm going to open a window. Is that okay with everyone? To especially close the door. So Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, deeply influenced. In the next generation, you get someone like Bourdieu. How many of you have read some Bourdieu? Okay, right. Who reads Bourdieu in sociology, social studies? Intellectual history. Okay, right. So Bourdieu, at least in when he's actually doing sociology in something like The Logic of Practice, he even says, applying Merleau-Ponty's understanding of us as perceptual beings to the social field. He's trying to understand what it is for us to be embodied beings in the social field. and insofar as Merleau-Ponty is applying Heidegger's anti-Cartesian kinds of insights, Bourdieu is inheriting them, despite the fact that Bourdieu in some cases writes against Heidegger. Foucault, Habermas, Levinas, Derrida, I won't go through these in deep detail, but all of them are deeply influenced by their reading of Heidegger, either because they have tried to appropriate it, either well or poorly, or because they're trying to react against it, as perhaps in the case of someone like Habermas, who, despite his antipathy to Heidegger's project, said, I read recently, that he said that Being and Time was the greatest philosophical book since Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind. For a guy who doesn't like Heidegger, that's a pretty great statement. Okay, so why? So he's influential. He's changed the way people do philosophy, at least in some areas in the 20th century. Why is he influential? What's his project like? Well, Heidegger starts with his reading of Kierkegaard and Nietzsche. But whereas Kierkegaard and Nietzsche were interested in the existential aspects of our lives, what it's like to exist in the way that we do, confronting, in Kierkegaard's case, religious kinds of issues in our day-to-day existence, or ethical issues, or aesthetic issues, in Nietzsche's case, confronting issues about the possibility of a meaningful existence in the face of the death of God. Whereas Kierkegaard and Nietzsche were devoted to confronting these issues in a kind of anti-systematic way, Heidegger really tries to systematize their insights. So in Kierkegaard, what's anti-systematic about Kierkegaard? How many of you have read some Kierkegaard? So you'll know, for instance, that Kierkegaard writes under pseudonyms constantly. He's not a systematic philosopher. He's not trying to give you the whole story from one point of view about how things are. He's writing now under one pseudonym from one perspective, now under a different pseudonym from a different perspective, and he's trying to show you how these pseudonymous kinds of perspectives give you different takes on the phenomena that he's interested in. Nietzsche, of course, is writing aphoristically quite a lot of the time, certainly not trying to develop arguments. Heidegger takes their existential insights and systematizes them. And then he uses this systematized version of their existential insights to give a criticism of Husserl, his teacher, of Husserl's phenomenological account of intentionality. Intentionality, for those of you who've had some philosophy of mind, know intentionality is that by means of which we get to be directed towards objects, events, or states of affairs out in the world. It's often taken by philosophers like Brentano to be the mark of the mental. Brentano still has a big influence nowadays. Intentionality is taken to be the mark of the mental. And insofar as we are understood to be mental beings in some important sense, either because we're thinking things, as Descartes thought, or because we're rational animals, as Aristotle in the scholastic tradition thought, or because we've got these intentional states, these ways of being directed towards the world, as Brentano and the tradition in philosophy of mind thought. Intentionality is taken to be a central characteristic of us. It's taken to be a central characteristic of us in Husserl as well. And Heidegger's reading of Kierkegaard and Nietzsche and their existential insights is supposed to offer us a criticism of Husserl's account of the kind of being that we are that has intentionality at the center. I'll try to say more about that as we go on. So Heidegger's, in some general sense that we need to get clearer about, he's really trying to show the impossibility of what you might call a theoretical understanding of human being. Where theoretical means something like, it's the understanding of human beings that you can get when you give a theory about the ways in which their mental states or their thinking capacities or their rational abilities are what really characterize them. Heidegger's against the idea that you can give an account of us that takes our theoretical capacities as the most important aspects of us. He thinks you can give a theoretical account of nature and the kinds of objects that there are outside of us in the world. And so there's an interesting sort of issue in Heidegger, and we'll come up against this when we read section 43, which is the reality chapter. There's a question: if the understanding that we have of ourselves is an understanding that we don't get primarily by reflecting on ourselves or thinking about ourselves or taking some theoretical stance with respect to ourselves, as Heidegger will argue, then you might think that's true about objects also. That what it is for something to be an object is not properly understood until you realize that we can take this theoretical stance towards objects. So you get in contemporary sociology sometimes, in contemporary philosophy sometimes, constructivist accounts of objects, accounts that say what it is for something to be an object, say a scientific entity, is for us to have a theoretical stance towards it, for us to have thoughts about it. And you hear people sometimes say, there really aren't any quarks. There's just the thoughts that we have about quarks. There really aren't any atoms. They're just the scientific theories that we have for engaging with atoms. And Heidegger doesn't think that's the right thing to say about entities. So he tries to show the impossibility of a theoretical understanding of human beings, but he thinks that we can have a theoretical understanding, really an understanding of objects. So this has implications for all of the human sciences. It has implications for any discipline that's interested in understanding what it is to be a human being. So it has implications for intellectual history. It has implications for psychology. It has implications for anthropology, for sociology, for economics perhaps, and so on. Because ultimately what Heidegger's trying to tell us is what it is for anything to be anything, and in particular what it is for us to be the kinds of beings that we are. That's his goal. Okay, I'm going to stop there for a second before I launch into the last part, just so I can take questions and see what you guys are doing. It's awful hot in here. Are you guys hot?
Yeah.
Boy, what can we do? Oh, there's an air conditioner. Look at that. Can someone turn that on? Whew. Okay, will I be able to talk over it? Will others be able to talk over it? It may be worth it. We'll just have to scream. I think it's going to be worth it. Okay, so I've talked about Heidegger's influence, and I've talked about why he's important. Yeah, go ahead.
I just had a question about what you said right beforehand. You mentioned, so one thing you said was that he's criticizing the idea that the theoretical capacities of human beings should be taken as primary, and the second thing was that there couldn't be a theory of human beings.
Yeah.
What's the connection between those two? They seem to be two different.
Yeah, as I was saying that, I realized I wasn't being very clear. So let me see if I can, I'm glad you asked. So let me see if I can say it more clearly. What he's against is the idea that you can give an account of human beings that has at its center some story about our theoretical capacities. Now, we need to say more about what theoretical capacities are, and we'll start to say some about that in a moment. Later, just now, but also throughout the course of the semester. One thing that's opposite, that seems to be opposite anyhow, to theoretical capacities is practical capacities. And there is an important sense in which Heidegger thinks what it is to be our kind of being is to be a practical kind of being, a being that does stuff. So that's going to be at the center of his criticism of the traditional story about the kind of being that we are. But now, I wanted to contrast that with something he says about other entities, like scientific entities. And I wasn't very clear about the contrast. So here's the way I think it ought to go. He does think, and I'll say a little bit more about this in a bit, he does think that although it's not right to characterize us as the kind of being that is essentially a being that can have thoughts about ourselves or take a cognitive stance towards ourselves or give a theoretical explication of ourselves. Although he thinks that's not right, he does think that what it is to be our kind of being is to be the being that takes a stand on our being. That's a phrase that he uses. Dasein, which is us, his name for us, is the kind of being that takes a stand on its own being. Now, that stand isn't, as it might be, say, in Descartes, the stand of reflecting on your thoughts, or the stand that you might find in Brentano, or in Husserl, trying to characterize the content of your thoughts by reflecting on it. It's not that stance. But there is a way in which we take a stand on our beings, on the kind of being that we are all the time, through the kinds of activities that we're engaged in. Take the example of the self-sacrificing mother, for instance. That's perhaps a kind of a stand that someone could take on the kind of being that they are, that will reflect itself in almost everything that they do, certainly everything important that they do. But they may never have thought about it, may never have identified themselves in that way, and they're taking a stand on themselves as that kind of being might not involve any kind of cognitive apparatus at all. It's just manifest in everything they do. It's manifest in the way they approach every situation they approach, by having in mind the idea that they might be able to sacrifice something for the sake of their child. It's manifest in the kinds of equipment that they surround themselves with, particular kinds of very careful car seats, say, or something like that. Ways of surrounding themselves with equipment that puts at the front and center this important aspect that they're ready to sacrifice themselves for their child, and so on. That's taking and I'll say more about that, but that's a way of taking a stand on the kind of being that you are that doesn't involve anything like theoretical reflection on your thoughts or inner states. Okay, so he rejects the idea that you can understand us by thinking of us as these kinds of theoretical entities. But he still thinks we are the kind of being that takes a stand on ourselves. So we're characterized in some way by the relation we have to ourselves. You might have thought you could say that about quarks too. Some people do. There's no quark other than the fact that we have scientific theories to take a stand on the kind of entity that it is. That's what he rejects. Quarks and other natural entities, at least on the reading of Heidegger that I prefer, exist in a way radically independent of us. Whereas we, the kind of being we are, is the kind of being that exists in relation to ourselves and to others and other entities. Maybe that was clearer. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm sure you'll elaborate on this later, but the fact that we can think about how the stand that we take on our existence manifests itself in our existence, doesn't that mean we are self-reflecting?
Well, good. Okay, so important point. Heidegger doesn't want to deny, again, we'll see this in more detail later, Heidegger doesn't want to deny that we can take a theoretical stance with respect to ourselves. And he certainly doesn't want to deny that we can reflect on our own states and understand them as inner states that have certain kinds of contents and so on. We certainly can do that. The question is whether our ability to do that is the central fact about us. And what Heidegger's going to claim is that although we can do that, we can do it only in virtue of the fact that we're already this, in a more fundamental sense, this other kind of practical being. So our intellectual capacities, our mental capacities, the things that we typically think our rational capacities are derivative of the characterization that he wants to give of us as a radically non-intellectualized kind of being. Good. Any other? Yeah, okay, Rosa. Yeah.
So what's the difference between taking a stand on ourselves and just taking a stand? Because it seems like we don't necessarily have to be, like what you were saying about the quarks, not so much that we construct them, but that they behave in a certain way in the world, in certain characteristic ways, as that.
I missed the last part because of the air conditioning. Sorry.
How is something that isn't human behaving in a characteristic way different from a human taking a stand on itself?
Well, okay, good. So that leads right into the thing that I want to say now. So it's a perfect setup. So I'll launch into it. What Heidegger thinks is that there are at least 3 different, what he'll call ways of being or modes of being. One of them is the mode of being that entities of every sort are traditionally understood to have throughout the history of the West. He'll call that the present at hand mode of being. In German, that's Vorhandenheit, and in Macari and Robinson, it's translated present at hand. The present at hand mode of being is one of the ways of being that entities can have. But he's going to try to argue that entities can have other modes of being also, and you're asking what the difference is. So between the kind of mode of being that, say, a table could have, when it's just sitting there as an inert kind of being that's got maybe characterizable as a substance, that's got properties like having a color, having a shape, having a size. That kind of characterization of entities is one that's familiar from Aristotle straight through to the scholastics and Descartes and others. That characterization of entities as, say, substances that have properties, substances that are atomistic and independent and self-sufficient, that are characterizable in separation from every other entity that there is. That kind of characterization of entities is what Heidegger will call the present at hand mode of being. I'll go through that in a little more detail in a second. But he thinks there are other modes of being. One that belongs to the kind of equipment that we use when we're doing things, and one that belongs to us, in the most basic case, when we're involved in doing things. Those other modes of being are what's been passed over by the tradition, he thinks. And by highlighting them and showing that they're really essential to understanding us and things around us, he's going to try to overturn the tradition. He's going to try to overturn the tradition with respect to a very general question. It's the question that he'll call the question of being. Heidegger says that it's hard even to understand what the question of being is, and I think he's right. But I'll read you two sentences where he's talking about it. If you turn to the bottom of page 25, in the last 2 lines, if you've got your book, how many people have a book? A few. Okay, maybe you can help others look on. I'll just read the sentences out loud. At the bottom of page 25, the last 2 lines, he says, in the question which we're to work out, what is asked about is being. That's what we're going to ask about, being. Not like what it is to be a table. And he's not interested in, what it is to, even in the most general sense, he's not interested in what it is to be a human being, although that'll play an important role. He's interested in being, what it is to be. Now, this is an old, traditional kind of philosophical question. Aristotle was interested in it, Plato was interested in it, and others. Here's how he's going to interpret the question. What is asked about is being. That's to say, that which determines entities as entities. Determines is interesting there. It doesn't say makes. It doesn't say causes. It doesn't say creates. Think for instance in the medieval scholastic tradition. What it is that determines entities as entities is what? What would you say? For the medieval scholastics. What determines entities as entities? If someone said, Aquinas, yeah.
Picture in the image of God.
What's that?
Picture in the image of God.
Okay, good. Well, God, in particular, God is what determines entities as entities. You're right. We're created in the image of God, in the, say, Thomistic tradition. We are created in the image of God, but everything is created by God. So it's God in that tradition that determines entities as entities. So God, and this is the way the scholastics talk, God is the beingest being. He's the being that's got the most being, right? He's the supreme entity. And what makes him supreme is that he determines every other entity as the entity that it is by creating it, right? So creation is one way of determining entities as entities. I mean, just to give you a sense for how this works in the history of the philosophical tradition, what do you think is what determines entities as entities for Plato? If you had to. Yeah. The forms, yeah. And in particular, one of them, the form of the good, right? The form of the good is the one that stands above all the rest. It's what determines anything as a good version of the thing that it is, right? But the forms, the form of the triangle determines a particular entity as a triangle. In Plato's view, in virtue of, that triangle actually having a little bit of the form of the triangle in it. And insofar as it's a good triangle, it's got a little bit of the form of the good in it also. Right? So the form of the good in Plato is what determines entities as entities. And the form of the good in Plato is itself an entity, the way God is an entity in the medieval scholastic tradition. So that's the kind of question that Heidegger has in mind. What's asked about is being, that which determines entities as entities. And then he gives another characterization of what that means. In other words, you might say, that on the basis of which, worauf hin, which is an important German word, that's properly translated that on the basis of which, entities are already understood. So what it is for an entity to be determined as an entity is for it to, on the basis of something, although you can't even say thing, whatever it is on the basis of which it's already understood. It's already understood as a table. It's already understood as a human being. It's already understood as a clock, and so on. However we may discuss them in detail. And then one other that's one sentence. And the second sentence, which is shorter, but more complicated even, the being of entities, the next sentence, is not itself an entity. When he says the being of entities is not itself an entity, what he's saying is, whatever it is on the basis of which we understand things to be the things they are, whatever that is, it's not an entity. Of course, in the medieval scholastic tradition, it was an entity. It was God. God was that on the basis of which anything was the thing that it was, and also that on the basis of which anything was understood as the thing that it was. In the Platonic tradition, being was an entity as well. The form of the good was that on the basis of which anything was the entity that it was. And it was that on the basis of which, therefore, we understood it as the thing that it was. And Heidegger's interested in the question, what is it on the basis of which we understand things to be the things they are? He's made a move, you can see. And it happened right there in the, what do you call that? Something set off between commas? What's the grammatical, what's that? Exactly. In that little appositive there. That is, he says, that on the basis of which entities are already understood. He's introduced a connection between being and understanding. He's introduced, in other words, a connection between what it is for something to be something and what it is for something to be understood as something. And in the most general sense, we'll say, and again, this will become clearer as we go along, that for Heidegger, being is something like intelligibility. Being is something like what it is to be understood as something. But you've got to be very careful, because understanding isn't, and explicitly isn't, anything like theoretical understanding. It's not anything like having a systematic account of what the things are. Yes?
The relationship. So when he says that being of entities is not itself an entity,
Yeah.
is that a claim or is that a question he presumes to be true that he was just discovered? Like is he saying that was Sherman's entities of entities, and I don't think it could possibly itself be an entity, or is he saying, what could there be that would not be an entity and would still be true?
That's a great question. I mean, it's a statement. This is something he's committed to. Now, he hasn't proved it. He hasn't even really given you any reason to think it might be true. But and here we are in the first introduction, right? I mean, as I said before, he clearly wrote the introductions after he'd written the rest of the text, and understanding them in any detail really requires that you've read the rest of the thing. But so he's really telling you something like what he's going to try to argue is that the being of entities is not itself an entity. Now that's going to be one of the ways in which he radically overturns the whole history of philosophy in the West. He's going to try to say the being of entities is not an entity. And it's hard to imagine that there's anyone, tell me if you've got candidates, but it's hard for me to imagine anyhow, that there's anyone in the history of philosophy in the West who held that view. We've just seen Plato thought the being of entities is the form of the good, and the medieval scholastics thought it was God, and you can go through and try to figure out what it is for each of the philosophers that you're familiar with. But that's one of the radical ways that he's trying to overturn the history of philosophy. And this has a name. I'll just tell you the name. Because it's a name that people bandy about, but this claim has a name. It's a name that people bandy about, but it never actually gets used in Being and Time. This is called, Heidegger says in Basic Problems, this is called the ontological difference. There's a difference between entities and being. Being is not just another entity. And that's the claim that he's making here. Being is not just another entity. Being is somehow tied to, in this book, being is somehow tied to intelligibility for us. And intelligibility, it's going to turn out, has almost nothing to do with being able to think about things. That's one of the modes of intelligibility, but it's a really derivative one. It comes very late in the game, and it has nothing to do with what's going on most of the time. That's okay. So now those are the two sentences that I want to try to give you some indication about. So I've read them now, and I've told you some things. But what you really need to understand those two sentences is a tripartite distinction, the distinction that I mentioned to Rosa earlier. A distinction between different ways of being. Because the philosophical tradition doesn't recognize different ways of being in the history of philosophy, perhaps leaving out the pre-Socratic philosophers. Heidegger's reading of the history of philosophy, with which I have some sympathy, says the pre-Socratic philosophers hadn't made this mistake of turning being into an entity yet. They hadn't made that mistake, but Plato came along and ruined it for the rest of us for 2,500 years. Thank heavens I'm here to save you. That's sort of Heidegger's take on the thing. And in particular, what didn't happen in the history of philosophy is that there was no distinction between different ways of being. There were entities. Everyone understood that. There were different kinds of entities. Nobody thought that trees were like us. There's clearly a distinction between us and trees, and between us and cameras, and between us and animals. And, philosophy, Aristotle's sort of taxonomical approach to philosophy, but other approaches too, are devoted to telling us what the differences are. But these differences all take place against... Are you having a hard time hearing me? Is that...
Can I turn it off?
I guess so, yeah. Maybe we'll open the door. Can we open the door? Yeah. I'm sorry, I'll try to talk louder too. Well, now I don't need to. So what Heidegger thinks is that in the history of the West, of course people have thought there are distinctions between different kinds of entities, but these distinctions all take place against the background assumption that there's something that everything has in common, in virtue of which it gets to be an entity at all. There's something that everything has in common, in virtue of which it gets to be an entity at all. And in the Aristotelian tradition, as you probably know, what it is in virtue of which anything gets to be an entity at all is that it's a substance. And substances, in Aristotle's tradition, in Aristotle's works, and in the traditions that follow them, substances have particular kinds of features. The main feature of substance is that it's self-sufficient. A substance is something that you can characterize independently of everything else. So in order to understand what a tree is, well, you've got to get its sort of substantial essence. In Aristotle, it's got a kind of hylomorphic form, but in other philosophers it might have some other form. You've got to get its you've got to figure out what substance it is. And what substance it is determined completely and radically independently of what other substances there are. So there might well be trees in the universe, but nothing else. Because nothing about what it is to be a tree is determined by any entity outside of trees. That's what it is for a tree to be a substance. It's self-sufficient and independent. Self-sufficient and independent substances like this in the Aristotelian tradition have properties. The tree is tall, the tree is green, it's a particular kind of tree, it's got a brown bark, and so on. But there's a certain way in which these properties are also substance-like. That's to say, they're self-sufficient and independently characterizable. So the table is red, we can say. That's to say, this substance, the table, has got a property, red. It's got the property of redness. But redness is whatever it is, completely independently of everything else. To be red, although there couldn't be any redness in the world if there weren't substances in which it could inhere. Nevertheless, what it is for something to be red is for it to be characterizable independently of the other properties. So this notion of self-sufficiency, this notion of independence, a kind of atomistic notion of the basic characteristics of the universe, is traditional in the history of the West since at least Aristotle, probably even Plato. And on this account, every entity has got these features of self-sufficiency in their substantial and in their property instances. So self-sufficiency and independence characterize every entity. Tables and chairs, but you and me also. It's just a matter of which substance we are. It's just a matter of which properties adhere to us or are manifest in us. Now Heidegger will say, okay, it's true. That's one of the ways things can be. They can be substances with properties. And in the philosophical tradition, this leads to an account of a formal logic, for instance, a predicative logic, according to which you can figure out what entities are by using subjects to determine the substance that they are, and using predicates to determine the properties that they've got. And then you get this nice mirroring relation between the logical form that we use to characterize whatever entities there are and the nature of the universe, the metaphysical structure of the universe. They turn out to be identical, and they're identical in virtue of the fact that substances and the subjects that name them are independently characterizable and self-sufficient, and properties and the predicates that name them are independently characterizable and self-sufficient. Heidegger says that's one way that things can be. I'm going to call that the present at hand mode of being. Okay? And he'll say, yep, that's a way that things can be. When entities are inert, when we take them as, for instance, the object of scientific study, when we're not using them, when we're not interacting with them, that's the right way to characterize the way in which they're intelligible to us. That's the right way to characterize their mode of being as independent substances that have got independent and self-sufficient properties that can be manifest in them. But, Heidegger wants to say, there are radically different modes of being as well. And furthermore, the present at hand mode of being, which is the only mode of being that the tradition has ever recognized, the present at hand mode of being is deeply derivative of these other modes of being. And there are two other modes of being in particular. One of them is readiness to hand. And that's the mode of being that what Heidegger calls equipment has. Equipment is stuff that we use. Equipment is stuff that we use in our day-to-day affairs when we're skillfully able to cope with it. So in the best case, at any rate. So equipment could be the soccer ball that the soccer player uses when he's in the game. It could be the piece of chalk that the professor uses when she's writing on the board. It could be the notebook or the pen that you guys are using when you're taking notes, thinking, what on earth is going on in this? Equipment is stuff that we use in a day-to-day context. And Heidegger says equipment is not like, its mode of being is not like the mode of being of present at hand entities. Because if what it is for something to be something is for it to be intelligible as the thing that it is, and if you think about the way in which the pen is intelligible when I'm using it as a piece of equipment, when you think of that, then it turns out the pen really isn't characterizable as an independent, self-sufficient substance that's got properties like being blue, being 4 inches long, having ink in it, and so on. That's not the way it's intelligible to me when I'm using it. The question is, how is it intelligible to me when I'm using it? And Heidegger makes an interesting claim. He says, when it's at its best, when things are going as well as they can possibly go, the entity's completely transparent. So when I'm writing, when I'm typing, and it's going well, not all that often, but sometimes, and it's going well, and I'm using the computer to type the paragraph, the computer, the keyboard, is equipment for me. But it's equipment for me in the sense that it's completely transparent. I am not aware of the keyboard at all. It's that by means of which I get to do the thing that I'm doing, write this stunning word. I was going to say paragraph, sentence. Sometimes it's a word. So it's the keyboard, when I'm really using it well, is completely transparent. Heidegger says it withdraws. Being withdrawn, that's to say, not being present to me as something that I notice or see, or not being present to me as something, certainly not being present to me as something that's a self-subsistent, self-standing, independent substance. Being present to me as completely withdrawn, that's a way of being intelligible. And it's the way equipment is intelligible to me when it's at its best. And since we've got this connection between what it is to be something and what it is for the thing to be understood, now we've got a whole new way of being. A whole new way that things can be the kinds of things that they are. They can be withdrawn. They can be transparent. They can be, Heidegger's name for this is ready to hand. They can be ready to hand. Okay. Readiness to hand is another mode of being. It's the way that equipment is intelligible to me when I'm skillfully coping with it and I'm using it so well to do something that it withdraws. That's the way things can be. And that's very different from its being self-subsistent and independent and standing independently of itself. Because equipment can't be used in this way unless it's already being used with other equipment. The pen can't withdraw from my notice if the paper rips. Right? I mean, the pen, in order for me to use it well and skillfully in the right way, in order to write things, the pen requires something to write on. It points at, it gets its identity in terms of its relation to something else, the notebook paper that I'm writing on. And so that's why Heidegger says there's really no such thing as an equipment. Equipment always comes in what he calls a referential totality, or a whole. You couldn't have a pen without having paper to write on with it. Right? You couldn't have chalk without having a chalkboard. That's to say, you couldn't have them in the way they're intelligible to me when I'm using them so well that they withdraw and are completely transparent to me. So, equipment, far from being self-subsistent and independent like a substance is, equipment exists only in a referential whole, only in relation to other equipment. And so you've got the first way of overturning the basic presupposition of the history of the West, that everything that's an entity is an entity in virtue of the fact that it's characterizable as something independent of its relation to all these other things. Okay, there's another mode of being that Heidegger wants to talk about. There's the present-at-hand mode of being that any entity can have when it's not being used. There's the ready-to-hand mode of being that equipment can have when it's withdrawing. What do you think the third mode of being is? The mode of being of, us, exactly. Now, so obviously the bell is tolling, so we won't get to talk about the mode of being of us. But we're called Dasein, and the mode of being of Dasein is radically different from presence at hand or readiness to hand. And once you understand that, then you'll understand the way in which he's starting to overturn these traditional presuppositions in the history of the West. So I want to start by reviewing something that I said last time and making a kind of correction and making some additions. And then I want to move on to talk about Dasein. So you remember the structure last time was that we were trying to figure out what Heidegger meant by these two sentences at the bottom of page 25 and on to 26. So I'll just read them for you again so that you have them in mind. These sentences are supposed to tell us what project Heidegger's engaged in being and time. He says at the bottom of 25, and by the way, how many people are reading in the German? If there are people, terrific. Okay, great. I will read along. I will tell, if I don't tell you, please remind me. I'll try to tell you where what page in the German these passages are on. This is on page 6 in the German. Just for those of you who don't know, if you've got the Macari and Robinson translation, the German pagination is on the side. That's what these numbers on the side are. So if you need to go look in the German, you know where to go. So the second full paragraph on page 6 of the German, the bottom of page 25 in Macari and Robinson, the sentences that we were looking at were these. In the question which we're to work out, what is asked about is being. That's what we're engaging with. That's to say, that which determines entities as entities, comma, that on the basis of which entities are already understood, however we may discuss them in detail. The being of entities is not itself an entity. Okay, so those are the sentences that we were trying to understand last time. And I said that we really couldn't understand those sentences unless we realized that Heidegger was trying to make a distinction between three different modes of being. One mode of which has been well understood in the tradition of the history of philosophy. Heidegger calls it presence at hand. And two modes of which have not really been discussed in the history of Western philosophy. Heidegger calls these readiness to hand and existence. And I tried to tell you last time something about what presence of hand as a mode of being is. It's the traditional mode of being that's characterized by the idea that things are independent and self-sufficient. The most basic ontological categories for everything that there is are categories that are themselves independent and self-sufficient. And the examples that I gave were the Aristotelian categories of substance and properties, which are independently specifiable with a little bit of a hedge. Properties are not independent. You can't have properties on their own in Aristotle's metaphysics. They've got to inhere in substances, but they're independently specifiable. You can characterize them independently of everything else. And substances are independent in the sense that they can exist independently of everything else, and they're self-sufficient. They don't depend on anything else for their existence. So the first addition that I want to make to what I said last time is to say that in the phenomenological tradition, which has come out of Heidegger, there's already a kind of counterexample to this idea that substances with properties are always independently characterizable and self-sufficient. Remember last time I gave the example of the table with its color, redness in this instance. And I said, in Aristotle's version of the story, the table is an independent substance. It stands on its own. It's self-sufficient. Doesn't depend on anything else for its existence. Redness is a property that inheres in that substance, and it's independently specifiable, and it's self-sufficient in the sense that you can understand it without reference to anything else. And in the phenomenological tradition after Heidegger, you find a counterexample already with this kind of case. So, for instance, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, whom I mentioned last time, a French phenomenologist in the generation after Heidegger, tried to give counterexamples for this kind of case. Merleau-Ponty said, look, in the tradition we've always thought of properties as independently specifiable. Properties like color, shape, size. Properties that entities can have or be seen to have. But, Merleau-Ponty said, that's really a bad account of the phenomenology of perception. If you think very carefully about what it's like to experience visually the color of an object, you'll recognize that colors aren't specifiable independently of the objects in which they inhere. So, and the example he gave was the example of the woolly red of the carpet. Merleau-Ponty said, look, the carpet is red, and the fire engine is red, and there's some sense in which we can imagine, for example, that they're even the same shade of red. If you took a color chip and put it next to the one, it would be the same color chip that goes next to the other. They're the same shade of red. Still, Merleau-Ponty said, in the most basic cases of perceptual experience, the redness as it's manifest in the woolly carpet looks and therefore is different than the redness as it's manifest in the shiny red fire engine. So what Merleau-Ponty took out of this was that colors, as we experience them in the most basic cases, aren't characterizable without reference to the entities in which are seen to manifest them. So that means they're really not independently characterizable as properties that can be picked out, say, in a predicate logic by a predicate is red, and that are properties that are independently specifiable in this way and can sit. The very same property can sit in lots of different objects. So Merleau-Ponty already, I say this for some people who've had some Merleau-Ponty before, some in the class I know, that's already supposed to be a counterexample to this kind of traditional characterization of what there is as independently specifiable. That's not Heidegger's take, though. Heidegger's got a different kind of counterexample. And I went over that in some detail last time, and I'll remind you of it briefly, and we'll go over it in more detail later. Heidegger's counterexample doesn't have to do with the properties we see objects to have. It has to do with the mode of being that those entities have when we're dealing with them skillfully, when we're coping with them. And I gave the example last time of the equipment, the pen, or the chalk, or Heidegger's constant example, the hammer. The equipment that we use, when we're using it skillfully, and when we're coping with it at our best, is not independently specifiable and self-sufficient. Precisely because the way in which it's intelligible to us when we're using it is by means of its withdrawing from our notice. And the only way in which we start to notice the hammer or the chalk or the pen is when it breaks down and it no longer works. But when we're using it skillfully, it's not something that we recognize as an independently specifiable entity. In fact, the use of the pen essentially refers to the paper that I'm writing on, and the use of the chalk essentially refers to the chalkboard that I'm writing on, and the people for whom I'm writing, and so on. This is a different kind of example. It's another kind of example of the holism of equipment. So equipment is understandable only in its reference to other entities, other equipment. So it's not independently specifiable in the traditional Aristotelian sense. Heidegger's saying this on page 97. I'll just read you one sentence from page 97. We'll go into this in more detail later as we get up to this. But on page 97 in the English, page 68 in the German, in the paragraph that begins, taken strictly, that first sentence of the paragraph, Heidegger says, taken strictly, there is no such thing as an equipment. You can't have just a pen. What it is for the pen to be a pen in its ready-to-hand mode of being is already for it to be involved with the paper that you're using it to write on and the people that you're writing the thing that you're writing for. It already refers to all this other equipment. So you can't characterize equipment in its mode of being independently of its reference, of the reference that it makes to all the other stuff. And that's a kind of holism also. Heidegger's very taken by this kind of holism. And you'll see the terminology of holism sort of running throughout the text. Okay, so that's Heidegger's attack on self-sufficiency in the case of the ready-to-hand. Now I've added a couple things to the things that I said last time about those modes of being. But I just want to remind you that we need to distinguish between these modes of being in order to understand what Heidegger's up to in these two sentences at the bottom of 25 and over on to 26, page 6 in the German. Now I want to say an extra thing about those two sentences compared with what I said last time. So there are three points that are made in these sentences. The first is that being is going to be understood as that which determines entities as entities. And determines here, I think I mentioned last time, I just want to nail it down. The word determines here is meant to be neutral. It's meant to be neutral between a whole bunch of different options that have been on play over the course of the history of Western philosophy. So determines is meant to be neutral as between causes entities to be entities, which might be something like what the theoretical physical sciences tell us about the causal substructure of entities and what makes them the entities that they are. It's meant to be neutral between that, between something like creates entities as entities, That's a story that you might find in the medieval tradition, when God creates entities as the entities that they are. It's meant to be neutral between those two, and for example, something like interprets entities as entities, which is something you might find in one version of the Kantian tradition, at least the version that gets taken up by the logical positivists in the early part of the 20th century, where entities come to be the entities that they are in virtue of the interpretation that we give to them. So determines is meant to be neutral as between all of those. We don't want to take a stand on any of those yet. So that's one thing. I spent a lot of time talking last time about the fact that Heidegger's going to say that make important hay out of the idea that the being of entities is not itself an entity. So I'll just remind you that's a third thing that's going on here, and I won't say any more about it. But the second thing that's going on here, and I want to say a little bit more about it, because I had an interesting conversation with Elam about it after the class last time. The appositive characterization, that on the basis of which entities are already understood. I said this was a new way of thinking about what being is. That on the basis of which entities are already understood. But Elam pointed out, and I was sort of worried about it as I was saying it in lecture last time, that in some sense there's nothing new about it. The Kantian tradition and the German idealist tradition following Kant in the early 19th century has already made a new one. Okay. Good. You've had time now to think about the questions. Yeah, go ahead.
So when he's talking about the world as an intelligible structure that can give us stuff that's already comprehensible to us, is he talking in terms of like cultural inheritances?
Partly, yeah, but in the most basic case, he's not. That's not what he's talking about here. I'll talk more about that later in the lecture today. There's an important distinction between early Heidegger and late Heidegger. Early Heidegger really thinks that he's not telling you anything about our culture, our particular cultural inheritance. He's telling you the way it is. Cross-culturally, ahistorically, universally, this is the kind of being that we are, always have been, and always will be. That distinguishes early Heidegger from later Heidegger, who really thinks that not only across cultures, but even across different epochs in the history of the West, there are whole different understandings of being. And he thinks you've got to get clear about that in order to understand our culture, who we are. But right now, the story that Heidegger's going to tell in Being and Time, that emphasizes the three basic modes of being, presence at hand, readiness to hand, and existence for Dasein, is supposed to be a cross-cultural and ahistorical story. I'll say more about that later. Yeah, Rosa.
So I think you said that we understand things by skillfully coping with them. So that sounds like an active thing.
Good. Okay. Well, and I'll talk about that more probably not today, but maybe next time. It's true that the most basic ways that we have of understanding things, according to Heidegger, are through our practical ways of dealing with them, our practical ways of coping with them. That's a kind of activity, of course, you're right. We're doing something when we do that. But in doing that thing, we're not making the entities into the entities that they are. It's part of what it is to be hammering with the hammer, that we're given the hammer as intelligible in the way that it is in that activity. So let me try to say that once more. There's nothing that I, as an individual, do in order to make the hammer into a hammer when I'm hammering with it. Rather, when I'm skillfully coping with the hammer, it's part of that experience that the hammer is given to me as equipment. Where equipment has this particular kind of feature, namely, it withdraws and is transparent in my dealing with it. But I don't make it withdraw. I don't make it transparent. Of course, I hammer with it, that's right. But the question is, what kind of being is it when I'm hammering with it? And that's what's given to me. It's given to me that it withdraws and that it's transparent. Yeah. Now there are subtle details here, because if there were no Daseins, and I'll say more about this later, then there wouldn't be any entities as entities. There's subtle issues here. That makes it sound like Heidegger's a kind of idealist, but I'll try to argue against the idea that Heidegger's a kind of idealist later. There was one other question. Yeah?
If we are passive and receptive to the rest of the world, then how in that process would we make mistakes? So I think it makes sense whenever we're kind of active in creating this world around us.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll make some mistakes when we're creating. But if the world is just coming to us, how do empirical act like mistakes?
Well, okay. I think what I need to say is hold on to that question, because it's going to be an important question. You might have thought that if entities are just given to me as they are, then I could never say anything wrong about them. I've already got everything there is to know about them. And that is a problem with a particular version of that kind of story that sometimes goes under the title The Myth of the Given. We'll talk about the distinction later between Heidegger's kind of receptivity and the kind of receptivity that you get on this other picture that really doesn't allow for the possibility of mistake. Good. But hold on to that question, Jackson. Yeah, Al.
I was just going to say a few words about the connection between the questions about conditions you have to obtain so that you can kind of characterize some kind of entity and ontology. So you might just think they're two kind of quite different questions, like, maybe to kind of characterize electrons as electrons, I need to kind of, the concept of electron is embedded in some kind of general theory, so I need to have some kind of holistic understanding of the physical world in order to characterize a particular piece of matter.
Yeah.
In a particular way. But it doesn't mean that the electron is in any way not self-sufficient or something like that.
Right.
And so I was just curious if you could say something about why those two questions are so intimately connected in this case.
Well, and the two questions are, you mean the question what the electron is and the question how I understand it?
Yeah.
For the moment, let me say that we just have to take it that they are connected, because the sentence that we're focusing on is a sentence where he just states that they're connected. Maybe by the end of the lecture, we'll be able to have the resources to say why he thinks they have to be connected. Yeah. And I'll have to talk about Dasein in order to do that. Okay. All right, let me start talking about Dasein then. So we talked about presence at hand, we talked about readiness to hand, and then I said at the end of the lecture last time there's a third mode of being, and it's the mode of being that we've got, and Heidegger calls us Dasein, and our mode of being is existence. And when he says that the mode of being of Dasein is existence, I think what he's trying to say is that we're a special kind of entity. We're an entity that's fundamentally distinct from all other kinds of entities out there. That's to say, again, because of this connection that Alice was just asking about between being and intelligibility, the way in which we're understandable to ourselves is fundamentally different from the way in which equipment is understandable to us when we're using it, and from the way in which present-at-hand entities are understandable to us when we're stepping back and looking at them and trying to figure out what properties they've got. The question is always, because of this connection between being and intelligibility, what's the way in which X is understandable to us? I'm going to try to argue that. I'm going to try to tell you why Heidegger thinks that's the basic relation that you've got to think about. But for the moment, let's just take it that intelligibility is the key to being, and then you can see. You can ask the question: is there a difference between the way we're intelligible to ourselves and the way entities are intelligible to us when we're using them skillfully or when we're standing back and looking at them? And Heidegger thinks there is. There's a fundamental difference between us and other entities in that way. And he says what the difference is on page 32, page 11 in the German, right at the beginning of section 4. I'm going to skip to the bottom of that first paragraph. Well, to the middle of the first paragraph, 3 sentences into the section. We're going to talk about a particular entity, and we're going to talk about the manner of being which this entity, man himself, possesses. And this entity we denote by the term Dasein. That's to say, the kind of being we are, he's going to call Dasein. I'll say something about that German word in a moment. Skipping, Dasein itself has a special distinctiveness as compared with other entities. And it's worth our while to bring this to view in a provisional way. And here our discussion has to anticipate later analyses. Dasein is an entity which does not just occur among other entities, the way other entities might. Rather, it's ontically distinguished by the fact that in its very being, that being is an issue for it. That's what characterizes Dasein. Now notice, it's not crazy to think that we're beings that are unlike we're entities that are unlike other entities. I mean, most philosophers in the history of the West have thought that in some sense or another that's true. Aristotle thought that although we're animals, we're special kinds of animals, we're rational animals or political animals, depending upon where in Aristotle you look. Descartes thought that although we're substances, we're special kind of substances, we're thinking things rather than extended things. And Heidegger's saying something about what distinguishes us from other entities also. But what he thinks distinguishes us from other entities is something very, very different from what someone like Aristotle or someone like Descartes or someone like Aquinas might have thought. I suppose in the Thomistic, in Aquinas, you'll get the story that we're like other entities, we're created, but we're special because we're created in the image and likeness of God. There's another thing that distinguishes us in a different philosophical system. Heidegger wants to say, yeah, we're special, all right, but what's special isn't that we're thinking things like Descartes thought. It's not that we're rational or political animals like Aristotle thought. It's not that we're created in the image and likeness of God like Aquinas thought. Rather, what's special about us is that we're the entity, we're the being that takes a stand on our own being. That's his phrase for it. Dasein is the being that takes a stand on its own being. Dasein is the being whose being is an issue for it in the sentence that we're just looking at. So we now know the name for what's special about us, but we don't know anything about what it means. So we got to figure out what that means. What does it mean to say that Dasein is the being whose being is an issue for it? Dasein is the being whose being is an issue for it. It could mean this. It could mean that Dasein is the being that asks itself the question, what kind of being am I? That could be what makes us special. Dasein is the being that asks itself the question, what kind of being am I? That engages in a certain kind of theoretical inquiry. Maybe Dasein is the being that does philosophy even, that asks itself the question, what kinds of things are there? What kind of entity am I? Dasein is the being that engages in a certain kind of theoretical inquiry. That's not what Heidegger means. When he says that Dasein is the being whose being is an issue for it, he doesn't mean that we're the kind of being that can ask questions about ourselves, although that's true. He means, in the most basic case, Dasein is the kind of being that's involved in activity, and the way in which it's involved in activity is already a way of taking a stand on the kind of being that it is. That's to tie the kind of being that we are very closely to the kind of activity that we perform, rather than to the kind of thoughts that we have, or our ability to have thoughts at all, or our ability to build philosophical systems about the kinds of beings that we are. It's in the first instance to say that we're a kind of practical entity rather than a kind of intellectual entity. So I'll give you a place where he's saying something like this. That Dasein is what it does rather than what it thinks. I have to jump ahead. I'm sorry I have to jump around. Sooner or later we'll get to this. This is in the very beginning of Division 2. So it's a bit out of context. But on page 283 in the English, and towards the end of 239 in the German, so at the bottom of 283 in the English, Heidegger writes, but proximally and for the most part. That's a phrase that he uses a lot. Proximally and for the most part. It means normally and usually. And it's a phrase I think that he takes from Aristotle. Proximally and for the most part, everyday Dasein understands itself in terms of that with which it is customarily concerned. One is what one does. One is what one does. Now there are details there that I don't want to get into. The term one, which is in German das Man, means something special, and it means something particularly special in the context of that chapter. But what I want to talk about for the moment, what I want to highlight for the moment, is that Heidegger's bringing in a special connection into play between the kind of being we are and the fact that we do stuff. And when we do stuff, whenever we do stuff, we're taking a stand on the kind of being that we are. Whenever we do anything, our being is an issue for us. Let me give you another passage where something very much like this is coming into play. If you turn to page 67 in the English, page 42 in the German, this is the beginning of section 9. The theme of the analytic of Dasein. I'll just read I'll read a famous couple of lines here. In the third paragraph of section 9, Heidegger writes, the essence of Dasein lies in its existence. Accordingly, those characteristics which can be exhibited in this entity, in Dasein, are not properties present at hand of some entity which looks so and so and is itself present at hand. There are in each case possible ways for it to be, and no more than that. So this is a famous sentence, partly because it was appropriated by Sartre in Being and Nothingness. Dasein's essence is its existence. That was supposed to be the rallying cry for existentialism, that we're the kind of being for whom our essence is our existence. Well, what does it mean? It means something like this. If you want to figure out essentially what kind of being we are, you shouldn't be looking for properties present at hand. You shouldn't be looking for independently specifiable and self-subsistent kinds of properties that this substance has but other substances don't. You shouldn't be looking for the property of having logos or rationality, or being a political entity, or being created in the image and likeness of God, or being the kind of thing that's a thinking thing. You shouldn't be looking for those properties. What you should be looking for is the fact that this is the kind of being that takes a stand on its own existence. You should be looking at the kind of activity that this entity engages in. And in particular, you should be looking at the fact that whenever Dasein engages in activity, that involves taking a stand on the kind of being that you are. Okay, so to say that Dasein's essence lies in its existence is to say there's no property that we've got. We could understand ourselves in our activity as entities created in the image and likeness of God, if that's the kind of thing that our activity presupposes and reveals for us. We could understand ourselves as entities that are purely rational entities or thinking substances. We could understand ourselves essentially as political entities if that's what our activity reveals us to ourselves as being. But what's beneath all of those, Heidegger thinks, is that we're the kind of being that can reveal to ourselves that we're a particular kind of being or some other kind of being. So he's got a kind of meta-level analysis. He's struck by the fact that there's this, in the history of philosophy, the sequence of stories about the kind of being that we essentially are. And he's struck by the idea that if you try to engage in the argument that pits Descartes against Aquinas, or in the argument that pits Aristotle against Plato, and you try to figure out which of those stories about the kind of being that we essentially are is the right one, or whether there's a new kind of story that gives us some other property that essentially characterizes us. Maybe a scientific story. A story that says we've got a certain kind of genome. That's the one. That's the story that tells us essentially what we are. If you try to engage in that debate, Heidegger thinks, you're going to miss out on something that's even more fundamentally true about us. Namely, that we're the kind of being who in our activity and in the practices that we're brought up in our culture can take a stand, one stand or another or another or another, on the kind of being that we are. That's what's special about us, that we're always doing that and that we're the kind of being that can do that. That's what it is to say that Dasein's essence is its existence. Okay, yeah, Jack.
So in that process, whenever we take a stance on our existence, does that then become our reality? Or is there, are we active in creating our, really essentially the way we exist? Or is that to me kind of is going against what you were saying earlier about us being passive?
Yeah, good. So we're gonna get to that probably in Division 2, but let me try to say a word or two about it. So what Heidegger really thinks is that if you allow yourself to, in your activity, identify yourself essentially as an entity that's got a certain kind of property or another, then you are engaged in actively interpreting yourself. And that's always going to be a misinterpretation. And that's going to lead to what Heidegger will call a kind of inauthenticity. But if in your activity, and we need to figure out what this means, but if somehow in your activity you manage to act in such a way as not to take a stand on your essentially being this entity or that entity or that, but just to act as the kind of entity that recognizes that it's always taking a stand on the kind of entity that it is, if you manage to do that, whatever that is, then you'll be acting authentically rather than inauthentically, and that will not be a kind of misdirection. So there is, when there's activity, it's activity that misleads. That's what Heidegger thinks. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
I was just wondering what notion of property you're using. So could you just say, that being an entity that takes a stand on itself is just another property or something? So I was just curious if you could draw the contrast.
Yeah. So it's not a property because it's an activity. It's a process. And taking a stand on the kind of being that you are isn't something that's specifiable independently from the activity I'm going to do tomorrow and the activity I was doing yesterday. There's no time slice of it that'll give you the independent and self-standing property. It's all the activity that you're engaged in all the time throughout the whole course of your being the kind of entity that you are. So that's what it makes it not independent and subsistent. Yeah, Wendy.
So this is related to that. So in characterizing stance taking, in some way, it draws me to think about it presupposing some sort of intellectual or reflective capacity. So is it that, or is it something like stance taking just is coextensive with the activity or activities itself, or is it some other thing?
I'll try to give some examples. It's supposed to be the latter. Stance taking, that's to say, taking a stand on the kind of being that you are, is something that you're always doing already once you've become docile, once you're docile. Now, and there's some question, I take it, you're not really supposed to be able to say when an entity becomes docile. It's like Wittgenstein says about language, light dawns gradually over the whole. There's not one moment where you are and another moment where you aren't. But once you are, you've always already been that. There's no way you can understand yourself any differently. And it happens quite early. I'll give you, in fact, well, this is perfect. I'm just about to give you an example. How many of you have been reading the Dreyfus commentary? Anyone? Okay, so the example I want to give comes from the Dreyfus commentary. It's an example that has a certain kind of problem, and I'll try to say what the problem is. But I'll give you the example first, because it's supposed to speak to this question: is there any intellectual activity involved in taking a stand on the kind of being you are? What is it to take a stand on the kind of being that you are? And in the Dreyfus commentary, he gives an example of a description that some sociologists gave back in the 70s, I think, of the difference between Japanese babies and American babies, and at a very young age. Now, it doesn't matter whether this description is the right description. It's not. I think probably most sociologists nowadays would agree that it's a bad description of the way the cultures treat the young children in those cultures. What matters then isn't the details of it, but it's a kind of philosophical thought experiment. What matters is that whether it highlights the thing that we're interested in. And here's what these sociologists said. They said, if you look very closely at the way that mothers interact with their very young babies, newborns even, then you'll discover that there's a pervasive stylistic difference between the way Japanese mothers interact with their infants and the way that American mothers interact with their infants. And this pervasive stylistic difference ensures that already by the age of a month or two, there are these big differences between the kind of practices into which the Japanese babies have been brought up and the kind of practices in which the American babies have been brought up. So, for example, this is an example from the sociologists of the 70s. They say the Japanese mothers tend to be, and this is the thing that it really doesn't matter whether it's true or not. What matters is that there's a distinction. The Japanese mothers, they say, tend to encourage a kind of passive and calm and going along behavior in their babies. And they do that by, for instance, constantly soothing them, quietening them, putting them down on their backs rather than on their stomachs to discourage certain kinds of activity. Whereas the American babies try to encourage, their babies to be very active and really engaged and start babbling constantly, and they do this by, for instance, putting the babies down on their stomachs a lot so that they'll move around. Anybody who's engaged with babies know you can't do that now. these are really old discussions. But so at any rate, the idea was that there's supposed to be some kind of stylistic difference between the two cultures. And what the sociologists were trying to argue was that however you characterize that stylistic difference, and it seems clear there are some stylistic differences between the two cultures, however you characterize it, very, very young children are brought up into it already from a very, very young age, and they're sensitized to it. And they become sensitive to the practices of the culture from very, very early on. Now, is that a kind of intellectual way of taking a stand on the kind of being that you are? I mean, suppose, let's use these caricatures, active and sort of calm and reflective. Let's use those caricatures. Is the American baby active, maybe a nuisance, loud, constantly banging the rattle and banging the pots and pans and so on? Is that a way of being that they've got as a result of having thought about anything? Not at 2 months, right? Not at 2 months. At 2 months, they haven't got any cognitive capacities at all, or very few, as developmental psychologists tell us. But nevertheless, there's a set of practices that they've been brought up in and sensitized to, and have become already familiar with that amount to their taking a stand on the kind of being that they are already from that very young age. So it doesn't involve, or needn't involve, and in the most basic cases doesn't involve any thoughts about the kind of being that you are at all. It involves something like the style that you've got in your way of being, in your way of doing anything that it is that you do. Okay, let me pause for a moment. Yeah, go ahead.
So if the Dasein stance on its being can be just totally encompassed like infants, then what distinguishes Dasein from, like a dog? Like I can train my dog to be really mean and nasty, or
Right.
sweet,
Good.
through the same kinds of conditioning.
Great.
So why is the dog not taking the same kinds of behavior?
Good. Very good question. The reason the dog's not taking a stance on his being, Heidegger's going to say, is that it's not just that there's some style to our behavior. It's that whatever style there is to our behavior, it is, in being and time at any rate, a style that reveals equipment in its mode of being and reveals entities in its present hand mode of being and reveals ourselves to us as certain kinds of beings. So it's a mode of intelligibility that we've got. It's a mode in which everything in the world is intelligible to us, whereas for animals it's not. And Heidegger does have some things to say about animals, and in particular about the distinction between animals and us. In a lecture course that came in a lecture course that came shortly after Being in Time, called The Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics. And it's not all that satisfying, the story that he tells. But at least in Being in Time, what he would say is animals don't have equipment. Animals certainly don't understand and can't understand entities as present at hand. And to the extent that, and therefore to the extent that their activities got a style, it's not a style that reveals entities as the kinds of entities that they are. That's the short of it. But you want to, yeah.
I just wanted to ask the same question.
Yeah.
I think the question was not about whether Heidegger is an instance of the father, whether Praxis is a good one after all.
Yes.
Because if it's born in 2 months old, I guess there's no Dasein either.
That's right.
How should this help us anyway? Because in
Good.
2 months of age, most people might think that we cannot see the difference between human being and an animal yet anyways. So
Good.
how can this example be illuminated?
Good. And that's exactly the right question, and the answer is it's not. So I mentioned at the start that there's a problem with this example. And what you're pressing me on is to say what the problem is. And the problem is this. In Being in Time, Heidegger doesn't think that the understanding of being is something that's relative to cultures. And so, how could a story that tells us about different cultural styles be a story that tells us anything about being? It's not. What's that? It's not. But what it does do is it highlights. So in order to fix it up, so that it's in line with Being in Time, what you'd have to say is that these different cultural styles are different ways of revealing some fundamental truth. What fundamental truth? Well, that there's equipment that's got the ready-to-hand mode of being. That Dasein is a being, even from very on, that can take a stand on its being without that being an intellectual kind of activity. And that there are ways in which entities can be intelligible to Dasein in the present hand mode of being. Now those will be different in different cultures. Different cultures will have different styles of revealing, say, equipment and so on. So the equipment will, in the terminology that we'll introduce in a couple chapters, will be involved in different referential totalities. But that won't show any fundamental difference between the kind of being that entities that Daseins in Japanese culture and Daseins in American culture are. They're not. They're the same ultimately for the Heidegger of Being in Time. They reveal these 3 kinds of modes of being. So that helps. Yeah. Yeah.
Just curious, does Heidegger suggest that human body is ready to handle design?
Heidegger has maddeningly little to say about the human body. He says very little about 2 issues that you might have thought would be really important if you're going to talk about us, the kind of being that we are. Namely, the fact that we've got bodies, and the fact that we're engaged in perceptual acts sometimes, that we see things, hear things, smell things, and so on. So Heidegger says very little about that. There's one passage in Being and Time where he says something like, in the body lies a whole problematic of its own that I won't have time to go into in this text. Something like that. And he never goes into it, really. The person you want to read, if you're interested in that, is Merleau-Ponty, who does take it up. Yeah, Jackson.
It seems that here Heidegger needs to be prescriptive and intuitive about what counts as Dasein and what doesn't. It seems to me that if you're kind of saying that, those gorillas that use those little tools and sheets that to scoop up ants and things like that, that doesn't count as tools. But when we use tools, that's a fundamentally different way. It seems like he's making these categories, and something that really seems like a continuum. So,
yeah.
Well, I guess it's not really a question, but it's more of a statement. How does it happen? What would you say about that?
Good. So here's the structure of the book. I wasn't going to go into it because it's a little bit complicated, but I'll say a word or two. The structure of the book is this. We're going to see in a moment that Heidegger thinks not only that Dasein is the being whose being is an issue for it, but that makes Dasein somehow special among all the entities. And special with respect to the question of being. So he's going to say, we'll see in just a moment, that if you're going to ask about the nature of being, then you've got to ask about, although being isn't itself an entity, you've got to ask by inquiring about the being of some entity. You've got to pick one. Which one should you pick? Well, let's try Dasein. That's sort of the structure of the opening. And we'll see that there's at least lip service paid to the idea that this might turn out to have been a bad idea. Right? It might turn out that, lo and behold, that was the wrong entity to be looking at. And in fact, later Heidegger will think that is the wrong entity to be looking at, because individual Dasein turns out not to be the key to the thing. You might have thought it was in the history of the philosophical tradition of the West. Heidegger, in Being and Time, thinks it is, but in later Heidegger, starting in about 1933 or so, but going on for the rest of his life, he's going to end up saying, no, Dasein isn't the right thing to look at. You need to look at whole cultures, or you need to look at historical epics, or you need to look at various other things. So now, the structure of the thing is supposed to be that we've got to pick some entity, we might as well pick this one, but it might turn out that was a really bad idea. Heidegger's got a name for this methodology, and I'll just mention it because it's fascinating and it's important. His name is, he calls it formal indication. So he says, formale Ansicht. So he says, I'm going to formally indicate an entity. And I'm going to, in indicating that entity, I'm going to suppose some things are true about it. Like that it's the being that takes a stand on its own being. It's the being whose being is an issue for itself. Or that it's the being for whom its essence is its existence, and so on. These are the ways that I can get a grip on this entity, but it may turn out that those ways of characterizing the entity were really fundamentally wrong. They were basically wrong. It's that entity that I'm asking about still, but those ways of characterizing it got it completely wrong, and I might have to overturn those descriptive characterizations. So you said, isn't he being sort of prescriptive at the start? And he is sort of being prescriptive, but he's got this methodology, and I'll show you when it comes up, where his name for it, where he gives the name to it. He's got this methodology that says, look, this is the way we can get onto the thing. We've got to recognize that we may have to take back these descriptions, but let's work with them for as long as we can and see what happens. I mention it here because, this is Heidegger writing in 1927, and this methodology bears a striking resemblance to, does it sound like anything you're familiar with if you've read sort of contemporary analytic philosophy of mind or language or philosophical logic? Maybe I didn't give a good description of it. Does it sound? It should sound. How many of you are familiar with Saul Kripke? So it should. Okay, a little bit. It's the same, I think, as Kripke's notion of rigid designation. in Kripke, Kripke's interested in using this notion in a particular domain, the domain of scientific inquiry and naming. But Kripke says the very same thing. He says you can rigidly designate an entity, like water, by means of a set of descriptive characteristics. It's colorless, odorless, tasteless, potable liquid, for instance. But when you do your inquiry, you might find that all those ways of characterizing the entity are things that you have to take back. Still, it'll be that entity that you were talking about once you realize that what's really essential about it is that it's H2O, say. So the notion of the methodological notion of formal indication bears the striking resemblance to Kripke's notion of rigid designation. But what's important about it is that it allows him to make these sort of prescriptive characterizations at the start to see how far you get if you make those kinds of assumptions. And then if you have to take them back, so be it. He's, in this project, not going to think that you have to take them back, but he gives up the project because ultimately he realizes that if you start there, you can't get as far as you want to. Okay, so the idea that we take a stand on the kind of being that we are is supposed to characterize us from the ground up, from before we can even remember being us. We're supposed already to have been taking a stand on the kind of being that we are. Let me give you a second kind of example because it might help to fill it out a little bit. Here's another way in which you can convince yourself of the truth of Heidegger's claim that we're the kind of being that's already taking a stand on the kind of being that we are, and not by virtue of having any thoughts about the kind of being that we are or any theoretical characterization of the kind of being that we are. Take the example of gender. So there are, of course, certain facts that are taken, at any rate, to distinguish male from female. Maybe they're genetic facts. Already, this introduces a set of difficult questions. What are those facts? Aren't we taking a stand on the kind of being that we are already by preferring some range of facts to another range of facts, and so on? But you might have thought that it's just a scientific question: what's male and what's female? So, by the way, I never saw the end of it, but there was a this came up recently in the track and field championships. And there was a woman who I forget what did she win? What's that? Yeah, was that her name? Yeah, and she won a certain event, and then there was this question after the fact whether she counted as female, and there was some strange discourse around it, and there were a number of people saying, look, this is a stipulative question in part. It's not really good. People think it's a scientific question, but really you've got to stipulate a whole bunch of stuff in order. It's not simply a question of looking at the genetic structure of somebody to determine whether they're male or female. Okay, so already that's a difficult issue, but that's not the issue that we're interested in. Because even if you allow that there are, say, scientific facts that distinguish male from female, that's what Heidegger will call factuality. Those are the scientific facts. But what he's really interested in is what he calls facticity. That's not stuff that you study in a laboratory. That's the way that you have of taking a stand on the kind of being that you are in all of your activity, whether you know it or not. And so the question that Heidegger's interested in isn't the factual question, insofar as we can determine its answer, of the distinction between male and female. It's the factical question of the distinction between masculinity and femininity. And the distinction between masculinity and femininity is supposed to be a distinction that we're all already taking a stand on in everything that we do. In the way that we sit in lecture, in the way that we ask questions, in the way that we interact with our friends, in our writing style, in the way you drink a beer at a party. Everything that you do is supposed, on this Heideggerian account, to be a way of taking a stand on that aspect of your being, whether you're thinking about it or not thinking about it. In fact, precisely when you're not thinking about it, that's when you're doing it in the most basic way. And to say that this is a factical issue is to say that there's never any complete story that you could give about what it is to be masculine or what it is to be feminine, because you're always already taking a stand on that, and it's always changing, and it's always up for grabs, and you can never get outside of it. You can get outside parts of it, you can ask questions about it, but even the questions that you're asking are already questions that you're asking in such a way that it'll count as taking a stand on the kind of being that you are. So let me just point you to a passage where Heidegger's saying something like this. Being masculine or being feminine isn't a matter of having certain present at hand properties. It's a matter of acting in certain ways, constantly, always, throughout the course of your existence, and in doing so, taking a stand on your masculinity or your femininity. Maybe even the stand of rejecting it. That's already a stand that you could be taking. So it's not a property, but a way of acting. If you turn to page 174 in the English, and that's 135 in the German, the first full paragraph in both the English and the German, he says, this characteristic of Dasein's being, this that it is. Dasein is a German word that literally, if you take it apart, it just means being there. That's the kind of being that we are. We're the being that's already there. Where? Well, in whatever situation you find yourself. We're the being that's already there, taking a stand on the kind of being that we are. So this characteristic of Dasein's being, this that it is, that it's already there, is veiled in its whence and whither, yet disclosed in itself all the more unveiledly. Never mind what that means. I will say something about that, but not at this moment. We call it the thrownness of this entity into its there. We're already thrown into an interpretation of the kind of being that we are. We're already thrown into a situation in which a certain meaningful understanding of what's going on is given to us. And let's see, indeed, it is thrown in such a way as being in the world that it is the there. That's to say it's Dasein. The expression thrownness is meant to suggest the facticity of its being delivered over. It's given to you, the stand that you're taking, and what the meaning of the situation is. Now, it's this sentence that's going to make the point for me. That it is and has to be, which is disclosed in Dasein's state of mind, is not the same that it is which expresses ontologico-categorially the factuality belonging to presence at hand. Okay, that's a mouthful. But I want to point out some of the words that are at play here. Dasein has a facticity to its being. That's to say, the way in which you're taking a stand on yourself isn't by means of attributing to yourself certain present at hand properties. It's by acting. And that kind of acting doesn't do anything like tell you something about the factuality belonging to presence at hand. So that way in which you're being masculine by standing the way you are, or you're being feminine by talking in the way that you do, that way in which you're taking a stand on your masculinity or femininity in particular, or on the kind of being that you are in general, by acting in the ways that you do, that's nothing like having a certain property that someone could ascribe to you. It's really a process that you engage in by doing stuff. And whenever you do stuff, it already amounts to taking a stand on the kind of being you are. Now that's presumably not something that goes on in animals. I take it that even though male and female genders are things that we can ascribe to dogs. Masculinity and femininity might not be. At least you might think they're not in a particularly sort of socially inscribed and messy way that they are for us. So to say that we're the kind of being that takes a stand on its own being is to say that we're always involved in activity that both takes a stand on who we are for ourselves, presents ourselves to ourselves in a certain way, and presents ourselves to others in a certain way, and that's special about us. Now that special thing is also going to indicate, Heidegger thinks, why we're the kind of being you better look at if you're going to ask about being in general. But I won't be able to talk about that today. Yeah, let's end with a question.
Example of masculinity and femininity. The ability to take a stance regarding that, doesn't that seem to be kind of based on the concept of masculinity and femininity that we can conceive of as an intellectual sort of assumption?
Well, that's a good question. Heidegger thinks it goes the other way. Heidegger thinks we already find ourselves engaged in masculine activity or feminine activity before we've got the terminology to talk about it. And I think that sort of makes sense. I mean, you can imagine cultures that haven't got any terminology for this distinction that nevertheless have very, sort of broad-ranging and systematic differences between the ways the genders act. Maybe. Okay, good. So we have a goal today. And the goal is to leave with an understanding, at least a sort of general first-order understanding of what Heidegger means by being. The book is Being in Time. We've seen already that there's some connection between being and intelligibility, or being and the understanding of being. And so we've seen in some way so far that in Heidegger's approach to the question of the meaning of being, he's going to start off by looking at Dasein. But today we're going to go through that aspect of it, the Dasein aspect of it, in a little bit more detail. But the goal for the day is to end up with an understanding, at least a preliminary understanding, of what Heidegger means by being. And so as not to keep you in suspense, I'm going to tell you right now, even though it might not make sense yet, and you might not believe that it's really in the text. So we're hopefully by the end of the lecture you'll have more of that. But here's what Heidegger means by being. Being, we've seen already the passage on the bottom of 25 over to 26. He says, being is that on the basis of which anything is intelligible at all. So we want to know, what is it on the basis of which anything is intelligible at all? And the answer for Heidegger is going to turn out to be that on the basis of which anything is intelligible at all is the background social practices of a culture in which everyone in the culture is brought up, and familiarity with which is what it takes to be a part of the culture. And that familiarity isn't anything like any kind of cognitive understanding of those practices. It's a purely practical kind of know-how for how one goes on in any situation whatsoever. A practical kind of know-how for how to deal with any kind of entity that you're likely to encounter in the culture, or at least with what it is for something to be that kind of entity. So the background social practices of the culture, that's going to be what being is. That's going to be, and familiarity with that is going to be the understanding of being. Now, so I'm going to try to spell that out in more detail as the day goes on. Before I do that, though, I want to mention something that I have gotten a few questions about, and rightly I've gotten questions about them. It's something that I should have mentioned the first day, and there was a time after the fact that I realized was the appropriate time to have mentioned it, and I didn't. That has to do with the political context in which Heidegger's working. You know already that Being in Time was written in 1927, in Germany, of course. And I've mentioned already that there's an important difference, at least some kind of important difference, between the work of early Heidegger, as it's manifest in Being in Time, and the work of the middle period or later period Heidegger, that really, and the turn in his work, that's what he calls it, the turning, happens sometime in the early 30s. 1931, 1932, maybe 1933. And I mentioned the year 1933 on Tuesday in some other context. I can't remember what it was. 1933, obviously, in Germany was an important year for other reasons also. It was the year that Hitler came to power and became dictator of Germany. And there's an important fact that's probably worth knowing about Heidegger, which is that he had a kind of political involvement with the Nazi Party. His political involvement was academic. That's to say, he was the rector of the University of Freiburg. That's where he'd been teaching. But the rectorship, which is like the head of the university, the rectorship was a political appointment at the time. He was appointed in April of 1933, shortly after Hitler became dictator. And so he held this political appointment. Shortly after he was appointed, he became a member of the Nazi Party. And he didn't really, in any very convincing or strong way, ever renounce his membership in the party, although he did discuss it in some detail in various ways. His rectorship was, by all accounts, a kind of disaster. And he stepped down after 10 or 12 months. And this is an important thing to know about the guy. You probably want to ask yourself questions like, are there any interesting relationships between the philosophical positions that he held and the political positions that he held? I think that's an important question. I think it's a question that anyone who ends up deciding that they want to take Heidegger's philosophical work seriously needs to grapple with. It's a question for the purposes of this course that I'd like to leave to the side, however. And the reason I'd like to leave it to the side is that I don't think you can ask that question about the relationship between the philosophical work and the political work in any very clear way until you have a better understanding of what the philosophical work is. And so that's what I'm hoping we'll focus on here. But as I said, a number of people have asked the question about the political context in which Heidegger works. And it's important to have it out on the table. You should know about it, and you should at least keep in your mind the idea that that's something that you should grapple with personally. And I've had to grapple with personally at a certain point once you decide whether the philosophical work is worth thinking about. Okay, so I wanted to be able to say that. There are things, there are lots of details. I won't go into very many of them. I'll just say this. After Heidegger stepped down from the rectorship in 1933, he was politically inactive, though he never resigned from the Nazi Party. After the war, certain philosophers, Karl Jaspers in particular, denounced Heidegger for his affiliation with the party. And others, Hannah Arendt in particular, came to his defense. It is a complicated issue, but it's an issue that you probably want to have on the table and think about. Okay. But since it's not the theme for the class, I want to try to return to this close reading of Being in Time that we're going for. And the way to start today, which is devoted to the question, what is being in Being in Time, is to start by asking the question, why should Dasein be the clue to any inquiry into being? Heidegger says that Dasein should be the clue to any inquiry into being. It should be the entity that we look at first when we're trying to understand what being is. And he says in the parts that you read, in section 4 especially, that Dasein has what he calls ontico-ontological priority as an entity. So, I've put up some of this terminology. Ontic means, that refers to specific entities. So, to say that Dasein has ontic priority is to say that it has priority in virtue of the entity that it is. If you're going to think about what being is, you got to think about it by looking at some being or another to begin with, And the particular being you want to look at is Dasein. But it also has ontological priority. And the reason, and what ontological means, is that refers to the way of being of entities. So to say that Dasein has ontological priority is to say that its way of being somehow involves being itself. And we saw what that meant last time when I said that Dasein's way of being involves the fact that it's the entity that takes a stand on its own being. So Heidegger thinks that Dasein's got ontological priority in the inquiry into being. Because there's something special about this entity. There's something special about Dasein that makes it different from hammers, and makes it different from trees, and makes it different from scientific entities. Hammers and trees and genetic codes, none of those things are the kinds of entities that involve being in their way of being. Dasein, however, according to Heidegger, is the kind of entity that it is in virtue of the fact that it takes a stand on its own being. And so if you want to think about being, maybe that means that Dasein is the right way right place to start. And we saw last time that what it is for Dasein to take a stand on its own being involves its being able to encounter other entities in their modes of being, and also its being able to encounter itself in its mode of being. So that means Dasein is the kind of being that can hammer with hammers. And when you're hammering with a hammer, you're encountering a hammer in its ready-to-hand mode of being. And we've got a clue about what that is, though we're going to see in more detail next week. And when it can also encounter entities in their present-hand mode of being. It can look at the hammer and see what independent, self-sufficient properties might be attributed to the hammer. See those present-at-hand properties. And it can also encounter itself. In fact, it's always encountering itself in virtue of the fact that it's the kind of being that's always taking a stand on the kind of being that it is. So Dasein's special in this ontological sense precisely because Dasein has an understanding of all the ways of being that there are, according to Heidegger. And insofar as ontology is the study of the ways of being, and insofar as there's a connection between being and intelligibility, it looks like Dasein ought to be the place to start if you want to think about being. Now Heidegger recognizes that this isn't a done deal. I mean, he's perfectly willing to admit that maybe he's got this thing wrong. Maybe, if you want to think about being, you should start with some other kind of entity. Or maybe you shouldn't start with an entity at all. That's what he comes to believe in the later work. You should think about the practices, but you shouldn't think about the entity engaged in the practices. But he says on page 28 that he's not going to insist that he's really demonstrated that this is the right place to start. And I take it that this is consistent with his sort of interpretive approach to us, to the kind of being that we are. Because what he's going to say is that if you're going to try to understand being, then you need to jump into the story somewhere. And this is the place he's going to try to jump in, but it might turn out to have been wrong. If you look on 28, the last few lines of section 2, so in the German this is on page 8, right before section 3. He says, "But have we not thus demonstrated that a certain kind of entity has a priority with regard to its being, namely Dasein? And have we not thus presented that entity which shall serve as the primary example to be interrogated in the question of being?" We're going to first look at Dasein if we're going to try to figure out what being is. So far our discussion hasn't demonstrated Dasein's priority, nor has it shown decisively whether Dasein may possibly or even necessarily serve as the primary entity to be interrogated. So I haven't given you a proof that this is the right way to start. In fact, he'll later say you can't give a proof of that kind of thing. But indeed, something like a priority of Dasein has announced itself. I've given you some reasons to think this might be a natural place to start. Let's go ahead and try the analysis this way, and see what happens. Okay, so that's where we are. We've heard already that Dasein's way of being is existence. I'll just show you, I've showed you some passages. I'll show you some places where he says this explicitly. On page 32, for example, in the English, page 12 in the German, at the bottom of 32, the paragraph begins, that kind of being towards which Dasein can comport itself in one way or another, and always does comport itself somehow, we call existence. And existence, the term existential, you sort of have to pronounce it funny in order to distinguish it from this other term. The term existential, as we find it in the phrase, an existential analytic of Dasein, that's an analysis of Dasein that's devoted to figuring out what the general structure of Dasein's stand-taking way of being is. And that's what we're going to be involved in the first half of Division 1 at least. Okay? We're going to be giving an analysis of all the basic structures that are involved in being the kind of being that we are. And they're not going to be structures, as we've seen already, they're not going to be structures that highlight our capacity to think about stuff or to represent stuff cognitively or mentally. They're going to be structures that highlight our capacity to be familiar with basic kinds of social practices in the culture. We want to know what that familiarity consists in. We want to know what understanding Dasein's got of itself when it's got that kind of familiarity, and so on. That's the question for the existential analytic of Dasein. That's the project he announces at the beginning of Division 1, the theme of the analytic of Dasein, section 9. Okay. So Dasein's way of being is existence. Just so I can do this terminology along the way. Sometimes Heidegger will talk about an existential feature of Dasein. That's not the general structure of the stand-taking way of being that we've got. It's some particular fact about a particular Dasein's stand on itself. So you might say something like, in a particular case, it's an existential feature of this Dasein that he's got, and we'll see that this is one of the structures that Dasein can. He's got a for the sake of which he's got a kind of identity, an understanding of himself as, say, a teacher. That could be an existential fact about me. The existential structure that goes along with that is that anyone whose Dasein has got some kind of for the sake of which, some kind of stand or identity in terms of which they understand themselves. Mine is, say, being a teacher or being a father, but the fact that I've got one is one of the general structures of what it is to be me. And then there's going to be a question, of course, what is it to have an identity like this? Is it just to write on my CV that I'm a teacher? Or is it to describe myself at dinner parties that way and to introduce myself? Hi, I'm a teacher. Is that it? Right? But no, it's got to be other stuff. It's got to be the kinds of social practices that I'm automatically familiar with in virtue of my upbringing and my experience and the kind of background understanding that I've got of the role that I play in the culture that allows me to see certain possibilities as possibilities and closes off other possibilities automatically. And all that's got to happen without its ever being explicit. That's what we'll see. So Dasein's way of being is existence. He says that on 32, and he says it again on 67 in a place that I think I've read already. Yes, 67 and 42 in the German, number 1. So this the second paragraph of section 9. The essence of this entity of Dasein lies in its to be. Its being what it is, its essentia, must, so far as we can speak of it at all, be conceived in terms of its being, which is existentia. So the being of Dasein is the way of being of Dasein is existence. The term existential appears on 33. I'm not sure that's the first time it appears, but I think it's. In footnote 2. Okay, good. Yes, exactly, right. That's where they're telling you how they've translated it. So at the top of 33, that's page 12 in the German, the paragraph begins, Dasein always understands itself in terms of its existence. That's to say, in terms of a possibility of itself. And Dasein's got various possibilities. We'll explore what those existential possibilities look like. But only the particular Dasein decides its existence, whether it does so by taking hold or by neglecting. The question of existence never gets straightened out except through existing itself. The understanding of oneself which leads along this way we call existentiel. So that's a particular Dasein's stand that it's taken on itself as the kind of being that it is. Okay. So we've got some of this terminology out of the way. And we've seen that that one of the reasons that being Dasein, that Dasein is the particular entity that we ought to look at, Heidegger thinks, is that when you look at one of the characteristics of Dasein is that it's got an understanding of the other ways of being that there are also. And he says this on 26 in the English, and that's 7 in the German. The paragraph begins, if the question about being is to be explicitly formulated and carried through in such a manner as to be complete, if we're going to do a good job of this, in other words, then any treatment of it in line with the elucidations we've given requires us to explain how being is to be looked at, how its meaning is to be understood and conceptually grasped. It requires us to prepare the way for choosing the right entity for our example. That's what we need to do. And to work out the genuine way of access to it. And so, what's that entity going to be? Well, he tells us, looking at something, understanding and conceiving it, choosing access to it, all these ways of behaving are constitutive for our inquiry, and therefore are modes of being for those particular entities which we, the inquirers, are ourselves. Those are things that we do. We look at entities, we stare at them and find their present-at-hand properties. We comport with entities or understand them, and we might get their ready-at-hand way of being, their ready-at-hand aspects, and so on. All those are modes of being for those particular entities which we are ourselves. Thus, to work out the question of being adequately, we must make an entity, the inquirer, namely, Dasein, transparent in his own being. Okay? So that's to say, all these other modes of being are modes of being that we've got an understanding of. So if we want to understand what they are, we better think about the kind of understanding that we've got of them. Now, you might think, this came up in office hours yesterday, you might think this makes Heidegger a kind of idealist. You might think it sort of leads in the direction of the idea that entities just are whatever we make them out to be. Maybe even a Barkelian kind of idealist, the kind of idealist who says entities just are collections of ideas about entities. Of course, there won't be collections of ideas in Heidegger. There'll be something like collections of ways of dealing with the entities or something like that. But you might think that leads in the direction of a kind of idealism. And that's a question we want to keep in mind. I think it doesn't, although this is an interpretive question. I'll just point you to one passage that I think indicates that Heidegger thinks he's not a kind of idealist. So, although the modes of being and being itself depends on us, Heidegger doesn't seem to think that substances themselves or entities themselves depend on us. If you turn to page 228, now I'm jumping way ahead just for a moment. 228 in the English, which is 183 in the German. In the paragraph that begins, entities are. It's very difficult even to state the position, the anti-idealist position, once you've tied up the notion of being with the notion of intelligibility. Because you want to say somehow that entities, exist, except that's got a special meaning in Heidegger. So you can't really say entities exist Existence in Heidegger isn't like existence in quine, right? It's not anything like that. It's a particular mode of being that Dasein's got. So you need some more neutral term. Well, entities are, you might want to say, except that are is a form of the verb to be, and you've already defined being in terms of intelligibility. So it's very difficult to resist the kind of idealism that one might naturally think one's led to once you've tied being to intelligibility. But Heidegger's, I think, struggling to do that anyhow here on 228, 183 in the German. Entities are, he says, and he italicizes are. It's a form of the verb to be. He knows he can't quite use it legitimately. Entities are, quite independently of the experience by which they're disclosed, the acquaintance in which they're discovered, and the grasping in which their nature is ascertained. But being is only in the understanding of those entities to whose being something like an understanding of being belongs. So it looks like, at any rate, and we'll deal with this more later as the time comes, it looks like Heidegger's trying to run a fine line. He's trying to say, look, it's true that being is tied up with intelligibility. What it is for anything to be is for it to be intelligible to us in some way or another. And yet that doesn't mean that if we weren't around, there wouldn't have been any trees. He seems to want to be saying entities are quite independent of us, but their mode of being depends on us. Yeah, Anton.
I'm curious actually, for Heidegger, what's at stake in discussing whether or not he's an idealist? And or perhaps pushing the question further, does he even care really? Or is he just kind of knows that he has to respond to the given tradition he's working in?
Well, I think he cares. I mean, here's what's at stake. What's at stake is the picture of the kind of being that we are and the picture of the world that we live in. I mean, if Heidegger ends up being an idealist, then something like the picture that you find in the movie The Matrix will really make sense, right? The idea that we could all be radically mistaken from the ground up about the way everything is and what it is. That kind of skeptical problem is opened up if you end up with a kind of idealist position. Some version of a skeptical problem is opened up if you end up with an idealist position. And Heidegger's trying to resist the idea. Well, I think what Heidegger thinks, but we'll see more of this later. I think what Heidegger thinks is that you're led to that kind of skeptical inquiry only if you've got the wrong kind of metaphysics. And once you've got the right kind of metaphysics, you'll see that problems like that sort of dissolve. They don't look as compelling as they used to. And that if that's true, it's very hard to make it clear and true. But if it were true, presumably it would be a great benefit of the system. We'd get to be something more than mere fictions. We'd get to be real entities. Yeah. Yeah.
I know that you've gone over this already, but I'm sort of confused with Heidegger's use of entities.
Okay.
He says that Dasein is an entity.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's because Dasein, being is like the sum total of, I don't know. Let's see. So, Dasein, I guess I'm confused what Dasein is. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be sorry. You shouldn't be sorry. I mean, Dasein is us. That's the first thing to say. The use of the term entity is potentially an interesting one. I mean, Heidegger needs some neutral term, at least relatively neutral term, to indicate what there is. And the neutral term that he chooses is entity. So tables and chairs are entities, we're entities, hammers are entities, trees are entities, and so on. Entities are just what there is. Now, what's special about him is that he thinks that different kinds of entities have different ways of being. And our way of being is special with respect to the question of being, and it's also different from the ways of being of these other entities. So entity is supposed to be a neutral term. You can use it just to pick out anything. And then you can ask the question of that thing, what's its way of being? But it's an entity. There's another term that you might want to use. There are a variety of other terms you might want to use. You might want to use the term substance. That's a term that gets used in this context. But that's got particular metaphysical sort of baggage that we discussed on the very first day. So he doesn't think it would be right to call everything that is a substance. You might want to call everything that is a thing, but that's also got a kind of metaphysical baggage. In the Cartesian tradition, there are two kinds of things, the res extensa and the res cogitans. Res is just thing. So that's got a kind of metaphysical baggage. You might want to call everything that there is an object, except objects make sense only in the context of the subjects that encounter them. At least that's the traditional context in which you find the two terms. And that's got metaphysical baggage. He doesn't think we're subjects. That would be the kind of entity that can have a particular kind of cognitive relation to itself in the Cartesian. So all these other terms seem to be taken. He still needs to be able to talk not only about the ways of being, but the things that have ways of being. And so the term that he lights on is entity. It's supposed to be as neutral as possible. I don't know if that helps. Does that help a little bit? Okay. Okay. So being depends on us, but entities don't. That's the position he's going to be aiming for, and we'll get more to that issue as we approach sections 43 and 44. But for the moment, I want to highlight the fact that the project that he's engaged in isn't just the project of ontology. It's the project of what he calls fundamental ontology. And he gives it this name on page 33. Or at least I say it's on page 33. Yeah, it is. The bottom of 33 in the English over to 34. Page 13 in the German. The basic idea here is that there might be lots of studies that are devoted to the ways of being of particular kinds of entities. You might be interested in, the general question, what it is to be a number, or the general question, what it is to be an animal, or the general question, what is it to be an artwork. These are what you might call, and what Husserl, Heidegger's teacher, does call regional ontologies. But what Heidegger thinks is, unless you've got the most fundamental story about what it is to be anything at all, you're going to go off in the wrong direction when you study any of these regional domains. And that's what's happening in section 10 when he says, in some way or another, phenomenology, which is the study of being on his view, the particular way in which he wants to go about studying being. Phenomenology is more fundamental than anthropology or ethnology or any of the other, certainly than biology, he says, any of these other things, because they're working with a background presupposition about what it is for anything to be anything at all. And in the scientific tradition, he thinks they've got that background presupposition wrong. So until you do the phenomenological inquiry, until you do fundamental ontology, you're not going to know how you're supposed to be going forward in any of these other regional domains. That's what he's saying at the bottom of 33 and over to 34, middle of page 13 in the German. Sorry? So he says, so whenever an ontology takes for its theme entities whose character of being is other than that of Dasein, numbers, artworks, animals, and so on, it has its own foundation and motivation in Dasein's own ontical structure, for the reason we've just seen, or at least gestured in the direction of, namely there's this connection between being and the understanding of being, and so you've got to look at Dasein first, in which a pre-ontological understanding of being is comprised as a definite characteristic. In Dasein, in other words, a pre-ontological understanding of being, I'll say something about that in just a second, is the most basic characteristic of Dasein. Turning over the page, in the English anyhow, therefore, he says, fundamental ontology, from which alone all other ontologies can take their rise, must be sought in the existential analytic of Dasein. until you've got this most basic story right about what it is for anything to be anything at all and the various ways in which things can be the things that they are, until you've got that most basic story right, none of the other scientific inquiries are going to be on the right metaphysical footing. And what's going to happen, he thinks, is that they'll develop research programs that are based on bad understandings of the kinds of entities that they're studying. Maybe the most famous example of that is the research program of artificial intelligence. Does anyone in here in computer science? No, I was in computer science for a long time. I was very interested in artificial intelligence. I thought, wow, this is great. We're intelligent beings. I'm going to study, how you make those things, and I'm going to learn something deep and important about the kind of thing that we are. And I did a lot of really boring programming, really boring, decoding code. It's really awful. And I felt somehow that I wasn't learning anything about the kind of being that I was by decoding Lisp code. It just really wasn't what I was up to. But I didn't understand why. And I think Heidegger's got a story about why. The artificial intelligence research program, at least as it was formulated in the 50s and pursued in the 60s and 70s and 80s, even into the 90s, what John Hoagland, a philosopher now at the University of Chicago, has called GoFi, good old-fashioned artificial intelligence. GoFi, the basic background assumption of GoFi was that we're intelligent creatures, and intelligence is a matter of knowing a whole bunch of stuff, knowing a lot of propositions. And if you can just organize all those propositions in the right way, then you'd be able to make intelligent machines. Machines that can do the kinds of things that we do. And artificial intelligence was sort of misled in its early pursuits because it had a lot of success early on at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh. They wrote something they called a program they called the General Problem Solver. And it did great stuff. It solved freshman calculus problems pretty well, in fact. And later on, they made programs that could do sophisticated things, could play checkers, now can play chess, and so on and so forth. And so they thought, we're on the way. We've got intelligent machines. But it turns out they'd sort of gotten the project backwards because there were a lot of things that we do that we think of as totally trivial. I mean, absolutely simple. Knowing when you go into McDonald's that you're supposed to order at the counter instead of sitting down first. Or knowing when you go to a birthday party that it's not appropriate to sing happy birthday the moment you walk in. You've got to wait until the cake comes, and so on. I mean, there's just... And the amount of stuff, if you tried to make it into a huge database of propositional knowledge, just turned out to be overwhelming. Really overwhelming. And it turned out to be very, very difficult to get computers, artificially intelligent computers, using the traditional methods of artificial intelligence, to do the simplest things, to understand stories that my 5-year-old can understand when they're read to them. You input the story to this story reading program, and then you ask it some questions, and it gets the most basic things wrong. And the reason, Heidegger would say, that the program was broken is that it had a bad starting point. It had a bad ontological starting point. Its starting point was the idea that intelligence, the thing that characterizes us, that makes us special, is a matter of having a bunch of propositional knowledge of the sort that you could put in a database and organize somewhere. And it's just a matter of accessing that knowledge in the right way at the right time. But it turns out figuring out what the right way at the right time is very, very difficult. And knowing when it's appropriate to do what, turns out, for the most part, not to be a matter of more rules, or more knowledge, or more propositions. It's a matter of knowing how to go on in the situation. And that's what even our youngest kids get from a very early age. They get a kind of familiarity with, an understanding for, a know-how for, how it's appropriate to go on in various situations that doesn't amount to a kind of cognitive understanding of that of that stuff. It seems to be something very different, and that different thing is what Heidegger wants to try to understand. That's what fundamental ontology does. Yeah.
Is that what you meant at the beginning of the lecture when you talked about intelligibility of our being related to our cultural practices?
Yes, absolutely, and I'm going to try to say more about that in just a moment. What we've got, Heidegger thinks, is he calls it a pre-ontological understanding. I think, did I read someplace where he says that already? He says it every once in a while, and I can't remember if I read the place. Pre-ontological. Was it on? Did I just read it? I see. I'm getting up to it here. I'll get up to it. He calls it a pre-ontological understanding, and I'll read the passage in a moment. But the pre-ontological understanding is something like an understanding of or familiarity with entities and their ways of being that's acted out but not articulated or thematized. It's a kind of understanding that you might call know-how. It's a practical understanding, not a cognitive understanding. And he thinks that Dasein, insofar as it's brought up in a culture, has got this kind of pre-ontological, practical understanding. And it's on the basis of that it can do all of the interesting things that it does. So that, although the good old-fashioned AI folks did manage to do some of the very high-level stuff, like chess playing, say, even when they're doing that, they're doing it in a way that's radically different from the way human chess masters do it. And there's some empirical evidence for that now. Okay, so fundamental ontology is the most basic kind of study of the ways of being. It's the one Heidegger's engaged in. It's the one that he thinks is such that, unless you've got that right, all the other particular kinds of research programs devoted to studying intelligence or animals or tables or whatever are going to go off on the wrong track. And so it's an interesting goal in an area that you might call applied Heidegger. It's a sort of interesting goal of a bunch of people to try to figure out how experts in particular domains have gone wrong as a result of the fact that they've got a bad ontological understanding of the kind of being that we are. And you find, it's strange as it is, you find this there are business consulting companies that are devoted to trying to characterize a bad ontological understanding that particular companies have that lead them to do the wrong kinds of things. There's a big movement in academic nursing that's devoted to understanding the ways that nurses interact with patients and how the understanding of the patient is based on a bad kind of ontology, and so on and so forth. You can imagine any domain that in any way is devoted to dealing with human beings might be operating on the basis of a bad understanding of what it is to be our kind of being. And if they were, that might lead them to be less successful than they might have been in pursuing that work in that domain. Okay. Yeah, Wendy.
I just wanted to ask, so when he says on 76 that so the science neither can nor should stop and wait for ontological progress. So what does he? I didn't really understand how he reconciled the two things. One, like the research programs are going to be somewhat bereft without this ontological understanding. On the other hand, they shouldn't stop. So I didn't know what you meant by recapitulating in that sense.
Can you point to the passage itself?
At the bottom of 76. So it's at the end of the.
I see, recapitulating, yeah. Let me see. So ethnology itself, so we're on page 51 in the German. Ethnology itself already presupposes as its clue an inadequate analytic of Dasein. That's what I've been talking about, but in the case of artificial intelligence. But since the positive sciences neither can nor should wait for the ontological labors of philosophy to be done, the further course of research will not take the form of an advance, but will be accomplished by recapitulating what's already been ontically discovered and by purifying it in a way which is ontologically more transparent. Well, I think what that means is that these disciplines, ethnology or or computer science, artificial intelligence, or nursing, or whatever, are going to keep going ahead on the basis of their bad ontological presuppositions, and that's never going to tell them anything about the kind of being that Dasein is. They're only going to recapitulate the same kinds of problems over and over again. I think that's more a prediction than anything else, unless you get your good Heideggerian business consultants or something. Yeah.
I mean, is he really saying that they're just totally wasting their time? Because he says they'll come to by this recapitulation, so he seems to accept that they're at least learning something. They'll have to redo it, but it's not like right. I mean, he seems to acknowledge that some kind of useful knowledge is produced, even almost in a kind of Hegelian way. Like even if we're wrong, we'll do something to that wrong knowledge and still get somewhere.
I think. Well, I don't know. I haven't thought a lot about this sentence, but I'd have read it the other way. Well, I think recapitulate means you're destined to rediscover the same problems over and over again. Recapitulating what's already been ontically discovered. So in your scientific inquiry into the domain of business practices or into the domain of intelligence or whatever, if you've got this bad ontological baggage, this bad ontological set of presuppositions, then you're just going to end up making the same mistakes over and over again. Is it not possible to read it that way? And you're going to make them in a more and more pure way. You can see this is a kind of a foreshadowing of someone like Kuhn. How many people read Thomas Kuhn? Yeah, so good. People still read Kuhn. So in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Kuhn says something sort of like this 40 years later or so. And it's not quite in this sentence, but I think that Heidegger believes it. What Kuhn thinks is that you make the same mistakes over and over and over again, but at a certain point, they go from looking like anomalies to looking like things that are really a clue to how you ought to change what you're up to. And if you can Kuhn says, if you can hold on to those anomalies, then you might end up, instigating a kind of revolution in the scientific practice, where you don't just go on with the same background set of presuppositions. The very presuppositions that are enabling the program to go are what get changed. Heidegger, I think, is sort of pushing in the direction of this without quite getting there. But Rosa and then Anna, yeah.
So it's sort of related, but it seems like when he talks about discovering or knowing something ontically, sort of through life, through living it, through your specific experience, and when he's talking about ontologically, it's more sort of a conceptual derivative understanding, like a more theoretical understanding of the phenomenon in general. So in this case, it looks like he's saying that, we already sort of know everything that science is trying to discover because we live it and we use it by just living our lives all the time, but science can make it ontologically more transparent.
I don't know. I think he says research will not take the form of an advance. I think he says science isn't going to advance. It's going to recapitulate what's the same kinds of mistakes.
Or re-express the things that we know one way in a scientific way. So it's not going to advance just forward, it's going to reinterpret things that we know one way.
See, I mean, we should talk about this later. What I think is that it's not that Heidegger is against science. I think Heidegger is very much for science. But I think he's against science starting from a bad set of background presuppositions. And I think what's going on here is that he thinks that if that's all you do in science, you just hold on to the bad set of background presuppositions, then you're just going to, I think anyhow. Elam's disagreeing. Go ahead.
So, I mean, first of all, there's a should there. It would be can, right? Since it cannot wait, therefore this is bound to happen, but, well, what can we do? You have said that, if you were right, but there's a should there. So that's,
Yeah, but there's also scare quotes around the can. I mean, I agree. I don't know what the should is doing. I think the should is doing. Go ahead.
Kuhn, I think the examples of Kuhn is very transparent at the bottom of 29 when he's talking about science itself, because I thought that anomalies arise within the scientific practice itself.
They do.
So it doesn't require a phenomenology for the anomalies come apart. So it takes care of itself. Like if you look at the history of scientific revolutions, without being phenomenology, we come across anomalies and then seem to be, revising it all right? So it doesn't seem to. I mean, Kuhn wouldn't help us here, it seems to me, because it's within the scientific practice altogether.
Well,
although there are, philosophical moments in the change of science, however, it still seems to be doesn't require a phenomenology to do that. It seems to be they are taking care of themselves just right.
Well, I think that there's a way in which that's right. So you're talking about on 29, on 9 in the German. I see it.
It's awesome because 25 years earlier than publishing of the Structure of Scientific Revolution, the same ideas are there. Right?
That's right. So he says the real movement of the sciences takes place when their basic concepts undergo a more or less radical revision which is transparent to itself. That's what I was describing as holding on to the anomalies, where the anomalies no longer look like problems that you can just sweep under the rug. They look like the clue to how you're supposed to reconceptualize what's going on. The level which a science has reached is determined by how far it's capable of a crisis in its basic concepts. That's exactly right. And so I think that he does think that you can. I mean, that's sort of what I was saying. I think he thinks that sciences can reconceptualize their most basic concepts. I think that he thinks that the sense in which fundamental ontology is fundamental, however, is that you're more likely to reconceptualize them in the right direction if you've got that to guide you.
But I don't have the text right now, so I was shuffling for this. But I thought that he's also criticizing Kant for, thinking metaphysics as like laying out the fundamentals for sciences. So he seems to be thinking we're doing something kind of independent and much deeper, and it's
there's
for science itself. So
good.
It seems to be a good point here, right?
I think that's right. I think there is an independence. But the way I read that, these issues will come up again, so we shouldn't go in much detail. But the way I read that is to emphasize the anti-idealism in Being and Time.
Just one more. I thought that it should be, if we were reading it, like the emphasis on the transcendental character of the not anti-idealism. It's for later.
Well, that's right. It's for later. Yeah, good. Okay. All right, good. So the question we've got to now is the question that we're trying to get to for today. The question: so what then? So what is being? And I've sort of foreshadowed it, but now I want to ask it explicitly, and I want to go to some text. So we've seen that you've got to ask about being by asking about the being of Dasein. And that's because of the connection between being and intelligibility. We've seen that being is that on the basis of which entities are already understood. So we want to know, what is it on the basis of which entities are already understood? We've seen in the last few days already that in the tradition, what it was on the basis of which entities are already understood was some other entity. The form of the good in Plato, for instance. It was some other thing that was independent and self-sufficient, independently characterizable. The form of the good in Plato, the Christian God who creates entities in such a way that they're intelligible to us, or in the Kantian version of the story, the transcendental subject actively enforcing the categories on whatever it is that's presented on the phenomena. All these things are entities independently specifiable, self-sufficient entities that are that on the basis of which anything is intelligible as anything at all. Heidegger thinks none of those is right. So what is the ground of all intelligibility for Heidegger? Well, it's not something that's delimitable and determinate. It's not a super being. And because it's not a super being, being really shouldn't be written with a capital B here. In this translation, a little sort of pet peeve, in this translation, being, which is just the German word sein, is always, beings or entities are translated with a lowercase b or a lowercase e, but being is translated with an uppercase b. And that covers over the distinction that Heidegger is trying to make. It's as if to say that being is some entity, it's some special kind of thing, like the supreme being, which really does need a capital S and a capital B. But being, the ground of all intelligibility as Heidegger wants to characterize it, isn't an entity at all, and he's clear about that. So you shouldn't give it a name as if the way it looks like you're giving it a name when you give it a capital B. Okay, so it's not that. Rather, I want to claim, the ground of all intelligibility is our everyday, skillful coping practices. And those practices are always operating in the background. That's to say, we don't have an explicit understanding of them. As we take a stand on our own being by dealing with things in the world. That's what the ground of all intelligibility is. It's our everyday skillful coping practices, which are always operating in the background as we take a stand on our being by dealing with things. And these background skillful coping practices are everywhere. They're practices that characterize the familiarity that you've got with how you go about in your world. Your world now might be, say, the world of the university. You know how to get about. I mean, to a greater and lesser extent. And of course, when you find yourself in a new place, the first-year graduate students here might not quite know how to get right. I mean, maybe you're thinking, God, I don't know. I remember thinking that for about 5 years. And that makes, of course, that makes it clearer what it is that you've got when things are going well. Namely, this kind of background understanding that just automatically sends you on your way. Now, these background practices are unthematized. They're unthought about. And yet they pervade all of our everyday activity. They're not explicit. They're not implicit either. I'll talk about that later, but they're not explicit. And they're holistic and they're holistically interpreted. What it makes sense to do in one situation is determined in part by what it makes sense to do in other situations. It makes sense to write on the chalkboard in this situation because we've got practices for writing, because we've got practices for communicating by way of a writing system, because we've got practices for teaching, because we've got chalk and chalkboards and so on and so forth. All of these practices make sense in terms of one another. And because of that, the background set of social practices can't be anything like an independently specifiable self-sufficient entity. They're holistically characterized, and that's what makes them not an entity. Okay. Yeah, Jackson.
You said this is not an explicit understanding.
Yes.
But can it be brought into a more active understanding?
Yeah, well, so what he's going to say is that you can become explicitly aware of some of the practices, some of the time. We'll see in a moment. When you do become explicitly aware of some of the practices, some of the time, the awareness that you've got of them isn't anything like the familiarity that you had of them before you were aware of them, right? So, I mean, when I'm writing on the board, I'm not busy thinking about what it is to be writing on the board. And if I were, my writing on the board would take on a very different character for me. But you can become explicitly aware of them. When you do, you become aware of them in a different way than you were already familiar with them before. And you can't become aware of all of them at once. So where's Heidegger saying any of this? Now I want to give you some passages. So Heidegger says these background social practices are indeterminate rather than determinate. And they are, here he has a phrase for them, the vague average understanding of being in which we always conduct our activities. It's our pre-ontological understanding of the social practices of our culture. If you turn to page 25, in the English, page 5 over to 6 in the German. The paragraph that, let's see, did I want two? No, I wanted one. The paragraph that begins, inquiry as a kind of seeking must be guided beforehand by what is sought. So the meaning of being, which is what we're trying to figure out, what does it mean for there to be being? What's its meaning? That has to be available to us in some way or another already. And as we've intimated, we always conduct our activities in an understanding of being. So that's the background social practices I want to claim. That's the understanding of being that we've got. Out of this understanding arise both the explicit question of the meaning of being and the tendency that leads us towards its conception. We don't know what being means. We don't have an explicit, thematized, articulated, conceptual characterization of it. But even if we ask what is being, we can ask that question only on the basis of this background set of practices that make the question understandable to us. We don't even know the horizon in terms of which that meaning is to be grasped and fixed, but this vague, average understanding of being is still a fact. And that's what we've got. The vague, average understanding of what anything is, and how to use it, and what its kind of being is that on the basis of which we're able to go on in any situation. And it's not nothing. Well, I'll get to that. He says something similar on 35, page 14 over to 15. He's got a different name for it here. He says, if to interpret the meaning of being becomes our task, Dasein is not only the primary entity to be interrogated, it's also that entity which already comports itself in its being towards what we're asking about, towards being. You're already taking being into account whenever you're acting. But in that case, the question of being is nothing other than the radicalization of an essential tendency of being, which belongs to Dasein itself, the pre-ontological understanding of being. That's our average, everyday understanding of how to go on, our know-how for how to operate in situations. Yeah?
We talked about this last time, and I still don't exactly understand how this makes us different from animals, because it seems like an ant also has a vague understanding of what a breadcrumb is and takes it into its nest.
Yeah. Yeah. So good. I mean, here there's both a lot and not very much at all to say about this issue. In Being and Time, Heidegger doesn't say anything about the issue. And so one way of putting the issue is this. You could say, well, it's just a question. Once we get the characterization of Dasein on the table, then there's a question. Are dogs entities that take a stand on their own being? Or are they not? If they are, then they're Dasein. If they're not, then they're not Dasein. And for all he says in here, it might well be that dogs are taking a stand on their being just the way we are. Now, ultimately, he doesn't think that. But he doesn't think that for reasons that aren't really made explicit here. There are other things that he ends up saying. So I guess that maybe the thing to say about it is, since he's not committed here to saying that we're Dasein and animals aren't, maybe we'll just leave the question to the side. Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, just stretching. I feel the same way. Okay. All right. So, okay. So now these background practices that we're brought up in, that we've got familiarity with and know-how for, are supposed to be so pervasive and so familiar to us that most of the time we don't even notice that we have an understanding of them. Most of the time we're not at all focused on the idea that, in order to write with a piece of chalk, you've got to pick it up first. We just go on and do it. Right? Not at all focused on the idea that in order to go out the door, you've got to turn the doorknob, and if it's one kind of doorknob, you turn it one way. If it's a handle, you turn it another. We almost never think about that. I mean, it's a kind of, I end up thinking about it a lot. Kind of problem. Stops you sometimes, but for the most part, we don't think about those kinds of things. And that's because these background practices and the familiarity that we've got with them are so pervasive and they're so familiar to us that they're like, you might say, they're like water to a fish. Go ahead. Yeah.
I wonder what the meaning is of these everyday skillful practices and the vague average understanding. Does Heidegger think that this is something which is already there a priori, or is it something which develops in the process of social interaction?
The second, although, to be honest, he doesn't say very much about it. He doesn't think that, he thinks that once you're Dasein, then it's there. And he thinks, probably, that there might, or at any rate, maybe, that you can imagine cases of beings that aren't Dasein, where it's just clearly not there. He doesn't have a lot to say about the process of going from not being Dasein to being Dasein. If he were to say anything about it, I think he would say something like what Wittgenstein says about the transition from not having language to having language. Wittgenstein says about that transition, it doesn't happen at any one moment. The best you can say is that light dawns gradually over the whole. That's what Wittgenstein says about the acquisition of language. And I think Heidegger would say something like that about the acquisition of social practices. Mostly what he's interested in is what it's like to be the kind of being that's already got a familiarity with social practices. There can be, there can be degrees of that. Maybe teenagers haven't got it quite as much as the rest of us or something. But they have it and then lose it. I'm not sure. So there might be degrees or differences, but what he's interested really is the case where you've got someone who's fully involved in the set of social practices. Yeah.
I've got a couple of questions. At first, when we're saying that the Dasein is a being who can take a stand on itself, what do we mean by taking a stand on itself?
Well, we're going to have to look at that more later when we get to the analysis of the who of Dasein in chapter 3. But among other things, it means having what Heidegger calls, following Aristotle, I think, for the sake of which is something like an understanding of what your role is or what your identity is. But it involves a lot more too. But that we'll have to save that for later. And of course, whatever that understanding is, it's not a cognitive kind of understanding. It's a know-how for how to go on as the kind of being that you are, as the kind of in the role that you've got in particular situations. Okay, yeah.
My second question. There's somewhere where Heidegger mentions self-interpretation as an act of particular Daseins.
Yes.
And it might just be because I overthink things, so like self-interpretation is second nature to me. But it doesn't feel like something I could even have learned socially, you know? So I was wondering how self-interpretation, whether that would count as one of those, just background social practices or like background practices, even if it's not necessarily social. And I was just wondering how that would fit into the picture.
Well, again, so what counts as self-interpretation isn't going to be clear really until section 3 of Division 1. So probably it's best to wait until then, and then we can ask the question. Now that we know what it is to take a stand on to interpret yourself as a particular kind of being rather than another, is that the kind of thing you have to be socialized into? I think he thinks it is. I think he thinks that non-Daseins don't do it. But yeah, that's it. So what I want to say about this vague average understanding of being is that it's so pervasive and it's so familiar that most of the time it's completely transparent to us. We don't even notice it. And the phrase you'd like to use is, it's like water to the fish. There's this, has anyone read I've become mildly obsessed with David Foster Wallace. Has anyone read the David Foster Wallace commencement speech? So he opens up with this joke. There are these two young fish swimming along, and they happen to meet an older fish while they're swimming, and the older fish says to the younger one, he nods, he says, "Morning, boys, how's the water?" And they sort of swim along for a while, and after a while, one of them turns to the other and says, "Water." Right? And you sort of get the idea that if there's no contrast class, if you've never encountered the absence of it, then it's very hard to get an understanding of its presence. And Heidegger thinks that the background social practices are like that for us. We can't ever get outside of them. And since you can't ever get outside of them, it's very hard to get an understanding of what they are in the first place. And he says that in a couple of places. On page 37, which I think we haven't quite read. Did I ask you to read to 37? I can't remember. Anyhow, page 37 in the English, 16 in the German. The paragraph, at the beginning of the paragraph, Heidegger says, thus, because Dasein is ontico-ontologically prior, its own specific state of being remains concealed from it. The fact that it's the kind of being that takes a stand on its own being by having know-how about how to deal with all the kinds of entities that are relevant to it in its world, that's concealed from it. And then he says, Dasein is ontically closest to itself. That's to say, you've got know-how for all these practices. It's closest to you like water is to the fish. You know how to deal with things just automatically. And for that very reason, it's ontologically farthest. That's to say, to understand what that way of being is, by means of which you're the kind of being that's got this familiarity with a set of social practices, to understand that, the way Heidegger's going to try to help you understand it, that's incredibly difficult. Ontologically, it's the farthest, despite the fact that ontically, it's the closest, just like water to the fish. And then he says, but pre-ontologically, it's surely not a stranger. That means something like, being the kind of being you are, you've got a pre-ontological, a pre-thematized, pre-systematized, pre-articulated understanding, know-how for how to go on in various situations. And it's only because you've already got that you could engage in the kind of ontological project that Heidegger's interested in anyhow. But that pre-ontological understanding, it's not being a stranger to you, isn't anything like an ontological account of the sort that he's going to give. So he said that's the like water to a fish kind of thing. And he says it again on 69. Right at the bottom of 43 in the German. And because this average everydayness makes up what is ontically proximal, that means close by for this entity, it has again and again been passed over in explicating Dasein. That's why Heidegger's going to say nobody in the history of philosophy, in the history of the West, has ever understood this, because it's so close to us that we pass it over constantly. That which is ontically closest and well known is ontologically the farthest and not known at all, and its ontological signification, which Heidegger's going to give you, is constantly overlooked. So the background practices are like that. We are so familiar with them, and they're so pervasive, that we don't even notice they're there, and yet without them we couldn't be without them and our understanding of them, whatever that amounts to, kind of know-how we've got, our understanding of them, without that we couldn't be the kind of being that we are. I keep calling this pre-ontological understanding that we've got a kind of familiarity. And look out for that word in Being and Time. It shows up a few times. That's one of Heidegger's ways of talking about the kind of pre-ontological understanding that we've got. I call it a familiarity with skillful coping practices. Practices that, of course, you've got to acquire. You didn't always know how to open the doorknob by turning the door. And in this old building in particular, I had to learn a whole bunch of tricks. There are all sorts of weird things with the handles and the doorknobs. Some of you maybe are learning the tricks now. So you've got to acquire these skills. But once you've got them, they operate in the background. And you've got a kind of skillful know-how for them. Now, it turns out that in German, there's not really a good word for that. And that's one of the things that's getting Heidegger in trouble. We have this phrase in English. We have know-how, which we distinguish from knowing that. I think Dewey introduced the phrase know-how. And it may be that Heidegger had read some Dewey, I'm not sure. In the history of the concept of time, however, we get Heidegger's characterization of it. You probably don't have it with you, so I'll just tell you where it is on 298. We get Heidegger's characterization of it with a little help from the translator. Because, what's that? Yeah, 298 of the History of the Concept of Time. He says, here we must note, he's talking about this most basic kind of understanding, that understanding as we defined it earlier can at the same time gain a new meaning. For in ordinary language, we also use understanding in another sense. And that's the sense he wants to appropriate here. We use understanding in another sense when we say, he understands how to handle men. He's a good manager, say. Or he knows how to talk. There's know-how. And like I say, I can't remember exactly what it is in the German, but there's no phrase for know-how in German. I think, it's just können. It's just no. But it's clear. So the translator is helping us out a little bit. But understanding here means knowing how. It means being capable of, having a kind of ability for, a practical understanding of, and that's what's at stake here. Let me just add. So the background practices. So being is the background practices, background social practices on the basis of which we make sense of things. And that's a funny structure. It's not like an entity. It's not determinate. You can't define it. It's not independent. It's holistic. It's a funny kind of thing, and we've got a funny kind of understanding of it that's manifest in our very skills. Now, when Heidegger's saying all this, it puts him in a particularly interesting relation to another philosopher whom some of you may have studied a bit, namely Wittgenstein. Because Wittgenstein thought, like Heidegger, that if you want to know what it is in virtue of which my beliefs are true, what it is in virtue of which they're grounded or certain, then if you want to figure that out, ultimately you're going to discover that it's not more beliefs or more determinate propositions about which I can say, I'm absolutely certain. So if you want to know whether it's right to believe P, you might think, well, I believe P because I believe Q, and Q is more certain than P. And I believe Q because I believe R, and R is more certain than Q. But at certain points, Wittgenstein says, it's not. What's not going to happen is that you're not going to reach a proposition that's just completely unassailable. Of course, Descartes thought, and that was Descartes' hope, that he'd be able to build up knowledge from the most certain foundation. Right? And Wittgenstein, like Heidegger, wants to resist the idea that that project makes sense. At the bottom, Wittgenstein says, you're not going to find a ground of absolutely certain propositions. It's also not true that you're going to find an abyss, so that it just keeps going down and never grounds out. You're going to find a kind of ground, but it's not going to be it's not going to be the kind of ground that's a proposition that you know with absolute certainty. And so, let me just read a couple of passages from Wittgenstein where he's saying things like this. In On Certainty, he says, on the one hand, believing is groundless. So he says the difficulty in 166, the difficulty is to realize the groundlessness of our believing. That means there's no firm and certain foundation in absolutely certain kind of propositions. But on the other hand, justification of our beliefs does come to an end. It's not an abyss. In 204, he says, giving grounds, however, justifying the evidence comes to an end. But the end is not certain propositions striking us immediately as true. It's not a kind of seeing on our part, it's our acting, which lies at the bottom of the language game. And that makes him similar to Heidegger. Because Heidegger thinks the ground of all intelligibility is our practices, our acting, knowing how to go on in certain situations. But there's a difference between them too, because Wittgenstein thinks that there's just nothing you can say about that ground level. There is knowing how to go on, but if you want to describe our human behavior, he says in this, the Remarks on the Philosophy of Psychology, Volume 2, in number 629, he says, if you want to describe our human behavior, the most you can do is described he says, the whole hurly-burly. That's the background against which we see an action, and it determines our judgment, our concepts, and our reactions. But you just can't say anything about it except that there's a whole hurly-burly of it. And Heidegger's project is to say, no, you can say something about it. Something important, something interesting. It's got structural features, and I'm going to lay them out for you. And once we've done that, we'll really have a grasp on what counts as the ground of the intelligibility of everything that is. That's to say, what counts as being. As you know, the reading for this week was sections 12 to 15, but I'm still also wrapping up sections 9 to 11, and I'm going to read one or two things from section 9, I think, at the beginning of lecture today. Here's what I'm hoping we'll understand by the end of today, or at least have a glimmer of. 3 things. I want to try to understand the phenomenon that goes along with what I'm going to call Dasein's active involvement in a world, or with a world. That's one thing. Active involvement with a world. That's the most basic kind of familiarity that we have with the most basic kind of thing we've got familiarity with. That's something like our most basic state, active involvement with a world. And I'm going to try to say what that phenomenon is in Heidegger's view. The second thing is I'm going to try to say something about what a world is. That's the thing we're actively involved with. And Heidegger distinguishes a bunch of different meanings of world on page 93, and I want to go through those. And the third thing I want to do, or at least start to do, is to start to talk about the ready-to-hand mode of being that equipment has when we're skillfully coping with it. So we're going to go through those 3 issues. Just to set the stage again, I'm going to say briefly, it's been a long time since Thursday. Remember, we saw last time that Heidegger understands being as that on the basis of which entities are intelligible. And I argued last time that that basis, the basis on which entities are intelligible, according to Heidegger, is our everyday skillful coping practices. That these coping practices, in some sense, remain in the background for us, as Heidegger says, and we read yesterday, last time, ontically closest, but ontologically farthest away from us. And I said, like water to a fish. It's something the background social practices are practices that you've got an intimate kind of familiarity with, so intimate that it's the kind of thing that's closest to you, like water to the fish. You're dealing with those practices and manifesting your understanding of them constantly in everything you do. But precisely because of that, they're ontologically farthest away. Those background social practices are what it is are incredibly difficult to characterize as practices and in their mode of being, in what it is to be those practices. I'll give another analogy. The background social practices they're sort of like, they're analogous to the illumination in a room. You need the lighting, you need the illumination in a room in order for anything to be visible at all. The illumination is something like the condition of the possibility of visibility. Without any lighting, you couldn't see anything. And yet, there's an important sense in which you don't actually see the lighting. At least you don't see it the way you see the visible entities that are made visible by means of it. You take account of the lighting when you're looking at other objects that are made visible by the lighting. But you're not actually looking at the lighting. It's there, but as a kind of background presence. And that, I think, is something like what the relation is that we have to the background social practices. It's by means of the way that we take account of those background social practices that anything can be intelligible to us at all. But the kind of understanding we have of those background social practices isn't like the kind of understanding we typically have of entities when they're intelligibly present to us. So we've got some way of taking account of these background social practices. That's such that if we weren't doing that, nothing would be intelligible at all. Just as if we weren't taking account of the lighting, nothing would be visible at all. And yet, you'd make a mistake if you thought you could characterize the kind of understanding we have of those background social practices on a model with the kind of understanding we've got of the things that are made intelligible by them. So that's sort of review. I'm adding a little bit. I'm adding a new analogy, just to put it in the terms that we were used to from last time. That means if you think that, as the tradition in Western philosophy has thought, that things are intelligible to us because of a kind of intellectual understanding that we've got of them, or a mental or cognitive grasp that we've got on them, then what Heidegger's going to say is, that's true. I mean, there's something correct about that. There's a sense in which when I stare at the chair, I can have an intellectual grasp of its present at hand properties. I can say what color it is, what shape it is, what size it is, and so on. But the condition of the possibility of my being able to have that kind of intellectual grasp on the present at hand properties of the chair is that I've got some more fundamental, he'll call it ontologically prior understanding of a whole set of background social practices for dealing with chairs, for staring at chairs and other kinds of entities, for isolating present hand properties, but also for dealing with equipment and so on. All these background social practices that we're going to have to lay out, try to have to describe. It's only because I've got that background understanding that I'm able to have the intellectual grasp of the chair that I've got when I see its present at hand properties. And whatever that background understanding I've got of the chair is, it's not assimilable in any way to the kind of intellectual grasp of the chair that I've got when I isolate its present at hand properties and make statements about them. That's okay. So that's the sort of review. I mentioned a kind of analogy with Wittgenstein. I was looking for a passage in Culture and Value, a collection of sort of aphorisms by Wittgenstein that I think lays out his version of it well, but I couldn't find my copy of Culture and Value. So if someone's got a copy, go look. I think it's on page 16. He talks about the background understanding that makes up the human form of life. That's what he calls it. The human form of life. And he says, whatever that background understanding is, it's not like the kind of understanding that we have when we're able to use language from within a language game in order to make statements about the way things are. And I think to that degree, Wittgenstein's characterization of the background understanding of a language game is similar to Heidegger's characterization of the background social practices. The difference, as I mentioned last time, is that Wittgenstein thinks there's nothing you can say about that stuff. That words give out, and there's just nothing. It's a hurly-burly of existence, he says, and there's nothing that you can say about it. Whereas Heidegger's whole project is devoted to saying something about it, and telling you about its structure. Yeah.
Just when you say that my ability to see the chair as present at hand is based in the background social practices, does that mean that presence at hand is just a subordinate way of being within a larger, more important ways of being? Or does that mean that presence at hand, everybody can get to it somehow, but maybe because of background cultural practices, I can look at chairs but can't look at tables at present as hand because I don't have the tools to do so?
Well,
is it possible that there might be background social practices wherein nothing ever appears as present at hand?
Yes, it is possible. I think he thinks it's unlikely. But but the first thing you said, when you use the phrase subordinate, I think gets at the important point. Subordinate isn't the word that Heidegger will use. He'll say it's derivative, derived. Sometimes he'll say it's founded. And what that means is something like you couldn't have the understanding of entities that we get when they're presented to us in their present-at-hand mode of being, as having independent, self-sufficient properties attached. You can have that understanding of entities unless you already were the kind of being that had, as we'll see, being in the world, or that had these more basic kinds of everyday coping skills. And the basic idea, just to give you the intuition, I'll say a little more about this later. Really, the way to think of it, for those of you who have some background, how many of you have some background in philosophy of mind? Okay, good. So, in philosophy of mind, typically in the Anglo-American analytic tradition of philosophy of mind, at least since the late 19th century in Brentano, we've thought of intentionality as the central feature of the mental. And intentionality is, it gets defined as that feature of the mental in accordance with which our mental states are of, about, or directed towards stuff out there in the world, however metaphysically you characterize the stuff out there in the world. I have thoughts about chairs. I perceive the roof of the building next door, and so on. I have these mental states that are and they're directed towards stuff outside of us. And really, although you could read the whole of Being in Time and never get this, really, in a certain way, the project of Being in Time is the project of trying to figure out how it's possible. What has to be the case for it to be possible for us to have mental states that are directed at something outside of us? This is a weird kind of metaphysical problem. It's the problem of the condition of the possibility of intentionality. And you could read the whole of Being in Time and never know that that's what he was talking about, because in all of Being in Time, I don't believe the word intentionality ever shows up. But somebody tell me if I'm wrong. If you see it somewhere, I'd be fascinated to know. It's certainly not a prominent feature of the discussion. But you can tell that this is the context in which Heidegger's thinking if you read the lectures around the period. In particular, if you read the Basic Problems of Phenomenology, which is explicitly all about intentionality. It talks a lot about intentionality. Intentionality is a central feature of the phenomenology of his teacher, Husserl. And Husserl, very influenced by Brentano, thinks of intentionality as an essential characteristic of mental states. And in Basic Problems of Phenomenology, which I've said before, goes over a big chunk of the stuff that he goes through in Being in Time. In Basic Problems, he talks all about intentionality. He says what we really, and I'll show you some passages later today, what we really need to grapple with is the question, how is it possible for us to be a kind of being that gets directed outside of us towards something else? And that's what what he thinks is, if you start with a picture of us that has us characterized as independent, self-sufficient mental entities whose mental states are completely closed off, then this possibility of going out beyond my mental state to be directed towards something outside of it seems to be an impossibility. It looks like that kind of transcendence, my going beyond the internal container of the mental stratum that characterizes me, it looks like an impossibility. And what we'll see is that he takes to be a reason for rejecting the Cartesian, but also other models of the kind of being that we are, that have us introduce an insurmountable gap between the realm of the mental and the realm outside the mental towards which mental states get to be directed. Yes? Sorry, say that again? Yes, Husserl falls in the category of the people that Heidegger is rejecting. Absolutely. Yes?
When he says that when we perceive objects, we perceive the object in and of itself. We don't grasp an image of the object in our mind.
That's right. That's right. Well, the question is whether it's possible to make sense of that claim. So there are things that Husserl says. We won't talk in detail about Husserl because we already have a lot to talk about. But there are things that Husserl says that seem to suggest that he wants a picture according to which our mental states get to be directed to things outside of them. He certainly talks that way. The question is going to be whether metaphysically it's all right for him to have that picture. And Heidegger's going to say no. Yeah, sorry.
It seems like Heidegger sort of takes it as given that the intentionality of Dasein and the intentionality of something like a compass are totally different.
Yes. Right? Yeah, in fact, we'll see. I think maybe it's even in something that you read for this week, although I can't remember. We'll see he actually talks about the difference between the way what's going on in the interaction between the chair and a wall when the chair is touching the wall, and what's going on in the interaction between me and the wall when I'm touching it. And he says these are just totally different things. They're in no way analogous to one another. That's right. And they can't, on his metaphysical picture, they can't be, because the mode of being of the chair is radically different from the mode of being of Dasein. Yeah. So, and then there's a question, is that a datum to be explained, or is that a consequence of the view? The whole thing is rather circular, so it's probably a little of both. Max, and then Neil. Yeah.
Are animals also supposed to have the background social practices, and if they don't, are they able to appreciate open being as just present at hand?
Yeah. So he doesn't talk at all, as far as I know, in Being and Time about animals. There are places nearby where he does talk about animals. I think his view is that although animals may have some background social practices, at least social animals, maybe domesticated animals, dogs, say, or something like that, and they may have skills for manifesting these practices, either better or worse. They nevertheless fall short of being the kinds of being that we are, because although they're manifesting these skills, they're not in doing that taking a stand on the kind of being that they are, which is what we do. Now that's an extra step. We won't really understand what that extra step consists in really until halfway through Division 2, but it involves all sorts of sort of phenomenological observations that Heidegger makes about the way that when I'm doing stuff, when I'm doing whatever it is that I'm doing, I'm taking a stand on the kind of being that I am. And I can do that in a range of different kinds of ways. And the axis for this range is the axis of inauthenticity to authenticity. And I think he'll think that dogs just don't live in that axis.
Just sort of following on, that just means that dogs don't have Dasein.
Yes.
Does that mean that they're not able to appreciate any of the three modes of being?
Probably, yes. I think it does. I mean, it's a point of interpretation, but I think it does, and I think that's because, as we'll see, or maybe as we have seen, it's a little. I'm in about 6 different conversations, so I don't know which ones of those have happened in here. But the ontico-ontological priority of Dasein involves the interrelation of Dasein's mode of being with all these other modes of being. So if you haven't got Dasein's mode of being, I think you haven't got any access to these other modes of being. So insofar as dogs don't have the one, they don't have the other. Yeah, Anna.
About the question that came from, and you said something like that we could have Mr. Hand without President Hand, and I think it's very,
okay, there's
something dangerous going on there. So
good.
On page 101.
Yeah.
It's just in the first full paragraph starts from that page, from the middle. Readiness to hand is in italics. Readiness to hand is the way in which entities as they are in themselves are defined ontologically categorically, yet only by reason of something present at hand. Is there anything ready to
you're a
hand?
careful reader. Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, these different modes of beings, the entities where we start with, and they are available to us in different modes of being.
Yeah.
But these modes of being are not things that we can have one at a time, and then sometimes this is not an add-on theory of human dealings with the entities. Right?
Yes.
So
good. So let me make a distinction. You're right to bring this up. I mean, there are lots of issues with that sentence in particular. But let me just speak to the issue that you're bringing. I absolutely agree. If you're the kind of being that has existence as your mode of being, then you're the kind of being for whom readiness to hand and presence at hand are available. Now, what I meant to be saying, sorry, what's your name again? William. Okay, what I meant to be saying to William was not that you could be the kind of being for whom only readiness to hand is available and not presence at hand. I meant to be saying that you could be the kind of being for whom, although both modes of being are available to you, for some amazing reason, you just never happen to bump from one into the other. So what we'd imagine there is the kind of being for whom it's always possible that they could be bumped out of their skillful, absorbed coping with objects. Although it's always possible that they could. And if they were bumped out of that skillful, absorbed coping with objects, so that when objects break down, for instance, they become understood by you in a way that's different from the way they're understood by you when they're ready to hand. If they were bumped out of that mode of understanding, then they would be presented with present at hand objects properties, but they just never happen to be. I think we can imagine that, but it's a subtle issue. You look unhappy. You want to try?
It seems to me that the three modes of the way in which they interact maybe is also the way you described before about like life dawns on whole gradually.
Yeah.
It seems to me you are basically going into three modes all at the same time, and you have to have all of them at the same time. It doesn't mean that in every particular exercise of one mode of being that the other should be there.
Yeah.
However, I don't think that he would like to say there could be a human Dasein.
Yeah.
Always in flow, never out.
Well, okay, it's a good question. I mean,
I think this is a very different thing than I can go over a long stretch of time just being in one mode of being is one thing.
Yeah. It's a good question. Let's hold on to it, because what the question you want to ask is, what kind of can't is that? Right? If you claim that it's not possible for there to be a Dasein who's only and always skillfully coping with all the equipment around him or her, it's not possible for there to be such a character. What kind of impossibility is that? Is that an empirical impossibility? Somehow, some kind of necessity? And then how do you defend the necessity claim? I think it's a fascinating issue. Yeah.
It also depends on how you read this, like when he says of something, is there anything ready to add in? Only by reason of something.
Yes.
What he means by that, right?
Right.
Why? Is just that happens to be the case, or is it a necessary claim? Right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But that's the distinction. So we won't answer the question, but we know now that if we were to answer the question, that's what we'd have to keep in mind. What kind of a question are we answering? An empirical one? A metaphysically necessary one? Okay, there was one other. Jackson, yeah, and then we'll move on.
It seems like Heidegger is able and willing to make distinctions between animals and us, Dasein. So there's a difference in that understanding and what it opens up for you.
Yeah.
But is he willing to make a judgment on those different background practices and some being better than others? Because I'm thinking about the way most of us look at the world and the way a chauvinist might look at the world.
Yeah.
And the background understanding of a chauvinist when he looks at a woman, I would say is probably a bad thing.
Yeah.
And but that he interprets the world through that background understanding.
Yeah.
So what does he have anything to say about that?
Good. He has very little to say about that. Here's what he does have to say. And the reason he has very little to say about that, he will say, although I recognize and am sympathetic with your concern, he will say, that's a merely ontic kind of question. That's the question not about the kind of being that we are, but about which manifestation of that kind of being is better and which one is worse. Now, so I'll just say two things. One is that there is a place where he seems to be making a kind of normative judgment like this, although he constantly tries to step back from it. And that's, again, we'll get to this in more detail in Division 2, has to do with the axis of inauthenticity and authenticity. It sure sounds like it would be better to be taking an authentic stand on the kind of being that you are than an inauthentic stand. At least the terminology seems to indicate some kind of judgment like that. Even there, Heidegger will say, no, the better and worse is just not the right thing to be talking about here. I'm doing a kind of descriptive almost a taxonomical kind of project here. These are the options, and there's really nothing to be said about which ones we ought to aim at. Still, I think there's some sense in which he thinks that if you're taking a stand on the kind of being that you are, that's the kind of stand that really gets right the kind of being that you are, which is what authenticity amounts to, then you're in some way or another doing a better job of it as Dasein than if you're taking a stand on the kind of being that you are that covers up that kind of being, or sort of transmutes it or something, or takes it for something that it's not. So there's that. He does say that, but it's still not anything like, and this is one of the reasons that the political issues come into play. Still not anything like the idea that this range of ethical practices. It doesn't look like there's anything in the system that allows him to say this range of ethical practices is properly considered to be better than this other range of ethical practices. And someone like Levinas, in the generation after Heidegger, criticizes him on just this ground. He says, look, Heidegger's got a kind of ontology, but it leaves out this very basic fact that we're ethical beings. That should be built, Levinas says, that should be built right into the very fun sort of foundational story that you tell about the kind of being that we are. And if, insofar as Heidegger leaves it out, he's missed something important. On the other hand, you get people like Charles Taylor, who is very interested in the kinds of ethical claims that we can make about ourselves and the kinds of beings that we are, who thinks that you can take something like the Heideggerian metaphysics and build out of it a story about how you make ethical judgments of this sort. So people go back and forth on it, but that's an important issue. Okay, let me move on because we have a lot to do. So we've got the idea that Dasein has this background understanding of being. What we saw last time he sometimes calls a pre-ontological understanding of being. An understanding that's built into our very practices of what it is for anything to be the kind of thing that it is. And we saw that one of the keys to this background understanding of being is that we've got this capacity for absorbed, skillful, involved coping with entities or equipment, and with the world in which that equipment lives. Let's just say for the moment. Now, so I just want to point out two aspects of the mode of being of Dasein, namely existence, that get highlighted by this characterization of Dasein's background understanding of being. And I'll just point you to page 67. One of them I've talked about already a lot, so I'll just say it and I won't say anything more. It's that Dasein's existence precedes its essence. We've talked about that, so I won't say anything more about it. But on the bottom of 67, there's a second thing that he says. He says, that being which is an issue, so this is 67 in the English, 42 in the German, number 2. At the bottom in section 9. He says, that being which is an issue for this entity in its very being. So that being which is an issue for this entity in its very being is in each case mine. Thus Dasein is never to be taken ontologically as an instance or special case of some genus of entities as things that are present at hand. So Dasein's mode of being isn't presence at hand. And one of the indications of that is that the being that I'm taking a stand on in everything that I do is mine. It involves some kind of mineness, some kind of ownership or something like that. So we got to figure out, and we will have to figure out as the term goes on, what this involves. What's the sense in which the stand that I take on the kind of being that I am, when I'm doing whatever it is that I'm doing, is my stand, or a stand on my being. Heidegger's clearly got in mind when he says this, at least I think he's clearly got in mind when he says this, a passage from Kant. And I think he's implicitly contrasting his view with a view that Kant holds. Kant says in the B deduction, in section 16 of the B deduction of the first critique, he says, the I think must be capable of being attached to all my representations. And this is supposed to suggest that something like a condition for a representation to count as my representation. Now, I don't want to go into a lot of Kant exegesis, but at least you can see this much. It looks like Kant's got a story about what it would be for a representation to be my representation as opposed to not my representation. And it looks like the story involves in some way or another the ability to attach the I think to that representation. I'll give you a bit. This is what I'm going to give you now is not a good story about what Kant thinks, but it's enough in the area that it'll give you a caricature. Here's one thing you might think that means. You might think, look, there's all sorts of representations running around in my brain. Representations that my neurons have of, physical events out in the world. And surely everyone will agree that some of those representations, at any rate, are not my representations. If I've got a little neuron back in the early visual cortex and it fires in the presence of a vertical line, then there's some sense in which you could say, depending upon your theory of representations, there's some sense in which you could say that neuron represents the presence of a vertical line. And neuroscientists have been happy to do that, at least in some cases. But you'd like also to say that at least it needn't be the case that neuron's firing and it's representing the presence of a vertical line is the same as my representing the presence of a vertical line. At least for the reason that sometimes you can get the neuron to fire when I don't see anything, and sometimes I can see the presence of a vertical line and that neuron isn't firing. So it looks like you've got something like the representation of the presence of a vertical line. And you've got the question, is that representation mine or not? And on this sort of ham-handed version of the Kantian criterion, you've got a story about that. You can say, yep, it's my representation just in case I can say, I think there's a vertical line before me. And if I can't say that, then the representation isn't mine. Okay. Implicitly, at least, I think Heidegger's got that notion of mineness, of what it is for a representation to be mine, in view here, and he's going to try to reject it wholeheartedly. So what we want to do is keep an eye out for what he means when he talks about the mineness of the stand that I'm taking on myself. Whatever it is, it's not going to be the case that the stand that I take on myself is my stand just in case I can endorse it, say, or just in case I can say that it's mine, or just in case I can attach the I think to it. It's going to be something very different. And the different thing is going to involve, again, this notion of authenticity, which we're not ready for yet, but I just want to give you the terminology so that you can keep it in mind. Mineness and authenticity are going to go together in some way or another. When I said before that the first criterion, that Dasein's essence lies in its existence, I meant to be sort of reminding you, because we've talked about it a lot, that whatever my existence is, it's nothing like having thoughts about myself or having thoughts about entities. And this brings up another bit of terminology that gets laid out on page 70. So Heidegger says, if you look on page 70 in the English, page 45 in the German, Heidegger says in the second paragraph on 70, all explicata to which the analytic of Dasein gives rise are obtained by considering Dasein's existence structure. Because Dasein's characters of being are defined in terms of existentiality, in terms of Dasein's existence, we call them existentialia. These are to be sharply distinguished from what we call categories, which are characteristics of being for entities whose character is not that of Dasein. So Heidegger's again got in mind Kant, or maybe Aristotle, in general, the Western philosophical tradition, that thinks that categories are the most basic structures by means of which you can say what it is for anything to be anything at all. In Aristotle, you get a kind of mishmash of basic categories. Kant sort of inherits the mishmash and tries to systematize it. But whatever the categorical structure of entities is, it's meant to be a structure of entity. I mean, in the tradition, it's meant to be a structure that pertains to every entity. And what Heidegger's doing here is he's saying, look, insofar as we understand the term categories in the way Kant has or in the way Aristotle has, as the basic structure by means of which anything gets to be anything at all, then I've got to differentiate existentialia from them. Because the existential structures of Dasein are going to turn out to be nothing like the categorical structures that the tradition has been familiar with. And that's all he's saying here. So these existentialia, they're going to be the basic structures of the mode of being of Dasein, whose mode of being is existence. And they're not going to look anything like the traditional categories, which have, to do with basic kinds of present at hand properties. The presence, the quality, the quantity, and so on and so forth of entities. So again, this is still a bit of a placeholder, but he's introducing the distinction there. Okay, so we've got this question. We've got this idea that Dasein's background understanding of being involves a kind of mindness, and it involves a kind of existence, which is Dasein's mode of being. And now we're ready to fill in some of the details. We want to know what it's like to be Dasein, what it is, in fact, to be Dasein when you've got this background pre-ontological understanding of being. So that's what we're going to move on to. Let me just break for a moment, so it's not a total onslaught of words from your point of view. Yeah.
Can I just ask? It says characters of being. Does it matter what is used in German?
For characters. Oh, I don't know. Does it? Where is that? What page?
On page 7.
Aha. So just literally character. Okay. I want to move on now to this phenomenon of active involvement. Because the background understanding that we have of being, the pre-ontological understanding that we have in being, Heidegger thinks is a matter of our actively being involved with a familiar world. So we've got to get what notion of involvement is at stake here. And I'll just talk a bit and give you some examples, and then I'll try to tie it down to the text. So the notion of involvement that Heidegger's got in mind here, I think, we have in the normal English meaning of the term. When we say someone's totally involved in he's really involved in his work. Right? Or, I have an uncle who's involved in the theater. And the notion of involvement that we've got here is a notion of being familiar with, being capable in a particular domain, and being caught up in that domain. But you can do it. So you can do it on a bigger level or a smaller level. Let's start with the smallest kind of level. So you can be involved with the door when you're going through it, when you're reaching out to grasp it and open it. So, and in general, whenever you're coping skillfully with entities, you've got a kind of involvement with them. So we want to know, what does that involvement amount to? What is it to be involved with the doorknob when you're coping skillfully with it? Well, Heidegger says something about it in Basic Problems on page 163. He's got a term for the basic kind of familiarity you've got with an environment that you're working in, say a classroom or the office at work or your dorm or wherever. And that term is circumspection. And we'll see that term later on. He's using it here in Basic Problems on 163. He says, circumspection uncovers and understands beings primarily as equipment. So this is where the term equipment comes in. When we're dealing skillfully with the doorknob by reaching out to grab it and open it, maybe not even thinking about it at all, the doorknob has the mode of being of equipment, and we're involved with it, or coping skillfully with it. And he says, when we enter here through the door, we do not apprehend the seats as such, and the same holds for the doorknob. So whatever it is to be coping skillfully with and involved with the doorknob, when I'm using my background understanding of the practices for dealing with doorknobs, whatever it is, it's not apprehending as such the doorknob. I mean, I might not even notice that I've reached out to grab the doorknob. It might happen that I'm walking along with a friend, we're having a great conversation, I'm really totally, what I'm thinking about, insofar as I'm thinking about stuff, is the conversation, and I might, well, just reach out and grab the doorknob and open the door and walk through it. What Heidegger thinks in that example is that although the thing you're dealing with in the foreground is the conversation, those are the thoughts that you're having, and that's the stuff that's really going on at the mental level. There's this background stuff that's happening without you even noticing it. And that's a more basic kind of involvement in the world. The involvement you have when you reach out to open the door with the doorknob without even apprehending the doorknob. Nevertheless, he says, that's to say the seats and the doorknob when I open the door to come into the classroom, they're there in this peculiar way. We go by them circumspectly, avoid them circumspectly, stumble against them, and the like. Stairs, corridors, windows, chair and bench, blackboard, and much more are not given thematically. I don't experience them as stairs, chairs, doorknobs, and so on. We say that an equipmental contexture environs us. And that's a phrase he has in Basic Problems that doesn't, I don't think, appear exactly that way in Being and Time. The context environs us. But the sense is that there's a way of taking account of all these things that doesn't involve apprehending them. So what does it involve? It involves in some way being conditioned by them. You might even say being drawn or solicited by them to act in certain ways. So you might say, someone like James Gibson, who's an environmental psychologist, would say, the doorknob solicits my grasp. And you'll see that Heidegger uses this terminology. This kind of terminology. It's a way of reversing the realm of activity and passivity. What does the soliciting in that case is the doorknob. And what gets solicited in that case is me, or my body, or me and my activity, something like that. So the doorknob actually draws out of me, when I'm coping skillfully with it, a certain kind of action. And in the basic cases, it'll draw out of me the appropriate kind of action. And I won't know it. I won't have any apprehension of the doorknob as doing that. I won't have any apprehension of myself as that to whom this is being done. In fact, there'll be an important sense in which there's no way to separate out me from the doorknob, my activity from the doorknob which solicits it. We become, and we'll see this in more detail in a moment, a kind of unity. And the unity that I am in the most basic cases is the unity of involvement, which is on my side, and world, which is, so to speak, on the other side. And Heidegger says that what you've got to call this is, we do it in hyphens in English, being hyphen in hyphen the hyphen world. One thing, in der Welt sein, one word. You can do it in German in one word, because German has this ability to sort of stuff words together and make bigger words. So you got this one word, in der Welt sein, being in the world. It's one unified phenomenon. It's got a sort of a Dasein side and a sort of a world side, but really, in the most basic cases, they're a unity. That's what he's trying to get at when he's talking about being completely absorbed in a situation. Charles Taylor, whom I just mentioned a little bit before, a very well-known contemporary philosopher who's quite influenced by his reading of Heidegger and others, has a version of this in a paper that he wrote on Merleau-Ponty. Taylor writes, "As I navigate my way along the path up the hill, my mind totally absorbed in anticipating the difficult conversation I'm going to have at my destination. Mentally, that's where I am, thinking about the conversation I'm going to have when I get there. I treat the different features of the terrain as obstacles, supports, openings, invitations to tread more warily or run freely, and so on. Even when I'm not thinking of them, these things have those relevancies for me. They have those relevancies for me, despite the fact that I might not notice that they've got those relevancies for me. And in fact, it occurs to me that he made a little bit of a mistake here. He really shouldn't say, at least if he were really channeling Heidegger, he wouldn't say, I treat the different features of the terrain as obstacles. What he would say is that the different obstacles in the terrain solicit me to act in various ways. You really want to reverse the subject and object in this kind of transitive statement. Yeah, Andy.
Feel free to ignore this comment. It's way
Okay.
off course. But in the connection with Gibson,
Yeah.
which I was also struck by his discussion of worldhood being in the world.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if how much, if at all, Heidegger was influenced by Darwin. Because there's a sort of mutual adaptation
Oh, I see.
dynamic between us and the world. And for Gibson, I think he treated culture the same as the natural environment. So the way that we used to learn, the way we learn to use a hammer is the same way that we're solicited by an apple.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Right.
So I'm just curious if Heidegger read Darwin.
I don't know whether he read Darwin. I kind of doubt that if he did read Darwin, he played much of a role in his thinking about it. But I don't know for sure. It's an interesting question. Okay, so we've got this kind of involvement or absorption in equipment that I'm skillfully coping with. And as I mentioned last time, this involvement amounts to a kind of know-how, a kind of ability to treat, in Taylor's example, or to be treated by, really we have to say, the obstacles in the terrain in an appropriate way. And Heidegger's talking about this kind of know-how. Again, I hate to keep going to basic problems. It's just that this particular thing is so much clearer in there. In basic problems on 276, I read something about know-how from further on last time. On 276, he says, In German, we say that someone can vorstehen something, which literally means to stand in front of the thing, to stand ahead of it. That is, to stand at its head, to administer, to manage, to preside over. And it's going to be related to verstehen, which is to understand, which is the word that we're trying to give the phenomenological underpinnings for. What is it to have this pre-ontological understanding? So we say you can vorstehen something, stand in front of it or ahead of it. That's equivalent to saying that he understands in the sense of being skilled or expert at it. And the translator helpfully adds, though again this isn't in the German, has the know-how of it. The meaning of the term understanding, verstehen, as defined above, is intended to go back to this usage in ordinary language. If understanding is a basic determination of existence, it is, as such, the condition of possibility for... I'm going to leave that part out. It's the condition of the possibility for all kinds of comportment, both practical and intellectual, he concludes. So this kind of skillful know-how is the condition of the possibility for any way of being directed towards entities, either practically or intellectually. That's what he thinks. And that's to say that it's the most basic, what he sometimes calls the most primordial way that we have of being related to the world, since it makes all other ways of being related to the world possible. It makes all other forms of intentionality, like the form of intentionality you have when you're intentionally directed towards something by thinking about it, or by wishing it were a certain way, or by promising something about it, or having knowledge about it. All these other modes of being directed towards entities in the world are, as he says, founded on these more basic kinds of skillful abilities to skillfully cope with the things. I'll just read one sentence where he says that in Basic Problems, and then I'll switch to Being in Time. On 162, in Basic Problems, he says, it will turn out that intentionality is founded in Dasein's transcendence, which is another name for being in the world here, and is possible solely for this reason that transcendence cannot conversely be explained in terms of intentionality. So he's got a story according to which he's going to try to say, look, the whole history of Western philosophy has operated with these categorical notions. And a notion, at least in the last 400 years, a notion of us as the kind of entity that's enclosed in a mental realm, a kind of res cogitans, that nevertheless somehow gets out beyond that realm and manages to direct itself towards entities. He's going to say, I think it's true that we can be directed towards entities by thinking about them, by making statements about them, by using language to describe them, and so on. By being afraid of them. We'll talk about fear as a mood. And so on. All these intentional states are ways of being directed towards entities. But what the tradition has failed to realize is that they're possible only because we've got this more primordial way of being involved with the world. That's this everyday skillful coping way of being absorbed in it. In the section that you read for today, section 12, and section 13, section 13 is entitled A Founded Mode in Which Being In is Exemplified, Knowing the World. And the idea is that being in, which is this kind of involvement with the world, is the basis for that, on the basis of which it's possible to have knowledge about the world at all. I can only know things about the world because I'm already in touch with and familiar with the entities in the world because I've got these background coping skills. Okay, that's all I want to say about active involvement. Any questions about that? Yes, Aaron.
So
page 98 and 99, and this first ideal, so
Yeah.
Maybe I can see it, but it seems to me the distinction is basically between theoretical way and understanding and in the practical way, right? And the structure of in order to is introduced to make the distinction. Yet I didn't see anything about that we shouldn't be aware of the in order to structure itself yet on those passages. So in the first instance, the distinction between practical and theoretical seems to be relying on this in order to structure rather than my not being even aware of the inner and being absorbed and completely lost and whatnot. So it seems to me they might come later, but in the first instance, the first intro, I didn't see it. Am I not seeing it here, or it will come later?
It'll come on 99, in fact, I think. Something will come on 99, which is to say the part about the equipment withdrawing.
Equipment withdrawing, okay,
Yes.
fine. It's just the object description, like theoretical description, the object of the theoretical description as it is, withdrawal. However, this is nothing about the withdrawal of the in-order to structure itself. Whether Dasein is aware of the in-order to structure, that is not said anything about that.
Okay, good. That's we'll see. We will see that, especially when we get to section 16, where he talks about unreadiness to hand, by contrast with readiness to hand. Because what comes to the fore when equipment is unready to hand, when it breaks down in various ways, is precisely its in order to structure. And it comes to the fore. So, and here's an example. When I'm writing on the chalkboard with the chalk, and all of a sudden the chalk breaks, the understanding that I have of the chalk in that moment has got very rich and bizarre descriptions of that. But in that moment, he says, in one way or another, the chalk is unready to hand in that moment when the thing breaks. And what that amounts to, but we're jumping ahead of ourselves a little bit, but what that amounts to is that it's in order to jumps out at me and makes itself known. I'm now aware, thematically, or in some...
Yeah, that's fine. You know, but then the thematically comes in.
Yes, that's right. So, but to say that then the thematically comes in is to indicate that before it hadn't come in.
That's right. But in order to is not thematic structure. Thematic structure is different, right? So that's how it says, like, on page 99. So,
Yeah.
I mean, in order to structure is one thing. Thematically having the chalk is another thing.
Okay, good. Let's hold on to this because it will come up more. It will come up more. But I agree. There's a big issue here. Here's another way of saying what the question is, and because we do want to have it on the table. I just haven't got enough out yet to deal with it. The question is something like this. When I'm absorbedly coping with the chalk in order to write something on the chalkboard, what kind of understanding do I have of the chalk? Well, we know it's got a name. Its mode of being is readiness to hand. And the question is, what does that mode of being amount to? And one possibility is that even when the chalk itself completely withdraws from view, there's a sense in which I'm grasping, words are hard here, but I'm grasping what that the chalk is for writing. Right? That's what I use it for. That's what Heidegger calls it, in order to. So I can, and maybe more generally, that in some way or another I'm grasping the chalk as chalk. It's got what Heidegger calls an as structure. There's a question. Now it can have an as structure. That's to say, I can come to understand it as a piece of chalk. I can come to understand it as a piece of chalk that's got a certain present at hand property, its color, its size, its shape, and so on and so forth. The question is whether that properly characterizes the understanding I've got of it when I'm absorbedly coping with it. So the phrase for this question is something like, how far down does the as structure go? Right? Is it true that in the most basic cases, the cases where I'm totally, skillfully absorbed with, in Heidegger's case, the hammering, the hammer is directed towards the nail, and I'm totally absorbed with it. I've got no awareness of the hammer at all, in some sense. Is it nevertheless the case that it's part of my way of dealing with the hammer that I'm taking it as a hammer? Has it got the as structure even there? And this is very, very... I'll try to bring in a passage where he seems the most clear about it next time from a different lecture. I'll try to write that down, the logic lecture for opening. That's a very, very difficult issue. And even... and it's a sort of live issue of interpretation for Heidegger, for scholars. The question, again, how far down does the as structure go? And I'm unusual. I think I'm one of two people in the world who believes the as structure doesn't go all the way down. But I'm in good company. The other person is Bert Dreyfus, who's a very esteemed scholar of Heidegger and who was my teacher. But everyone else seems to believe that the as structure does go all the way down. And so we'll just have that name for it, and we'll keep it in mind. The question again is, when I'm totally absorbed in and involved with the equipment that I'm using, what's the way in which I understand that equipment? Does it involve my understanding it as the particular kind of thing that it is? Or when Heidegger says, as we'll see in a moment, that the equipment withdraws, does he mean that in some important sense there's just no way to distinguish between what I'm doing with the equipment and the equipment that's soliciting me to do it? I can't even characterize it as equipment in that moment. That's a difficult interpretive issue. But so keep it in mind as you're reading this stuff, especially the passages on readiness to hand and unreadiness to hand. Yeah.
When we say that equipment or things that we're skillfully coping with present themselves to us, is that purely metaphorical, or are we actually describing some sort of intent to since he's very clear in the chair and the ball that these can have sort of direction as to non-dogmatic.
Yeah, that's right. So good. The entities, it's not meant to be metaphorical. It's meant to be literal. Where's the... I guess I'm going to get to this in a moment on 80. But maybe I'll go to it now since it's up. If you look on page 80, this is, again, another place where he's talking about... in fact, let me just skip to there. I'll do the modes of being, the different kinds of world next time. It's really a striking way of talking to say the doorknob solicits a certain kind of activity from me. But I think it's literally what he means to say. So now let me just see if I can find the place that I was looking for. Oh, that's not it. I'm sorry. I thought it was... Let me just look and see if it's... 81. There's a place where it's clear that it's the entity, although it's not clear in the translation, there's a footnote that explains that they weren't able to say it in the way he says it, because it just doesn't make any sense in English. But you can almost do it in German. And it involves the entities being the subject of a transitive verb.
83?
Is that where it is?
You mean concern?
No, not concern, because concern is for Dasein. It's the entity, it should be...
Is it on the chair touching the wall?
Where is the chair touching the wall?
3 seconds.
81.
81, sorry. As an existence will be the word.
Uh-huh.
Never means that the better hand. There's no such thing as a side-by-side or something.
Right, yes, but that's not what I was thinking of. That is a good thing. It has to do with involvement. Oh, I know, it's further along, that's why. I bet it's in section 18. Let's see. Yes. It has to do with the words bewenden and bewandtnis, which are involvement. It's a little bit funny here, though. Okay, I'm not going to talk about this until we get to that section. but it's not a metaphor. It's really meant to be a phenomenological description. This is what it's like to be absorbed. This is what it is to be absorbedly coping with equipment in an equipmental context. You have to imagine, and maybe you've seen this. I've seen it. I saw it once. I saw it once with a short order cook. Have you ever seen a short order cook who's really, really experienced in their domain? And you see these people, and the place is, I imagine like a countertop in a tiny little kitchen, and it's organized the way, a 19th century ship must have been organized. I mean, things are in the funniest place. Everything is just exactly where it needs to be. And the short order cook who's comfortable in that environment, who's totally experienced with it, who's skilled with it, has a way of being able to reach for the right kind of implement at the right kind of time that seems not to involve any mental kind of capacity at all. In fact, they might well be totally absorbed in a conversation they're having with, three of the people at the counter. But what one imagines, what it's like to be that person in that moment is just for the environment to be guiding them, for the environment to be drawing activities out of them. Sometimes athletes speak this way. You hear, for instance, basketball players or football players talk about the fact that, I had no idea what I was doing at that moment. I just found myself making the pass to the only possible person one could make the pass to. And so there's supposed to be an important sense in which it would be wrong to say that I had any initiative in the thing. Just descriptively wrong. And what's left, if you're going to put the initiative anywhere, it seems that the appropriate thing is to put the initiative out in the world. Where the world here is nothing like the physical universe now. The world is the world as seen by and as experienced by the person who's got such a range of skills that they see openings where others don't, that they see possibilities for passing the ball that others don't, that they see opportunities for dealing with, the eggs, or I don't know what short order cooks do. Dealing with the stuff that they're making that others don't, and it's literally a way of seeing that's different. Except you can't quite call it seeing, because seeing seems to indicate that there's this distanced relation to things. It's a way of of being sensitive. It's a way of, what Heidegger calls it at one point is, it's a kind of attunement. It's a way of allowing your body to be drawn to do certain things. Okay. Now let me say something about world, because the world is what we're familiar with when we've got this kind of sensitivity. And on page 93, you'll see Heidegger's trying to define the term world. He's trying to give you an indication of what he means when he talks about us as the kind of being that's being in the world. And on 93 he says, this is page 64 at the bottom in the German, he says, look, there are four different things you could mean by world. And I need to distinguish them so that I can tell you which ones I'm interested in. And roughly speaking, two of them are going to be categorical, and two of them are going to be existential. The first two are categorical. So, number one, world could be used as an ontical concept, and if so, it signifies the totality of those entities which can be present at hand within the world. So, you could talk about the world of a certain scientific domain. The world of atoms, say. The world of physical entities characterized by some present-at-hand properties. That's one thing you could mean. You could mean the collection. A world could be the collection of all the chairs. This is really almost a kind of set theoretical concept. It could be the collection of all X such that X has the following properties. It could be, number two, that would be ontical, because it deals with the particular entities. Could be number 2, an ontological term, which signifies the being of those entities that you've just mentioned. So you've got the world of chairs. That's the collection of all those entities such that they're chairs. Then you've got the question, well, what kind of being do all those entities have? And they might well have, say, present at hand, a present at hand mode of being. In fact, they will have a present at hand mode of being because he's characterized them as present at hand entities in number 1. Those are the categorical options. Really just sort of set theoretical options. Those are not the ones that he's interested in. When we're involved with something, we're not involved with it in its present at hand mode of being. Number 3, world can be understood in another ontical sense. Not, however, as those entities which Dasein essentially is not, and which can be encountered within the world, but rather as that wherein a factical Dasein as such can be said to live. So we've got factical Dasein, Dasein with this pre-ontological understanding of being. And the question is, how do you characterize what it is that kind of pre-ontological Dasein is involved with? Well, however you characterize that, that's a particular world. And that, I think, we have in English. We have a version of that in English. That's really the variety of different worlds in which you can be involved. The world of academia. You could be involved in the business world. You could be involved in the medical world, and so on and so forth. We have that kind of term in English. And their world, when I say I'm in the academic world, it doesn't mean that it doesn't tell you anything about the number of chairs that there are in the world that I inhabit, or the number. It might tell you about a range of equipment that I'm familiar with, that I'm used to using in the academic world, but it doesn't tell you about the present hand properties of those things. It tells you about this kind of familiarity that I have with the world, this ability, this know-how about how to get about in it. That's the third signification of world. That's the first important one, because that's the primary phenomenon that he's going to have in mind. He's going to say, look, when we're being in the world, what we're familiar with or involved with is a world in this existential sense. And he's going to try to tell you something about what features those worlds have in common. What are the structural features that the academic world, the business world, the theater world, the sports world, and so on, what are the structural features that all those worlds have in common? That's the fourth signification. That's the ontologico-existential concept of worldhood. What is it to be a world in this existential sense? And he's got a name for the mode of being of worlds, and it's worldhood. So he's going to say the worldhood of the world is what we're studying when we try to study whatever it is that we're in the most basic cases involved with and familiar with. And we're going to try to lay out some of the details of the structural features of worlds existentially characterized. It's going to turn out, just not so you have it on your radar, it's going to turn out that all worlds have equipment. It's going to turn out that all the Daseins involved in worlds have what he'll call a for the sake of which, a stand that they're taking on themselves in that world. And there are going to be questions about what it is to take that stand on yourself in that world, but there'll be roles that people can play in the world. Those are the two basic things. You'll get the equipment and the roles that people can play. But these are not going to be anything like present-at-hand characterizations of the entities or the individuals. Let me pause for a moment, because that's just to have the intuition is going to be helpful. You can see where he's laying it out here. But so let me pause for a moment and see if there are questions about that. Questions about world or worldhood. Okay, I have 5 minutes. I have 3 minutes. Let me see. And 7 pages left. So, let me just tell you one thing then. I do want to go to this passage on page 80. So worlds are what we're absorbed in or involved with. And I keep using these words, absorption and involvement, and I want to show you where they come up in the text. So to say that we're absorbed in the world, that happens on the bottom of page 80. Heidegger, I've told you, has this the idea that there's this unified phenomenon of being in the world. And although it's a unified phenomenon, you can look at it from different sides. So you can look at the being inside. And when you're doing that, you're asking the question, what is it to be involved in a world? What are the existential structures of being involved in or being in? And you can look at the world side, that's the world, and you can ask, what are the existential, ontologico-existential structures of worldhood? What is it for something to be a world? And then you can ask about the entity that is being in the world. He's saying all that on the bottom of 80, and in that context, the word absorbed comes in. So on the bottom of 80, he says being, sein, so this in the German is the bottom of 54. As the infinitive of ich bin, that's to say when it's understood as an existentiale, signifies to reside alongside or to be familiar with. Alongside is really bad here. Because he's already told you there's a difference between the chairs being alongside or up against or touching the wall and the kind of involvement that I've got when I'm in the wall. Or he hasn't already told you. I think he's about to tell you. So it's not, being alongside is not, as he says later, side-by-sideness. Maybe a better way of talking about it is to say being amidst. I find myself amidst a whole bunch of other Daseins and a whole bunch of other equipment that I'm already involved with. Being in, and here, involved with, being in, is thus the formal existential expression for the being of Dasein. That's what we are, basically. We're involved entities, which has being in the world as its essential state. Being alongside, sein bei, but really it's being amidst or being within or something, not in a spatial sense. Being amidst the world, in the sense of being absorbed in the world, a sense which calls for still closer interpretation, is an existentiale founded upon being in. So, in the first place, we're familiar with the academic world. We know our way about it. And only because we already know our way about the academic world can I do any particular thing like become absorbed with some of the equipment in it and use it skillfully in order to do something that's called for in that world. But there's the word absorbed, being absorbed in the world. That's what you're doing when you're absorbedly or skillfully coping with some of the equipment in it. And there's a long and pretty interesting footnote 4, about the German word that they've translated absorbed, aufgehen. Read the footnote because I find it helpful. It's really somehow rising up into the world. That's the phenomenon that he's trying to describe. That's the notion of absorption. I'll talk about coping and dealing with and readiness to hand as the mode of being of equipment and various other things on Thursday. So here's the goal today. What we're going to try to talk about today is I want to talk a little bit more about worldhood. Worldhood in general. We ended yesterday, by which I mean Tuesday. We ended the last lecture talking about worldhood, and I want to put a little bit more meat on the discussion that I gave at the end of lecture last time and tie it down to some more passages in the text of Being and Time instead of these other texts. Then I want to talk about equipment, and I want to talk about the ready-to-hand mode of being that equipment has. That's really the stuff that we're aiming at, and that comes out in sections 14 and especially section 15 of Being and Time. So, last time, you remember, I laid out the four definitions of world that Heidegger gives on, I believe it's page 98, is that right? 93, thanks. Yes, on page 93. And we talked about those some. you'll recall that there were two categorical notions of world and two existential notions of world. But in order to get to that, I jumped ahead a little bit, in my notes, ahead of something that I mentioned but didn't really sufficiently develop. What I didn't really sufficiently develop is the idea that world is one aspect of the unitary phenomenon that Heidegger calls being in the world. And being in the world, I did mention this. Heidegger writes with hyphens in German, in der Weltsein. It's meant to be a unitary phenomenon. And once you understand what the aspects of that unitary phenomenon are, you understand a little bit more about the layout of Division 1, at any rate, of being in time. Because Heidegger says at the beginning of section 12 that being in the world has these components. It has a being in component, and it has a world component. And then you can also ask the question, well, who is that entity that's got being in the world at the ground of its mode of being? And the answer is Dasein, of course, but then you've got to ask questions about what it is to be that kind of entity. And Division 1, you'll see, of being in time, is laid out in accordance with this characterization of the unitary phenomenon of being in the world. So, Chapter 3 of Division 1 is about the world and its existential structure, which he calls worldhood. Chapter 4 is about the entity who's got being in the world at the basis of its mode of being. Chapter 4 is about Dasein, in other words, and what it takes to be Dasein. And then being in is in Chapter 5. And that's, as I was saying yesterday, but I want to say, tied to the text today, that kind of being in has to do with being involved in, actively involved in a world. So let me show you a passage where Heidegger's saying this and then just comment on it a little bit. If you turn to page 78, now this is the beginning of section 12, as I mentioned. If you turn to page 78, which is page 53 in the German, I'm just going to read starting from about 3 sentences in to the section. He says, Dasein is an entity which in its very being comports itself understandingly towards that being. We've heard phrases like that already. Another way of saying that is Dasein is the being that takes a stand on its own being. And it does that in its comportment, in the way that it acts, in what it finds it natural and possible and appropriate to do in various circumstances. And in saying this, we're calling attention to the formal concept of existence, which is the name for the mode of being of Dasein. Dasein exists. Notice, I guess I've mentioned this and it should be obvious by now, existence is a special technical term for Heidegger. It doesn't mean anything like it means in, say, Quine. The only entity that exists is Dasein. Furthermore, Dasein is an entity which in each case I myself am. I talked about that last time, and I contrasted the mindness of Dasein with the criterion for representations counting as mine that you find in Kant. But now here he says a little bit more. Mindness belongs to any existent Dasein and belongs to it as the condition which makes authenticity and inauthenticity possible. In each case, Dasein exists in one or the other of these two modes, or else it is modally undifferentiated. What I want to highlight here, I said this last time, but I didn't show you any text. What I want to highlight here is the idea that to say that Dasein is in each case mine is to say that there are different ways that you can take a stand on the kind of being that you are. And those ways exist along this axis of what Heidegger is going to call inauthenticity and authenticity. Maybe even axis isn't quite the right way of talking about it, because inauthenticity is a mode of authenticity. But anyhow, authenticity and inauthenticity are involved in the way in which the stand I take on myself is my stand. So whatever mindness ends up being, and we'll see more about it in chapter 4, and we'll see even more about it in Division 2. Whatever mindness involves, it's nothing like the kind of external distinction between representations that are mine and representations that are not mine that you can give using the Kantian criterion. The I think is capable of being attached to all my representations. Authenticity and inauthenticity are ways that you can take a stand on your existence. And that's going to be tied up with the ways that you take a stand on your existence that are genuinely and appropriately mine, and the ways that are less genuinely and appropriately mine. Okay. Now that's not even the part that I wanted to get to. But these are both ways in which Dasein's being takes on a definite character, inauthenticity and authenticity. And they must be seen and understood a priori as grounded upon that state of being which we have called being in the world. An interpretation of this constitutive state is needed if we're to set up our analytic of Dasein correctly. So this is the basic phenomenon that we're interested in, being in the world. When we understand that phenomenon, we're going to understand what it means to say that Dasein's mode of being is existence. And because of the way that Dasein's mode of being is tied up with the modes of being of all the other kinds of entities, we're also going to understand being more generally. And then he says, the thing that I really want to focus on, the compound expression being in the world indicates in the very way we have coined it that it stands for a unitary phenomenon. This primary datum must be seen as a whole. But while being in the world cannot be broken up into contents which may be pieced together, this doesn't prevent it from having several constitutive items in its structure. And these are the constitutive items in its structure. Being in and the world. They're not separable, really. You couldn't just have being in without having a world in which one's involved. You have to be in a world. To be involved, you've got to be involved in something. So you really can't have just being in, and you really can't have just the world. That's the sense in which they're a unitary phenomenon. But that doesn't mean that you can't think about one of them independent of the other and try to get at its basic existential structure. And that's what he's going to do in these various chapters. So I want to highlight a few, just those aspects of it, that the phenomenon of being in the world is a unity, that it has to be seen as a whole, although you can treat its constituent parts. I want to save those ideas, that it's got to be treated as a whole and that you can save its constituent parts for a little bit later in the lecture, because the notion of a whole that you're already familiar with is going to come up again when we talk about what equipment is. Just to give you the terminology so you can listen for it, Heidegger's going to say that we're, in the first place, familiar with what he'll call a referential totality of equipment, a whole equipmental structure. All the equipment in a room and the way that it hangs together before we get to have any understanding of any particular piece of equipment. And that's, I'm going to argue in a moment, very generally a feature of Heidegger's approach. He prefers the idea, like, as I'll say later, like the Gestalt psychologist, he prefers the idea that you can be familiar with or in touch with a whole thing before you're familiar with or in touch with its parts. And he thinks phenomenologically that's a basic kind of datum about the kind of being that we are. So last time I said being in has to do with actively being involved with something, and I talked quite a bit about this notion of active involvement. I just want to show you one passage quickly where Heidegger says something like that here in the text that we've been reading. But it's so clear that I didn't really think to read a passage, but I should read a passage. He goes on and on about how the notion of in that he's thinking of when he talks about being in isn't anything like the spatial notion of being contained within. Contained within. It's not a spatial notion at all. And so whenever you hear being in, you should hear something like being involved with. Here's where Heidegger's saying something like that at the bottom of 79. in the English, which is the middle of 54 in the German. He says, being in, on the other hand, is a state of Dasein's being. It's an existentiale, an existential structure of Dasein. So one cannot think of it as the being present at hand of some corporeal thing, such as a human body, in an entity which is present at hand. To say that we are in the classroom, you even in English you can hear that in two ways, can't you? We're in the classroom. That's right. You can think about it as spatial inclusion or set inclusion or something like that. You can count the number of people who are spatially within the classroom and so on. That's one notion of in. But say that we're in the classroom in the sense that we're involved in what's going on there is to say something quite different. And it's that different thing that Heidegger's trying to get at. And he's trying to ask the question, what is it to be involved in the classroom in the way that we all might be now at this moment? And it's going to involve, as we'll see, having various roles, although roles is probably not a good word, having various equipment, having a certain kind of pre-ontological understanding of all that, and so on. And he goes on. So one can't think of it as being present at hand of some corporeal thing within an entity which is present at hand, nor does the term being in mean a spatial in one anotherness of things present at hand, any more than the word in primordially signifies a spatial relationship of this kind. So being in isn't anything spatial. And that's what's making me think, that's what's pushing me in the direction of the idea that it's involvement rather than inclusion that he's getting at here. And then he does this thing throughout his career, and sometimes it's useful and sometimes it's not. In this case, it might well be sort of useful. He's got a big etymological dictionary of the German language that he refers to constantly, Grimm's etymological dictionary, and he's got knowledge of a variety of other languages. And he sometimes brings that to bear. And he says here, look, there's this old notion in Old German or in Greek or occasionally even in Latin, although, like here in Latin, although that's unusual for him to use Latin, where he says, look, the word in is derived from inan, which means to reside, to live. Habitare, to dwell. It signifies I'm accustomed or I'm familiar with. I look after something. All those are the notions that go along with some kind of involvement that I'm interested in. The notion of being familiar with, residing in the classroom, living in the classroom, in the sense that you're familiar with what's going on, you have a know-how for it. Okay, so this is all stuff that's going to get spelled out more in chapter 5 when we talk about being in properly. But just to give you... just to make it clear that there's already here some text that goes in favor of this. Yeah.
We may get into this a little later, but when he says, looking after something as being familiar with, so being familiar with sort of seems to me to be some sort of receptive capacity in a way. We're receptive to the world in which we're involved. Whereas looking after something seemed to give us an active role, and you would sort of caution against thinking about that our relationship to this world is active. So.
Oh, that's terrific. I hadn't really thought about that at all. And you're right. Where's the looking after? Did I just read it?
It's I'm accustomed, I'm familiar with, I look after something.
Yes.
And so I didn't know why he was grouping them together first, and if he's not meant to be grouping them together as the same kind of thing, it worried me a little bit.
Great. No, great. What I really think is that active and receptive are misleading categories. It's all right to do it for the start, but in the end, since what we're dealing with is a unitary phenomenon, it doesn't make sense to say that there's us acting on the world or there's the world acting on us. There's just this unitary phenomenon of showing up and showing up for or something like that. But you can't even say it. You can't. Our grammar doesn't have the resources to say it. But what you'll and I think what happens is that Heidegger really does have ultimately the idea that we're the kind of being that's both presented with aspects, entities from the environment, or presented with an environment that we're familiar with. And also the idea that we've got to take we've got to involve ourselves in a certain kind of care for the environment. And so it goes in both directions. And I hadn't noticed that it goes in both directions even this early. So that's interesting. Heidegger, let me just say one thing. Heidegger will, and I'll point you to this passage. I was struggling to find it last time. Heidegger will sometimes say these crazy things, apparently crazy things. And someone who was sitting over here last time asked about it. Was it you? Are you Dylan? Okay, yeah. So right, this idea that objects present themselves to us rather than us seeing or encountering objects. And I think when he's doing that, he's really doing it in order to well, I mean, I think partly he believes it, but partly he's willing to go back on it also. I'll show you where that happens in a moment. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes?
Yeah, to follow up on that point, it's followed by a footnote. And in that footnote, you see the original German. And the phrase which is translated to, I take care of, I look after something.
Yeah.
It's ambiguous between that and between something like, I keep the habit of.
Yes, good.
And then below that,
good.
Below that, when it's repeated, it is really has the meaning. I keep the habit. So.
Good. And where that's going to be what. So that's very helpful. Thank you. Tell me again your name. I keep forgetting it. Tue. Okay. All right. So that's very helpful. The sense. This is going to be a sense in which. The categories of activity and passivity just are misleading. So in English, if we say I look after something, it really looks like an active kind of thing. I'm keeping track of it. I'm looking after my 1-year-old who's running around the house. I don't have a 1-year-old, thank heavens. Soon. Anyhow, I'm looking after some. That looks like a kind of activity. But really, if it's keeping the habit of, then this is already pointing to something that comes out much more clearly in later Heidegger. That's something like keeping the practices for allowing it to be possible that things can show up in the way that they do. And so that's not really looking after. I mean, it might have the effect of looking after, but it's making sure that you've got the Sunday family dinners that somehow keep the family together. That's a practice that keeps alive certain relationships and a certain understanding of the family, certain roles within the family. It's a practice that if you keep it alive, if you keep the habit of it, then it allows you to understand one another and yourself in your role in the family differently. And so it's a kind of looking after or taking care of the family structure, but it's in that sense that it's that I think it's meant here. Good, thanks. Okay, good. That's a very useful set of issues. I want to say one other thing by way of adding some text to something that I mentioned last time. I mentioned last time, but didn't give you any reason to believe it in the text, that Heidegger's, which is one way of thinking about Heidegger's general project here. And really the way that I thought about it almost exclusively for a long time is as it's being a project devoted to discovering the conditions of the possibility of intentionality. I think ultimately that's not the whole story, though that might well be the story about what goes on in Division 1 of Being and Time. But at any rate, it's certainly part of the project. He wants to understand how it's possible for us to be entities that get to be intentionally directed towards objects out there in the world. And I mentioned that last time, but didn't show you any place where he says it. So I'll just point you to page 87 in the English, page 60 in the German. It might have been so obvious to everyone that it didn't even occur to ask. But he's saying it so because he's saying it so clearly here. There's a long chunk right. This is section 13 now. A long chunk right in starting in the middle of the page He says, now, the question is, what kind of being are we when you think of us as an entity that can know things about the world? Knowing is a way of being directed towards stuff. He says, now the more unequivocally one maintains that knowing is proximally and really inside, and indeed has by no means the same kind of being as entities which are both physical and psychical, the less one presupposes when one believes that one is making headway in the question of the essence of knowledge and in the clarification of the relationship between subject and object. So in other words, if you've got the Cartesian account of us as an entity who's characterized by our subjective immanent sphere, and Husserl will have very clearly a version of this, at least early Husserl, according to which we are characterized as an immanent sphere, a sphere that's held completely within ourselves. Whatever there is to know about me as a mental, thinking, cognitive, knowing entity, I can find out just by reflecting on my own internal states. That's what Husserl means when he says we're an immanent sphere. We're completely contained within ourselves. But if you think we're an immanent sphere, and you also think the stuff that we know about is somehow completely outside of us, it looks like there's this problem, how we could ever transcend our immanent inner sphere to get to be directed towards stuff outside of us. And he's saying that down at the bottom. So skipping about 15 lines, he says, of course we are sometimes assured that we're certainly not to think of the subject's inside as its inner sphere, and its inner sphere as a sort of box or cabinet. But when one asks for the positive signification of this inside of immanence, in which knowing is proximally enclosed, or when one inquires how this being inside which knowing possesses has its own character of being grounded in the kind of being which belongs to the subject, then silence reigns. And furthermore, and this is the part that I want to emphasize, so they have no way of characterizing or saying clearly what it means for something to be inside if it's not spatially included within, like something inside a box or cabinet. And furthermore, no matter how this inner sphere may get interpreted, if one does no more than ask how knowing makes its way out of and achieves transcendence, it becomes evident that the knowing which presents such enigmas will remain problematical unless one has previously clarified how it is and what it is. Okay, so this is him saying, this problem of transcendence, getting directed towards stuff out there in the world, starts to look completely insurmountable until you ask about the ontological foundations of the kind of being that can have that relation to stuff outside of us. And that's what he's going to give us. And it's going to turn out that there's really no sense in which we're properly separated from and radically distinct from the world that we're directed towards. So the metaphysical problem of transcendence isn't going to arise. Okay, I just wanted to give you some of those passages. Like I said, they're the obvious ones, but I felt as though I was not tying my claims down to the text last time. So now I want to talk about equipment. I started to talk about equipment last time. I said equipment is what we're absorbed with. And I gave you a passage where he uses this term absorption, aufgehen on page 80. And I said that equipment is something that we cope with skillfully, and I want to show you the word that he uses for that, because I use the word cope a lot. And you won't find, as far as I know, that word in all of this translation of Being in Time. So it can be difficult if you're trying to figure out what I'm saying and match it up to the text. The word that I'm thinking of when I talk about coping is translated in this text as dealing. Not dealing cards, but dealing with something. And if you look on page 95, you'll see a characteristic use of this word, which in German is Umgang, a dealing with. So right at the beginning of section 15, it's page 66 in the German and page 95 in the English. The being of those entities which we encounter, and again in the German I think that really means, that's really something like the being, I haven't looked at the German here, but I bet if we go, we'll find it's really this verb, I think, begegnen, the being of those entities which encounter. I'll talk about that in a moment. As closest to us can be exhibited phenomenologically if we take our clue as our clue our everyday being in the world, which we also call our dealings in the world, and with entities within the world. So those dealings that we've got are our ways of coping with stuff, our ways of coping skillfully with entities in the world. That gives a very pragmatic turn to Heidegger's account of the kind of being that we are. It suggests that at root, the thing that we do that's most characteristic of us is cope with stuff or deal with stuff. We have dealings with things, rather than the thing that's most characteristic of us being that we've got thoughts about stuff or that we know things. So dealing is the word that he's got in mind. Such dealings have already dispersed, or is the word that we'll use in here. Such dealings have already dispersed themselves into manifold ways of concern. The kind of dealing which is closest to us is, as we've shown, not a bare perceptual cognition, not a matter of standing back and taking a look at things, figuring out what present at hand properties they've got, but rather that kind of concern which manipulates things and puts them to use. And this has its own kind of knowledge, this kind of dealing with stuff. What's the name, just to see if you're awake still, what's the name for that kind of knowledge? The kind of knowledge that goes along with manipulating things and putting them to use. That we have a phrase for it in English, anyhow. Yeah, good. Okay. Yes, in unison. That's okay. All right. So the phenomenological question applies in the first instance to the being of those entities which we encounter in such concern. Concern, as we'll see later, concern is the word Besorge in German, and it's something like the way in which we're related to entities when we're dealing with them, when we're coping with them. That's a way that we've got of being concerned about things or having concern for things. Generally speaking, it's a kind of intentionality. It's a kind of way of being directed towards stuff. But if you think of that as anything on the model of any intellectual relation to the stuff, then you've got it wrong. Okay, so coping, when I use it, is really something. He is really the term dealings in here. So, what is the stuff that we deal with in the most basic case? What's the stuff that we deal with in the most basic case? Well, Heidegger's got a name for it, but first let's get, and the name is equipment, but first let's get the phenomenon on the table. Heidegger describes it. This is one of the places in Being and Time where there's actually quite a lot of description, quite a lot of descriptive stuff. And I don't think he does it much better anyplace else, although I'll point to one passage from a lecture nearby, from a lecture that he gave around the time that he was writing Being and Time. But if you turn to page 96, here he's describing the phenomenon of equipment showing up or encountering us. So he says on 96 and 67 in the German, about 2/3 of the way, about 3/4 of the way through the paragraph, about 1/4 of the way down the page. This is the way in which everyday Dasein always is. When I open the door, for instance, I use the latch. That's encountering equipment, or equipment encountering us. The achieving of phenomenological access to the entities which we encounter consists rather in thrusting aside our interpretive tendencies, which keep thrusting themselves upon us and running along with us, and which conceal not only the phenomenon of such concern, but even more those entities themselves as encountered in their own accord in our concern with them. So what's he saying here? He's saying, to go through the door, I use the latch. You could ask yourself the question, what's the understanding I have of the latch when I'm going through the door, when I'm using it to go through the door? And you'll find, if you want to ask that as a kind of phenomenological question, if you want phenomenological access to it, that you're going to have to keep thrusting aside your interpretive tendencies. You're going to have to keep saying, okay, I'm trying to think about the understanding I've got of the latch when I'm using it skillfully to go through the door. Well, it must involve some kind of, and then you think back on the activity of using the latch skillfully to go through the door, and you give some interpretation of it. But whatever interpretation, I mean, that's the natural thing to want to do, right? You want to ask what understanding you've got of the doorknob when you use it to go through the door. So the natural thing to do is to reflect on the experience of using the doorknob to go through the door and to try to describe it, to try to give some interpretation of it. And he's going to say, what you've got to do constantly is try to thrust aside those interpretive tendencies, because they're always going to be at the thematic level. They're always going to get an understanding of the doorknob that's not the understanding you already had of it when you were just using it to go through the door. Okay, so that's, but the example that we've got, the way of dealing with or coping with entities, that's the one that normally and usually characterizes the kind of being that we are, is the example of, say, this is the example I'm interested in, the example of using the latch or using the doorknob to go through the door. When we do that, there's a way in which, now I want to go back to the active-passive issue. When we do that, there's a way in which it's just wrong to say that I encounter the doorknob, because there doesn't seem to be any I involved in the activity at all. Right? Insofar as it's a kind of activity that's being performed without my thinking about it, skillfully and in this sort of coping and dealing way. Insofar as it's that, there doesn't seem to be any I involved in the act at all. And so, to say that I encounter the doorknob seems like a mistake of grammar. And so Heidegger seems to say, at least sometimes, that the doorknob encounters me. Or more properly, I guess it's that the doorknob encounters. There's not even a me, because there's no object. And this is getting explained, I guess, on page 70. This is a footnote I was looking for last time. I gather, from the footnote mostly, and from having heard other people who are better at German than I am talk about it, that the verb begegnen is normally used in an active intransitive sense. That's to say, it doesn't usually have an object. It's usually an active verb that doesn't take an object. But it does take a subject. Verbs take subjects when they're active. And when he tends to use it, or he often uses it here, he often uses as the subject the verb seiende, the noun seiende, the word entity. So really the way to translate what he's saying when he uses this verb is something like the entity that encounters blah blah blah. And it doesn't even encounter me; it just encounters. Now that presumably he's trying to point out some phenomenon when he uses the words that way. And I think we have a way of doing it in English, and this is sometimes the way I'll talk. If we want to make the doorknob the subject of the verb, and we want to make the verb intransitive so that it doesn't have an object, then we can say in English something like, the doorknob shows up. The doorknob doesn't show up for anyone. It just shows up. The doorknob, so to speak, announces itself when I'm using it to walk through the door. It's important that it doesn't announce itself to me, because that would indicate that I've got some kind of understanding of it. There'd be some me that could be doing the understanding. And there isn't really a me. But the doorknob is somehow what's relevant in the activity of my reaching out to grab it to go through the door. And so sometimes Heidegger, I'll try to use the phrase, the entity in question shows up. And that when I do that, I'm trying to get at, in English, some aspect of the grammar in German that I think is important for Heidegger's accounts of the phenomenology. I knew Alan was going to ask a question. Go ahead.
So this about shows up encounters. I mean, there's potentially that making the doorknob subject is potentially a mistake as well, right? Because he warned us against that we should never talk about like this is touching the other, because then you are basically attributing both understanding, activity, subjectivity, intentionality to the things themselves not to our understanding of them. Yeah. So in a way, when we say that there is no understanding, it seems to be potentially at one level is misleading, because readiness to hand is also a mode of our understanding, right?
Yes.
Our understanding of being. So in a sense, there is understanding there. It's not that there isn't. It's
That's
not just
right.
if you understand by just like representing and describing in a certain way, that sense of understanding is not identical.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's no understanding, then none of those points exist anyway.
Good. Okay, good. So I don't want to say there's no understanding. Of course there's always an understanding of being. And when the doorknob shows up in the context of my using it to go through the door, there's an understanding of being. And the doorknob is showing up in its ready-to-hand mode of being. But that understanding has special features. The understanding of the readiness to hand of the doorknob has special features. We're going to talk about them in a moment. And among those special features is that there's no I as a subject of anything like thought or any kind of intellectual activity to whom the doorknob could show up. Of course there's an understanding, but the understanding is this pre-ontological understanding that doesn't presuppose the kind of my being the kind of being that can have thoughts about the object. So there's going to be an understanding. It's going to be a practical understanding. It's going to involve my familiarity with doorknobs and with rooms and with the practices of going in and out of them. And it's going to involve the kind of know-how, that kind of understanding for the use of doorknobs that allows me to do this in a seamless way. In fact, in a way in which there's actually there's in no sense an I as a kind of metaphysical entity that's directed towards something.
And that it doesn't show up in any way that it can touch things either.
No, certainly not. That's right.
Because, in order to make us passive, we shouldn't make
the
objects active.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So the kind of showing up, and we will. This is a sticky issue, and like I said, I don't think Heidegger's really all that clear about it here. I mean, I think that's to say in this book, I think that, but I do think that sometimes, in order to be, shall we say, provocative, he'll say it. He'll literally put the activity out there in the world, and. Because it's a unified phenomenon that we're talking about, that can't be right. The activity's got to sort of pervade the unity rather than being in one area rather than the other. But still, if you're working hard against a metaphysical picture that's got the only possibility of activity being here and this huge gap between the two entities, then you can see why that kind of provocation might be useful. Yeah.
I mean, in a way, on analogy with like it's raining or it's snowing, can we just say it's doorknobbing? Like the doorknob just sort of emerges like the rain does, and this phenomenon with no clear. I mean, that seems to be these things in readiness to hand that just seem to kind of pop up and then disappear rather than them showing up to anybody.
Yeah, I think that's probably good. I haven't thought about it much, but that sounds pretty good. I mean, it doesn't sound any less weird. It sounds, more weird. It's doorknobbing around here. But it does have the advantage of making it sort of neither active nor passive. There's just this process of doorknobbing, and it's not a process that resides in either the entity or the doorknob, but somehow it's going on in the environment. So that might be all right. Yeah, that's possible. I'll say in a moment why showing up is in particular misleading. And that'll have to do with the fact that when equipment shows up in the ready-to-hand mode of being, it shows up by not showing up. But anyhow, Jackson.
So is there this process of doorknobbing even when there's no one using it, or there's no is that? Great question.
Yeah, great question.
Why it feel like it's raining?
Yeah.
That's why I was looking.
Well, I mean, it's not always raining. I mean, so it's not always doorknobbing, right?
You might imagine that if there's no one dealing with layers,
Yes.
there's still a sense of talking about.
Good.
In the equipment cases, I thought that was your point, right?
Yeah, good. I think that's a terrific question, and I want to talk about that question. And I'm going to talk about that question. So save that question. It's very important. It has to do with, just to give you the sort of section heading in the lectures where I'm going to talk about it, has to do with the difference between what equipment is and what the mode of being of equipment is. Okay, so something can be equipment when it's not being dealt with, but it can't be ready to hand when it's not being dealt with, at least not in the basic case. That's going to be the idea. Okay. Yeah, Wendy.
I just wanted to get clear. So when you're talking about sort of something announcing, some entity announcing itself or showing itself, we're only talking about readiness to hand. So the reason I asked is because he talks about encounterability on 81, when he's talking about the chair and the wall. And so in that example, so he's talking about if the chair could touch the wall, so it would presuppose that the wall is the sort of thing for which a chair would be encounterable. So in suggesting that it's not the kind of thing, he's suggesting there's something else for which the chair could be encounterable, namely us. But that sort of being encounterable for me is only to be understood as present at hand?
Good question.
Can you repeat it again? Oh, so I guess, so my question was, can things only be encounterable for me when it's sort of a present at hand relationship? So on 81, he makes that, he says, if the chair could touch the wall, this would presuppose that the wall is the sort of thing for which a chair would be encounterable. And so in saying that that's not the sort of thing, it seems that he's implying that Dasein is the sort of thing for which a chair would be encounterable. And I just wanted to make sure that, so on the one hand, this is talking only about presence at hand, and on the other hand, when we're talking about something announcing itself or something showing up, we can only talk about that as ready to hand.
Yeah, I thought that it was about mode being present at hand and ready to hand, and all those modes are always basically referring to understanding of Dasein. So all these modes are, and in this particular case, we still put it present at hand, but I didn't. So he wants to, even we talk about present at hand mode, don't take that mode as if it can take care of itself. It is always for Dasein, even that mode.
Okay. I guess what I was
not just with, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I guess sort of, so like my question is more confusion. Is there so what you said is there can't be a case in, or this is what I understood, there can't be a case in which something is ready to hand for me. That's what I understood from what was just discussed. And so I just wanted to know if that was the right division to draw. And I can table this if it's sort of
whereas here it's in. I see. Is there? Okay, good. I guess I think I see your confusion. So the idea of readiness to hand, and we'll go into this in more detail in a moment, but the idea of readiness to hand is supposed to be that there's no I involved in the activity of doing the hammering, say, or something like that.
It's necessarily excluded rather than just possibly being excluded. Is that so yeah, I guess I was just asking, is there any case where something could be ready to hand? Or ready, the doorknob could be announcing itself?
I think the I doesn't come out in the ready to hand. It only comes out once you get unready to hand stuff. But that doesn't mean that the hammer isn't showing up when I'm hammering seamlessly with it. It is showing up. It's not showing up for me. It's encountering, but it's not encountering for me. it's showing up by way of not showing up. I mean, that's a way that things can show up. That's what you have to say here. I'm going to try to say it a little more carefully in a moment. Yeah. Yeah.
Can something show up without being seen as, like, for example, the doorknob shows up, but when you see the doorknob shows up, you already see it as doorknob.
Great. Okay. Good. I want to deny that. And I'm going to try to give you passages that show that where I think Heidegger is denying that. So showing up and seeing as are not the same thing. Seeing as is a sort of Wittgensteinian phenomenon. It shows up under an aspect, and I want to say, and it gives you the idea that there's some way of taking the entity. I see this as a fork, or I see that as a doorknob. The way in which the doorknob is understood pre-ontologically, when I'm using it to go through the door, is not as a doorknob. At least that's what I want to claim. The handout is what I'm going to use that for that. But
you cannot say the doorknob shows up.
Well, you can say it shows up, just not that it shows up as a doorknob. That's the idea. Although there's a legitimate question, whether you can make that distinction. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's.
So, the way I understand it, I think, is that the doorknob doesn't encounter Dasein, but it can only encounter, its possibility of encountering is founded on Dasein's being.
That's true. Yes, that's right. If there were no Daseins, there wouldn't be any doorknobs where you hear that as the kind of entity that gets to be the entity that it is in virtue of the things that I'll talk about in a moment, the referential totality and stuff like that. There wouldn't be any of that if there weren't Dasein. Yeah. Okay, well, so let me move on to that stuff. So, equipment is the stuff that we deal with. That's Heidegger's name for the stuff that we deal with, Zeug. Equipment is his name for what we normally and usually find ourselves in our everyday dealings dealing with, or coping with. And Heidegger really thinks that equipment is the most basic category of what there is, of stuff that's not us. It may not be everything that's not us, but it's the base case. It's what everything else is going to get defined in terms of equipment. And a more typical name for the stuff that's not us is something generic like things, for instance. And so Heidegger tries to argue that the right name for things, for the stuff that's not us, is really equipment, the stuff that's not us that we deal with in our everyday dealings. And to make this argument, he goes back to the Greeks, and he says at the bottom of 96, the Greeks really had it right, he says, at least in some sense. The Greeks had a name for things, and their name for things was pragmata. And pragmata is related to the word praxis. It's related to the word for doing or making. And so pragmata are the stuff is the stuff that we cope with, or the stuff that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. He says this on the bottom of whatever it is we use. He says this kind of thing on the bottom of 96 in the English. The first full paragraph of 68 in the German. The Greeks had an appropriate term for things, pragmata. That is to say, that which one has to do with in one's concernful dealings, one's praxis. But ontologically, the specifically pragmatic character of the pragmata is just what the Greeks left in obscurity. In other words, they had the right term, and they were, better for it, but they mischaracterized the stuff that was picked out by that term because they didn't think about it in the right way. They thought of these things, of these proximally, as mere things, not as stuff that we use, despite the fact that that's built into the sort of etymology, the meaning of the term they've got for it, but as just stuff, just plain stuff. We shall call those entities which we encounter in concern equipment. So equipment is the stuff that we deal with, or cope with, or use in our day-to-day activity. In our dealings, we come across equipment for writing, sewing, working, transportation, measurement, and so on. The kind of being which equipment possesses must be exhibited. The clue for this, for doing this, lies in our first defining what makes an item of equipment, namely its equipmentality. So what is it? So the basic case of what there is that's not us is going to turn out to be what there is that we use in our day-to-day activity. The stuff we use for writing, the stuff we use for sewing, the stuff we use for transportation, the stuff we use for building, and so on. That's the stuff there basically is. That's already a big move, right? I mean, and you can see, he hasn't argued for this. He's given a kind of indication that a long time ago the words used to mean something like that, or could have been interpreted to mean something like that. But that's not much of an argument, really, is it? And it's a big move away from the tradition, because the tradition thinks, certainly our contemporary scientific tradition thinks, that what there really is quarks and atoms and electrons and so on. All the basic physical constituents of the universe. And if you try to tell the story about everything that is, by starting with these physical entities, the basic physical structure of the universe, Heidegger thinks you're going to end up leaving out something essential. So his strategy is to go in the other direction. His strategy is to say, let's start with the stuff that we're most familiar with normally and usually. The stuff we deal with. The pens, the books, the chalk, the hammers. That's what there is in the base case. And then we're going to try to explain everything that else that is, including the quarks and the leptons and the gluons and the atoms and so on. All the other ons that I don't even know about. We're going to try to explain all those things in terms of this other base category. That's the move that he's going to try to make, and he's starting to make it here. So let's see. I think I just read. That's the thing that I wanted to read. Okay, so now you've got a question. So we've got this stuff, the equipment that we use in our day-to-day dealings. And you want to understand what it is to be that stuff. And we know that Heidegger's sort of general move is to say, if you want to understand what it is to be something, you've got to understand the understanding of the being of that thing that Dasein's got. So we got to ask the question, what understanding of equipment is the one that matters most? That's the question you want. You want to understand what it is to be equipment? Then you've got to think about the understanding that we've got of its being. But you naturally want to know the understanding we've got of its being when. Right? Take the hammer, or the radio, or the chalk. Do you want to interrogate the understanding that you have of the radio when you're making it, when you're building it? Is that the relevant understanding, the one that's going to tell us what it is to be a radio? The scientific conception it might be. Or maybe, do you want to understand what it is, what understanding you've got of the radio when you're taking it apart? Trying to understand how it works? That might be. You might interrogate those uses of radios. Or do you want to think about the way we understand the radio when it's lying in the drawer? Or the hammer, when it... Now, this is Jackson's question. Do you want to think... Is the relevant understanding of the hammer the understanding that we've got when it's hanging in the tool, on the wall in the tool shop? Is that the relevant one? No. None of those is the relevant one. Heidegger's going to say, if you want to understand what it is to be equipment, then you've got to think about the understanding that we've got of equipment when it's involved in dealings cut to its own measure. That's the phrase that he uses. That's to say, what it is to be equipment is determined primarily by the understanding that we've got when we're using it for the purpose that it's meant, for its appropriate purpose. So in the case of the hammer, what it is to be a hammer is determined by the understanding we have of the hammer when we're using it skillfully to hammer stuff. Yes?
doesn't that kind of make it almost like a circular point? Because what it is what we're using it to be correctly, which it already is. So we have a preconception of how to use it correctly,
yes.
which defines what it is. So, I mean, isn't there like a circular...
There's absolutely a circularity here. And Heidegger's not going to deny it. In fact, he's semi-obsessed with the circularity involved. We skipped over it for the most part, but in the introduction, I think even in the pages that you read, there was some discussion of a kind of circularity. We're going to get back to it in the section 32 when he talks about interpretation. And he says, but the circularity it has got a name. He's going to call it a hermeneutic circle, an interpretive circle. And there's no doubt that it's a kind of circular project that he's involved in here. You're going to understand what it is to be a hammer by thinking about the way in which the understanding of hammers that we've already got pre-ontologically when we're using them to hammer. And that's a kind of circle. There's a question whether it's a vicious circle. He thinks it's not a vicious circle. The reason it's not a vicious circle, he thinks, is that what you're depending on when you're interrogating our pre-ontological understanding of hammers, in the hammering of them, what you're interrogating isn't identical with the thing that you're going to discover about them. It's the condition of the possibility of discovering that, but it's not the same thing. That's going to be the answer.
Let's go back to the structure. It's only that it is only by being in the world that we're conscious of the world and vice versa.
Sorry, say that.
Let's go back to that structure.
Yes.
Again, that it's only by being in the world that we are conscious.
He certainly thinks that. That's absolutely right.
And
yes.
It just goes back and forth.
I see. What's the back and forth there?
That we exist in the world, to be conscious of the world. And that is how the world in turn exists for us.
I think what you could say is that it's only because we're already being in the world. That's the kind of, that's the ground for the kind of being that we are. It's only because we're already this that we can go on to say anything about what it is for there to be being in, for there to be a world, for there to be any of the structures involved in those, and so on. I think, and that is, but that is, as you say, or does involve a kind of circularity. It's because being in the world involves this pre-ontological understanding of ourselves already and of everything that is. Yeah. Yeah. Well.
The use of these tools or these equipment for the fact that they're supposed to be used in the way they're intended or designed to be used, that seems to put intentionality back and like the subject back in the equation. It's just that the intentionality is located somewhere else. So the better the state of hammer technology and hammer education, the more likely I am not to be totally ready at hand. This hammer is to be totally ready at hand for me, but somebody else had, the hammer industry had to do all this work and all this intentional, deliberate work to create those conditions. So, I mean, how can there be an intention or a meaning to the hammer's construction and use without somebody having sat and thought about it really hard?
Well, that may well require that. It may well require thinking. When we started to use, the monkeys start to use sticks to get bananas out of the tree or something like that. There's a sense in which, some monkey had to come up with the idea. And so too, the hammer builders have got to come up, and they're interested now in issues of about the ergonomical design of the hammer and so on and so forth, so that it can withdraw all the more when you're using it. Okay, so there's certainly people who devote their lives to this kind of thing. What Heidegger is interested in, though, is the question what it is to be a hammer. Now, so. It's true that you couldn't have these practices for hammering unless someone had built a hammer and first had the idea that hammers might be used for thus and such a thing. That's true. But there's a question whether, although that had to happen at some point in the past in order for there to be an understanding of hammers, there's still a question whether that consists in the understanding of what it is to be a hammer. Whether the understanding of what it is to be a hammer is totally and entirely what some genius in the hammer factory decides it's going to be. And I think the answer to that is no. I'm gonna try to say something about that in just a second, because it has to do with what I'll describe as the holism of equipment. Ernie, did you have a question?
Kind of. I mean, I think just on this, we keep starting with like the hammer, and I guess I'm assuming that what we're thinking of when we say the hammer is like those things that people sell in stores, which have handles and have heads and to be hammered with. But I think that like, so the sentence that he says like right after defining equipment on 97 is, in our dealings we've come across equipment for writing, sewing, working, transportation, measurement. I don't have the German right here, but writing, sewing, working certainly are gerunds. And I think like maybe where we should start is by thinking about pounding or hammering, like the action, rather than the hammer. So for instance, like if your desire is to like take something and get it into something else, then you can do that with a book, you can do that with your fist, you can do that with with like a large stick, you can do that with what we now call a hammer. And so I think like for him it's not so much, the issue isn't so much being concerned with things that we call hammers, because then you're just looking at the object picture. Like the concern is, Dasein has this concern, it wants to get this thing into this other thing. And then what Dasein needs to do is to find something which will facilitate that action. And that could be hammers and it could be other things. But what he's concerned with is then like hammering rather than like a particular thing called a hammer.
Good. Okay, good. So that's very helpful, Ernie. Partly because I think part of it is right, and I want to resist part of it. So let me. But it's very helpful to have it on the table because it sets up just the issue that I want to set up. What I think is that when you're using a book to pound a nail in, you're not turning it in. It doesn't become a hammer in virtue of that act. In fact, I think it's very hard to turn something into a hammer for any individual to turn something into a hammer. Precisely because what makes it a hammer is all of the background social practices that allow things to be used for whatever it is they're appropriately used for in various circumstances. So that's the part I want to resist. But the part I like has to do with the emphasis on hammering. So I think you're right to emphasize that what really matters is when you're thinking about the being of equipment. When you're thinking about the being of equipment, it's ready-to-hand mode of being. What really matters is the understanding that we have of it when we're using it in dealings cut to its own measure. So I want to make a distinction here between what it is to be equipment and the mode of being that equipment has. And if you think about the first, what it is to be equipment, then I want to say it's not just arbitrary. There are appropriate and inappropriate ways of using things that are determined by the background social practices in the culture. And just picking up the book and using it to hammer a nail isn't by itself going to turn the book into a hammer. But when you're thinking about the being of equipment, it's really right that the way you understand it when you're using it in the dealings that are cut to its own measure, when you're using the hammer for hammering, what the mode of being of the hammer is revealed to you best in that instance. So I think that's a really helpful comment. Okay, good. That was meant not to be an explanation, but a kind of foreshadowing of what I'm about to say. So if it didn't make sense, let me try to make it make sense. So we've got the idea that equipment is what it is we normally cope with. We've got the idea that to understand what equipment is, we've got to look at the dealings that we have with it that are cut to its own measure. There are a couple other features of equipment that are really important. And the first is its holistic nature. That's what I was just gesturing at here in response to Ernie's comment. So equipment, Heidegger says, always belongs to a holistic equipmental context. And he sometimes calls this the referential totality of equipment. So if you look at 97, just after, I think, the part that we were reading, Heidegger says, that's 68 in the German, Heidegger says in the first full paragraph, taken strictly, there is no such thing as an equipment. he's got this funny problem, of course. He's got to put is in scare quotes because he's talking about, he's trying to tell you what it is for something to be anything. And so he can't really use it in the normal sense. But you get the point. There's no such thing as an equipment. It doesn't come in the singular. It only comes in this holistic context. To the being of any equipment, what it is to be any equipment, there always belongs a totality of equipment, which he sometimes calls the referential totality, in which it can be this equipment that it is. Equipment is essentially something in order to, and a totality of equipment is constituted by various ways of the in order to, such as serviceability, conduciveness, usability, manipulability. So the basic idea is this. There's no such thing as a hammer independent of all the other equipment that goes along with the practices of building stuff for which that we use hammers in order to do. So there's no such thing as a hammer independent of nails, independent of boards, independent of saws to cut the boards, independent of screws and screwdrivers, and so on. We've got this whole equipmental context, and we've got the practices for using the equipment in the various contexts that we use it in for building stuff, for making things. And it's only in that whole context that something gets to be a hammer. If you didn't have the rest of the tools, and you didn't have the practices, then you wouldn't have a hammer. So a hammer sitting on a desert island isn't a hammer. It's not a hammer for two reasons. There aren't all the other tools there that it needs in order properly to be used for hammering. And there aren't any practices for using it for hammering. The hammer, when transported to a culture that doesn't have any way of nailing things together, let's say a culture that ties things together with vines or something, a hammer transported to that culture won't be a hammer either. Although it might be taken up into the culture and used in such a way as to become some other kind of tool. Maybe you use it in a special way to help you tie the vines or something like this. And the best example of this, I think, is, has anyone ever seen, there's an old-ish movie, maybe from the 80s or 90s, called The Gods Must Be Crazy. Has anyone ever seen this? So the basic premise of the movie is that there's a culture somewhere that doesn't have a lot of water, and so doesn't have practices for holding big chunks of water and other liquid things in bottles and baskets and pans and pots and so on. And by accident, somehow, a Coke bottle falls into the middle of this culture. And the people discover this. They've never seen anything like it. They have no idea what it could possibly be used for. And they start to develop practices for using it. The practices have to do with almost everything except for holding liquid. There's a whole amazing range of practices that get developed around the use of this Coke bottle, none of which have to do with using liquid. And with holding liquid. So there's an important sense you want to say in this context, the thing really isn't a Coke bottle. In fact, it's not a container for liquid at all, because the other tools that it's used, in the context of which it gets used, and the practices for which it gets used, all point in some other direction. And so Heidegger's idea here is that that's what it is for something to be equipment, for it to be brought into the practices of a culture in relation to a whole bunch of other tools that you can use towards ends that have significance and meaning for the people in the culture. That's what it is to be equipment. Then there's a question, what's the mode of being of equipment? Yes, El.
So, you're using the word practices here.
Yeah.
I don't see it in text. So I was wondering that, are there practices which doesn't have this inward structure, or are you assuming that all practices have this inward structure?
I'm assuming that I'm using the word practices. Yes. Yeah. So you do something in order to achieve some effect.
Yeah. So if we think about certain practices, I don't know whether there are such, but I'm just thinking if there are certain practices, maybe artists like that. I know nothing about art, but is just, it doesn't have any order to structure. There won't be any equipment then?
If you could think of a practice that was just a totally arbitrary practice, I mean, I can see already it's going to be difficult to do it. It's got to be totally arbitrary, so that it's not just that there's nothing that you're doing the practice for, but also that even doing it for no purpose at all isn't why you're doing it. I mean, so you've got to, even that doesn't count as the practice, as what you're doing it in order to achieve. If you could find a practice like that, I think it would be right that that there won't be any equipment involved in the practice. I think it's going to be. We could play the game, but I think it's going to be hard to. Yeah.
The practice that you're using is just the Greek sense practice.
Yes.
Always has the for the sake of it.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Wendy.
So this seems to me like maybe it's the connected to aliens, and I just want to raise it as something that sort of confuses me about how you individuate practices according to Heidegger. So like one thing I was thinking about is like Jackson Pollock. We think of him as a painter, but like he does, at a certain relief, like doesn't, at least in his he didn't like stroke paint using the brush. He like threw paint, and so that's a different like activity. And so, like, in one sense, we're going to think of him as a painter, he's somebody who's, he did this for the sake of, like, producing these pieces that was art, and, like, and in another sense, he wasn't, stroking the paint on the canvas, and so that was a kind of painting, I guess. And so, like, I guess this is just, like, an example to say, like, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to individuate practices. Does Heidegger have some sense of, like, how that's supposed to work?
Well, I don't think he has criteria for individuation of practices, but I do think in that case, what he'll say is, you sometimes get individuals who live and operate within a certain domain of practice, who nevertheless are able to change what counts as appropriate practice within that domain, and that's going to be important for him. I think that's one of the central things that he's interested in. He thinks that it's possible for us. We're the kinds of beings that can do that, and when we do that, we can actually change what there is. We can have an ontological effect, and that's going to be tied up with our capacity to act authentically. Yeah. Okay. So next time I will start by talking about the readiness to hand, but we're going to move on to talk about sections 16 to 18 next week also. So please read pages 102 to 122 in English. All right, so we've read for today, or we're reading for this week anyhow, section 16 to 18. And we read last week sections 12 to 15, and they're sort of a piece. They have to do with the worldhood of the world, and that's to say what the structure of the world in which we're already involved is, and how you can say anything about that. So remember, we ended last time laying the ground for a distinction that we didn't quite get to, so I want to get to it this time. The distinction was between equipment, which Heidegger seems to think is the most basic kind of thing that there is, between equipment and how you define equipment on the one hand, and the mode of being of equipment on the other, which Heidegger is going to call readiness to hand. Equipment isn't always in the ready-to-hand mode of being, and I'm going to try to pry these two notions apart. But when it's most equipment, when it's most authentically equipment, it is in the ready-to-hand mode of being. So we got to figure out what the ready-to-hand mode of being is, what it is for something to be equipment, and how the two are related to one another. And once we've done that, we're going to move on to a very peculiar notion that's relatively unthematized in Being and Time, but I think is probably pretty important. That's the notion that Heidegger discusses pretty briefly in section 16, that he calls unreadiness to hand. So that's the goal for today. So remember we said last time that Heidegger's got the idea that he wants to study this unified phenomenon of being in the world, And in order to start doing that, he wants to study the world. And in order to start doing that, he's got to figure out what the things are in the world. And presumably, what the world is and what its structure is related to what the things in the world are and what their structure is. So, remember we saw last time that Heidegger thinks the most basic kind of thing, the Greeks sort of had it right, at least they had the right word for it. The most basic kinds of things are what the Greeks call the pragmata, the stuff that you deal with, the stuff that you use. And Heidegger's going to call that stuff equipment. And you want to ask the question, in what way of understanding equipment do I get the clue to what it is for something to be equipment? And the answer to that question, I think we said last time, is that you want to think about the understanding we have of equipment when we're dealing with it or coping with it or using it in what he calls dealings cut to its own measure. So I think I read this last time. I'll just point it out to you again. On the top of 98 in the English, the very beginning of 69 in the German, Heidegger says, equipment can genuinely show itself only in dealings cut to its own measure. Hammering with a hammer, for example. Okay. So, equipment is what there most fundamentally is in the world that we're involved with. And if you want to know what it is for something to be equipment, then you got to think about the understanding that you've got of it when you're dealing with it when you're coping with it in dealings cut to its own measure, like for instance hammering with a hammer. So that's going to mean a couple things. That's going to mean if you want to understand any tool, you've got to think about the use that the tool has in your culture. Obviously, uses are culturally specific. I think I mentioned the idea of the Coke bottle in the Gods Must Be Crazy last time. So if you want to think about what it is to be a pen, you've got to think about the way in which the pen is understood by you when you're using it in pen-like ways, when you're writing with it, presumably. So that's the first thing. Those are the dealings cut to its own measure. And then you want to think about the various features that are revealed regarding the equipment when you've got that kind of understanding of it. That's the relevant understanding. Okay. So what are the features? Well, we started on them last time. One of the most basic features is that equipment is holistically defined. So I read the passage last time on 97, I think. Or I read part of it. I want to read another part of it. On 97, the middle of 68 in the German, Heidegger says, taken strictly, there's no such thing as an equipment. So you couldn't just have the pen or the chalk or the hammer or the Coke bottle, because what it is to be that thing is determined by the relations it has with all the other things in the environment in which you already understand it. To the being of any equipment, there always belongs a totality of equipment in which it can be this equipment that it is. Equipment is essentially something in order to, and you can't have a pen in order to write unless you've got paper on which to write with the pen. So what it is to be any of these things is defined holistically in terms of the totality of equipment that you find in the environment. He gives an example at the bottom of 97. He says, equipment, in accordance with its equipmentality, always is in terms of its belonging to other equipment. Inkstand, pen, ink, paper, blotting pad, table, lamp, furniture, windows, doors, room. So all these things are holistically interdefined with one another. What it is to be the one is already determined by what it is to be the other. Now you might think that this kind of holism is reflected in some contemporary theories, analytic theories of meaning. In a certain way, I think it is. How many of you are familiar with someone like Quine or Davidson and their philosophies of language and meaning? So you probably know that in some sense or another, there's a kind of holism involved in the theories of meaning that you find in Quine and in Davidson. They say that you don't get to understand what it is for anything to have the meaning that it does until you've already understood it in the context of all the other meanings. And so there's a kind of holism to the project of meaning. And to that extent, I think Heidegger is on a par with Quine and Davidson. Where they part ways has to do with what it is for anything to have the meaning that it does. So for someone like Davidson, for instance, what it is for something to have the meaning that it does, what it is for instance, a sentence to have the meaning that it does, is for there to be a set of truth conditions in virtue of which the sentence, if the world satisfies those truth conditions, then the sentence is satisfied. Okay. So in Davidson, you get a theory of meaning as a theory of truth. The meanings that Heidegger's interested in aren't anything like the kinds of meanings that you could characterize by truth conditions. The meanings that Heidegger's interested in are what's revealed in the most basic ways that I have already of understanding the equipment that I use in my normal everyday context. I take it that something like that is going on in the rest of the sentence at the bottom of 97 and over to 98. So Heidegger says, these things, we'll call them things, never show themselves proximally as they are for themselves, so as to add up to a sum of realia and fill the room. It's not like you could specify a set of conditions in accordance with which, if those conditions are satisfied, then there's a chair in the room. Because the chair isn't something that you can specify independent of the practices that we've got for dealing with it. What we encounter as closest to us, though not as something taken as a theme, is the room. This is a sort of bizarre idea, but it's related to the holism that he's got. Keep asking yourself the question, what's the phenomenon that he's trying to name here? And he's going to give you a description of it, and I'll give you another passage where he gives you a description of it. But he's going to give you a description of it in just a moment. And we encounter it, that's to say the room, not as something between four walls in a geometrical spatial sense, but as equipment for residing, as something that I'm already familiar with, that draws out of me or presents to me certain possibilities for acting in the situation at hand. And out of this arrangement emerges, and it is out of this the arrangement emerges, the arrangement of all the in order to relations of all the equipment in the room. And it is in this that any individual item of equipment shows itself. Before it does so, a totality of equipment has already been discovered. So the holism in Heidegger is the holism that's involved with my already having discovered the whole network of relations that determines what it is to be a room. When I walk into the room, I've already understood that. So I say here, the whole room is what we first understand and are familiar with. And it's only in virtue of our already having understood the whole room that I can understand that the chairs are for sitting in it, that the desks are for writing on in it, that the pens are for taking notes with in it, and so on. So this is a kind of holism that Heidegger's got in mind. It's, so to speak, a phenomenological holism, rather than a mere semantic holism. It has to do with, and it's accessible in accordance with the phenomenological claim that what I first of all understand and am familiar with is the way things are already organized as a whole. So how could you convince yourself of this? Let me read you another place where Heidegger's saying something like this from a much later essay, an essay called Building, Dwelling, and Thinking. Heidegger says, when I go toward the door, so this is a much later essay from 1951, I think. Lots of aspects of this essay are very different from what goes on in Being and Time. But these two sentences, I think, are consistent with what he's saying in Being and Time. He says, when I go toward the door of the lecture hall, I'm already there, that's to say, at the lecture hall, and I could not go to it at all if I were not such that I am there, that's to say, at the lecture hall. I'm never here only as this encapsulated body, rather I'm there, that is, I already pervade the room, and only thus can I go through it or interact with any part of it. So already pervading the room is this phenomenon of already being familiar with what rooms are for, and only on the basis of that being able to understand what any of the equipment in the room is used for. Yeah, go ahead, Ale.
Well, I was confused about this comparison with the Davidson's fine, because it seemed to me, it's not, the issue is not whether it's semantic holism or not, but he's just says that one may answer things, right, on page 96, and then before he introduced the idea of pragmata.
Yeah.
So you might say that at that level, in this paragraph, before he goes to the pragmata, right, you can still talk about what it means to be a chair, right, and then you can bring holism there.
Yes.
So the issue doesn't seem to be like holism or non-holism, but rather the difference between res cogitans and then pragmata. And then when the pragmata comes in, it seems to be that we are doing something.
Yes.
Will matter. And then, because the last two lines that you read about this thing, so also it's only context of my doing something always. So when we just take that out and just start to think about like the holism of the ink and the pen without putting the action in the middle, then it seems to me we could as well be in the paragraph in 96, like the first ones, like things in general, without bringing the pragmatic character. And we can still talk about the holism there. It seems to be not the kind of holism is different, but the holism of what holism deals with is different.
Good. I think
the paragraphs 96 and 97, it seems that's what's different, not the holism part, but the holism of what? And what is the principle of the whole?
Good. I think you're saying what I intend to be saying. So let me see if I can say it in my words, and we'll see if we agree. So I want to say, look, it's not just holism that makes Heidegger special. You can find holism, even a certain kind of holism about the meaning of things, or the meaning of sentences at any rate, in Quine and Davidson. What's interesting is, now I want to borrow your terms, is something like what the holism deals with. What's holistically characterized is not just the things, but the things as understood in terms of our pragmatic involvement with them. That's where the holism comes about. And so if you're going to assess the claim of holism, what you need to think about is whether this phenomenological claim is right. That when I come into the room, I understand what it is to use any of the equipment in it, only because I already understand something about the way all this equipment is holistically interdefined in its use for me, or in its use in the culture. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, Ron.
I have a couple of questions about what this view means practically.
Yeah.
So, I understand the way that the pen and the paper are related is really important to understanding the pen.
Mm.
But the room seems kind of incidental to that, because I can also use a pen without there being a room.
Yes.
In a way that I can't use a pen without there being a surface to write on.
Right.
So is he trying to say that if I were to encounter a pen outside of the room, I wouldn't recognize it as a pen in the same way as the pen that I encounter in a room?
I think that he's trying to say, for instance, that the way you understand a pen in a classroom and the way you deal with it in a classroom might well be different from, say, the way you understand a pen in the rare books library, where pens aren't allowed, because you're not allowed to, write with ink on the rare manuscripts, right?
But that's because in the rare books room there is something kind of essential in the relationship between the room and pens, but normally that's not the case.
Well, it needn't be the case. That's true. And so,
And then what about a room? Like, I have no idea what that is for. So, like, what about a room in which I don't get what all of the equipment is for, but clearly I do understand what some of the equipment is for.
So here's a way to think about it. I think this can stick out as obtrusive, to use the term from section 16. This can stick out as obtrusive for you in this room, precisely because you're already in a room that you're familiar with, whose equipment in general you're familiar with, but this doesn't fit in. So the idea is that even obtrusiveness is possible only against the background of general familiarity. The question whether something gets to be something else if it sits in a different network of relations is supposed to be answered, in part by the rare books manuscript example, but more clearly by the kind of example that I gave last time of the Coke bottle in a culture where there are no practices for storing water. Or, for instance, you might argue, you might try to exemplify this claim by saying that a teacup in medieval Japanese society, where the tea ceremony is really a central aspect of the society, it's just a different thing than the styrofoam cup from which we were used to drinking in the 70s and 80s or something like that. They both hold tea, right? In a certain general sense they're similar, but because of the way in which they fit differently into the holistic set of practices, they really get to be different things. Yeah, Wen?
So I think this is following on Rim's question. So when we talk about similarities between the pen and I may find it natural in certain ways to say that, like, the pen that I'm not allowed to bring into the rare books library is the same sort of thing as as what I'm writing with now, and that's only going to be along a theoretical dimension. I can't say anything about it practically. Is that the right way to think about it? Like, we can only talk about similarities among pens in different equipmental contexts. Theoretically, is that?
I think I guess I need to be careful. So what it is to be a pen in our culture is determined by the roles that pens play in all the different contexts that people in our culture are familiar with. The possibilities for using the pen might well be different in different contexts. One set of possibilities here and another set of possibilities there. That's closer to leading us in the direction of the mode of being of pens. When they're being used appropriately, what's the mode of being that they've got? Because what determines what's appropriate use is different from context to context. But what it is to be a pen is determined holistically by all the range of functional relations that we're already familiar with in our culture in virtue of using pens in the ways that we do. That's the definition, so to speak, of pen. Let's go here and then here. Yeah.
So it sounds like when you're talking about functional, there's a really big definition of functional here. Like when you give the example of the medieval tea ceremony teacup and styrofoam teacup, those are, like you said, from a utilitarian standpoint, absolutely identical.
Yeah.
And their difference in meaning is all really semiotic, really phatic. Has to do with these other connotations and cultural meanings weighted onto the cup rather than how we just use it to do stuff necessarily.
Yes.
Like it's very kind of high level and cultural kinds of things we are doing when we're interacting with the Japanese teacup. So functional is supposed to mean a lot.
Functional is supposed to mean a lot, and functional is probably a misleading word because it's got the sort of, structural, the overlay of structuralism. I mean, structuralists want to use a term like that. It's really the terms that I should be using are the terms that Heidegger appropriates from Aristotle. It's got these in order to relations, the towards which relations, the for which relations, and so on and so forth. I haven't introduced those yet because he hasn't introduced them yet. But those are the things that I have in mind. And they're really not just, what you might call something like value properties that are predicated of some separate present at hand kind of substance. That's a way we'll see him rejecting a view like that when we get to the, in fact, maybe even in the reading that we've had already. But I think certainly when we get to the Descartes section, which is going to be for next week. I feel like I came across things invested with value. Yeah, 92. 92, 63 to 64 in the German. He asks rhetorically, should we then first attach ourselves to those entities with which Dasein proximally and for the most part dwells, things, quote, invested with value? So the idea there is, what the thing really is a present-at-hand substance. And then it takes on the meaning that it does because somehow we've given it, we've invested it with a value, with a particular kind of value. As if any individual Dasein or any culture was capable of investing it with value. He wants to reject that idea. There's no activity on the part of us or on the part of Dasein as a whole that invests some separate thing with the value that it's got. It's given to us already as having that value. That's the way to get it, the direction. Okay, here, and then Jackson, and then, yeah.
Can you just repeat what you were getting, what the phenomenological claim about coming into a room?
Yeah, so the claim is supposed to be that you can encounter, or something in the room can encounter you, can show up for you, as soliciting a certain kind of activity from you, only because you're already familiar with the general context in which the thing gets the meaning that it does. So, how are you supposed to convince yourself of this? Let me leave that as a question for you guys. How are you supposed to convince yourself whether this phenomenological claim is true? What's the contrast class? It would have to be have to be the case somehow in which you're not already familiar with the whole context. Can anyone think of a case like that? Where you're not already familiar with, in general, the way things go on? Yeah, so you find yourself in a new country where things are done just very, very differently from the way that they're done where you are. And it turns out that none of the relevant things present themselves to you. The country doesn't even have to be particularly strange. From your point of view, from the point of view of the practices that you've been brought up in. I remember the first time that I spent any time in France. I was totally, I'm discombobulated here sometimes, a lot of the time too, but I was totally thrown. I couldn't figure out how to get to the bathrooms. I couldn't, when I really had to, I couldn't figure out how to get out of the rooms and into the rooms. I couldn't figure out how to, get the books out of the library that I needed to get out. And it was because the practices in general were organized so differently differently enough from the way that I was familiar with, that none of the relevant particular equipment jumped out at me as soliciting me to perform one action or another. And I think that's if you've ever been to a culture that's different from the culture in which you were brought up, you'll recognize that it's not just that you don't know how to use this, that, or the other bit of equipment. It's that you're totally discombobulated. You don't know how to go on at all. And what's relevant equipment doesn't even show up for you as relevant because you're not familiar with the whole context, even if you're familiar with lots of the particular equipment. They've got pens and books in France. It just didn't. Okay, let me just take two more questions and then... yeah, go ahead, Sorry.
So, would Heidegger say that there's no way that you could get accustomed to that?
No, I think he's happy to say, in fact, I think it's crucial to him, that we're the kind of being that can become familiar with whole new ranges of equipmental context, with whole new worlds. We can, as he'll say, and we'll introduce the terminology, disclose new worlds, and that when we do, we get new understandings of ourselves. And that's going to be a crucial aspect. of what it is to be the kind of being that we are. Yeah. Jackson, yeah, I know.
Yeah, when you brought up the phrase thinking of best value, when I read that, I had a question.
Okay.
And I guess when we're talking about things that we are like concerned with in our environment, I don't think of just strictly equipment. I think of, I can appreciate things in my environment that are kind of tempered by my background understanding, but aren't necessarily things that I use in a way. Is his definition of equipment very broad?
It's pretty broad, but it doesn't, I think, cover everything. Tell me what you have in mind, and I'll see.
Well, I mean, the very first thing that popped in mind is art.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of sticks out to me. But even more than that, though, just like the way I appreciate the red desk in America versus the red desk in France.
Yeah.
And not just in terms of use, but aesthetics, really.
Right.
Maybe that's where it comes down to aesthetics. But I think there's more. I really haven't delved into it very deeply, but that's where it directly goes to.
Yeah. So I think it's a good question, and I think it's true that there's a range of stuff that's not covered by equipment, by the notion of equipment that we are used to interacting with. And Heidegger, one of the things that happens in the transition from early Heidegger to late Heidegger is that later Heidegger begins to realize just how insufficient this category was. And one of the first places he looks at is for works of art. Now he's going to, in 1935, he writes an important essay called The Origin of the Work of Art. And that's where he first starts to think about what works of art could be. He wants to give an ontological characterization of works of art rather than an aesthetic characterization. So works of art are going to turn out, I won't go into much detail, but they're going to turn out to be, works of art that really work for a culture are going to turn out to be artworks that in some way or another organize our practices around certain kinds of activities. The works of art that he's most interested in, for instance, he gives the example of the Greek temple, or of the medieval cathedral. The way these were at the center of the way people understood themselves and the way their practices were organized. And those two things are related to one another. But that's precisely not covered here. Let me move on, because there's a lot of interesting questions, but there's a lot more to say. The first thing to say is that this notion, to give you a little bit of a sense of what this notion, this particular kind of phenomenological holism looks like, I'll just remind you that the Gestalt psychologists had a principle like this very much at the forefront of their characterization of perceptual phenomena. So the Gestalt psychologists tended to say about perceptual objects that you couldn't understand any of the aspects of a particular perceptual object unless you already understood the whole object. And the way in which you understood the aspects of the object was determined by the way in which you already understood the whole object. So, for instance, they'll say, what's presented to you, the Gestalt psychologists will say, what's presented to you first and foremost is the thing. And only later, having already experienced the chair, can you go on to notice things like that has got a particular color or that has got a particular shape and so on. The Gestalt psychologists are often taken, I think, in a sort of uninteresting way, to have thought that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. I think that's true, and I think they think that, but I don't think it's particularly interesting to think that. You could have a view, a totally unstructured whole, like a heap of bricks, for instance. And you might well argue that the heap is more than the sum of the bricks, despite the fact that there's no structure to the thing. The Gestalt psychologists were interested in the structured wholes that are presented to us. But what the Gestalt psychologists really thought, and what I think Heidegger thinks, is that the whole is phenomenologically prior to the parts. It's only in virtue of already having understood or seen the chair that I can go on to experience any of the features of the chair. And that's what Heidegger's got, but not just with perceptual phenomena, but with practical understandings of objects in general. And And I say it's not just with perceptual phenomena, and it's not. Nevertheless, the terminology that Heidegger has is a vision for describing the kind of openness to a whole environment or a whole world or a whole situation. The terminology that he's got for this involves the notion of a kind of sight. The kind of sight that he thinks is involved when I'm familiar with or open to a holistically defined situation, like what goes on in the classroom, for instance. The kind of sight involved, it gets translated circumspection, and the German word is Umsicht. And I'll just show you where he's introducing the term, and then I'll make 2 points with it about it. On 98, what's that? On 98, at the bottom in the English, and 69, about 2/3 of the way through in the German, Heidegger writes, dealings with 3 lines from the bottom. Dealings with equipment subordinate themselves to the manifold assignments of the in order to. That's to say, when I'm coping with equipment, I'm drawn to use it in order to do whatever its definition requires. And the sight with which they thus accommodate themselves, these dealings, is circumspection. And there are 2 points that I want to make about circumspection. It's the kind of awareness that you have of your environment when you're familiar in the environment, and on the basis of which it's possible for you to be solicited to do any particular thing. So I think I mentioned this kind of example last time, but I didn't mention it as an example of circumspection. You can imagine a really good short order cook who's in this very small environment where every tool is exactly where he needs it to be. And he's got a kind of circumspective awareness of or familiarity with his environment that allows him at every moment to do exactly what's required, to reach out here to get the spatula, over here to get the pan, turn around here to do something else, whatever you do when you're cooking. And it's that kind of awareness. It's a kind of sight, but it's not a visual. It's not a visual phenomenon. He could do most of it with his eyes closed, in fact. But it's a kind of awareness of, and there are 2 points to make about it. First is that it's an awareness of the whole. It's a kind of familiarity with the environment on the basis of which any particular action is possible. So it's got the kind of holism. And the second is that I think, at least it says in the footnote on Umsicht on page 98, and this is the way I understand it, but some native German speaker might correct me. The way I understand Umsicht, the has a kind of directionality. It's towards seeing. And what I understand when I hear towards seeing is that Umsicht, this kind of circumspective awareness of everything, is towards being able to see any particular thing. It's what allows you to see any particular thing. So there's the holism, and then there's the fact that the holism's being prior is the condition of the possibility of any particular kind of seeing. So I think both of those are involved in circumspective awareness. And that's the holism of equipment. Yeah?
Do you think has this directionality or more situatedness rather? And the zoo will come to directionality, right? Because it's not
yes, so by directionality,
the whole
yes.
And the situatedness.
Yeah, so there are different things that you might mean by directionality. The directionality I had in mind here wasn't the directionality of this is in order to do this other thing, but the directionality of sort of founding of it's in order to be able to see at all that I've got circumspective awareness. Maybe it's I think that is an aspect of the phenomenon of circumspective awearness. I'm not sure whether you can read it into the grammar of the word itself. Okay, so we've got equipment, and it's characterized at least in part by its holism. But there's another feature of equipment that we've sort of talked about, but I haven't given you the passages for. That's crucial. And that's going to lead us to the mode of being of equipment. And that's the fact that in the most basic cases, that's when equipment most authentically reveals itself. That's to say, when I'm using equipment in the dealings cut to its own measure, in the most appropriate way, then the equipment withdraws. It withdraws from notice. Right? I guess I've said this before, but let me show you the passage on page 99, 69 in the German. He says, second full paragraph, the ready to hand is not grasped. So the ready to hand, I haven't introduced this phrase, but I'm going to introduce it in a moment. He's already introduced it. It's the mode of being of equipment. The ready to hand is not, whatever it is that's presented ready to hand, in the ready to hand mode of being, is not grasped theoretically at all, nor is it itself the sort of thing that circumspection takes proximally as a circumspective theme. So what you're circumspectively aware of isn't the hammer in its readiness to hand. You're circumspectively aware of the whole situation. But the peculiarity of what's proximally ready to hand is that in its readiness to hand, it must, as it were, withdraw in order to be ready to hand quite authentically. Okay, that's where I want to stop. So it must withdraw in order to be ready to hand quite authentically. And constantly, you're supposed to be asking yourself when you read sentences like this, or almost any of the sentences in Heidegger, you're supposed to be asking yourself, what's the phenomenon? And is this a phenomenologically adequate account, or is it a phenomenologically suspect account? And I take it the phenomenon here is supposed to be that if you're actually using the pen to write something, or if you're actually using the chalk to write something on the board, or the hammer to hammer something, a nail into the board, then the hammer withdraws. That's to say, you're not aware of the hammer as a thing that you're using in order to hammer the nail in. You're not aware of the pen as a thing that you're using in order to write with. What you're aware of is something else. And what Heidegger says that something else is the project that you're engaged in. You're aware, if you're aware of anything, of building the house, or you're aware of writing the lecture, or you're aware of communicating something to the students, and so on. So you just got to ask yourself, is that really the right description of the phenomenon? Is it really true? Not all the time, of course. But is it really true when the hammering's going really well that I'm not aware of the hammer at all? That the way in which I'm taking account of the hammer and the way in which I've got a kind of pre-ontological understanding of it is by not noticing it, by acting skillfully with it, but not by noticing it as the thing that I'm acting skillfully with. I think there is something to that description, and anyhow, if you think there isn't, we can talk about it. But what we need to know in Heidegger is that this notion of withdrawal, this notion of transparency or withdrawal from awareness, is crucial to, in fact, essential to, the notion of readiness to hand as a mode of being for equipment. So equipment gets to be the kind of stuff that it is in virtue of this holistic set of interrelations with other equipment with which I'm already familiar. But the mode of being of equipment, the way in which it is the kind of stuff that it is most authentically, is by its withdrawing from my awareness when I'm using it in the most skillful way possible. So now I want to introduce this other notion, not what it is to be equipment, but what the mode of being of equipment is. There are different ways in which different categories of things or entities can be, according to Heidegger, and the way in which equipment can be is ready to hand. And he's introducing this at the bottom of 98. Sorry, the middle of 98. which is about a quarter of the way down the first paragraph of 69 in the German. He says, the hammering itself uncovers the specific manipulability of the hammer. The kind of being which equipment, so that's when I'm hammering with the hammer, what's uncovered is the way in which one can handle the hammer. The kind of being which equipment possesses, in which it manifests itself in its own right, we call readiness to hand. So that's a kind of being, or a mode of being. A mode of being that Heidegger doesn't think anyone has ever noticed before. And as we just saw in the passage on 99, what's special about the mode of being of readiness to hand is that when something is presented in the ready to hand mode of being, it withdraws from notice. This is peculiar, right? I mean, this is a way in which you could Heidegger's attempting to turn the tradition on its head. Because the natural thing to say about what it is for anything to be anything at all, and the natural thing to say about how you find out what it is for anything to be anything at all, is to say that, well, it's got these present at hand properties that I can discover through, for instance, the scientific method. If I desituate myself, if I take the object out of context, the use context, if I take the hammer into the lab, and I do things like I weigh it, and I describe the composition of its materials, and I describe its shape, and I describe its color, all things that I can find out, all, so to speak, objective, present-at-hand properties that I can come to discover about the hammer in virtue of taking it out of its use context, then that's how I find out what it really is. That's how I find out what it is for a hammer to be a hammer. And what Heidegger's saying is, no, there's another way in which equipment can be. It's in this ready-to-hand mode of being. And far from objectively and desituatedly being able to stare at the properties and discover them in that context, really the hammer's most itself when it withdraws from notice. So when I don't notice it at all, but I just use it. Yeah, go ahead, Aileen.
You must be saying it further one more step than this, right,
okay,
to make this claim, because one might imagine that I can, of course, study theoretically the use of hammer.
Yes.
That's how I make better and better hammers,
absolutely,
right? And
yes,
scientists, when they are in laboratory,
yes,
they are not just taking things from out of context and look at them. It cannot be because we were seeing theoretical work, right? Even if I was theoretically working on the use of it, and even if I make the whole context of use my object of scientific study, still I wouldn't be able to see this mode.
Well,
right?
That's right, yes.
So, and
that's,
why is so?
Okay, well, the reason you can't see that mode of being is because because you can't, by staring at it, you can't find it. I mean, that's no matter what, in what context you stare at it and try to describe its properties, you're never going to find them. Because the ready-to-hand mode of being is the mode of being that makes itself present to you by withdrawing from notice. That's the funny claim. Its way of being intelligible to you is by its completely withdrawing itself from your notice. Now, why? So you might ask, why is that a kind of intelligibility at all? Right? Why is that? If it withdraws from notice completely, why should it count as a kind of intelligibility? And the answer is, noticing objects is not the only way of knowing things about them. Having know-how about how to use them is itself a kind of intelligibility. And this particular kind of know-how requires, in the best cases, or the standard is set by those cases in which the equipment is withdraws from notice, so that I can go on to know how to use it. That's the idea. There's more to be said. I'm going to try to say more because I suspect you're thinking about another passage where the ready-to-hand mode of being and the present-hand mode of being come into contact with one another. And I want to say something about that for a moment, in a moment. But okay, so this is so already we've turned the tradition on its head. You find out about what it is to be the most basic kind of thing that there is in the world is to be known by me in the way I know something when it totally withdraws from notice. That's really to turn the tradition on its head. But and notice that he's clear that he's turning the tradition on its head. Well, let me just give you an example or two. I think there's really a phenomenon here. I think it's a phenomenon that that psychologists and neuroscientists study and have evidence for now. For instance, it's the phenomenon of when I'm skillfully raking leaves with the rake, being aware not of the rake or of the pressure of the rake handle in the hand, but being aware of sort of the landscape of the ground or the obstacles in the ground or where the leaves are and how heavy they are by means of the rake. And neuroscientists will say awareness is referred to the end point of the tool. That's what I'm aware of. There's a sense in which the tool becomes incorporated into my understanding of what I am, so much so that I relate to the tool the way I relate to my own limbs. That's to say, I'm not aware of them, but I'm aware of the world through them. So I think that's a phenomenon. Another example that Heidegger sort of amazingly doesn't talk about, but Merleau-Ponty does and others do, is the example of the blind man's stick. That they say, look, the person who's really facile with the blind person who's really facile with the stick doesn't experience the vibrations of the handle of the stick on their hand. They don't even experience the vibrations of the end point of the stick as transmitted of the stick to their hand. What they experience through the stick is the world. And they don't experience the stick in any way. The stick is that by means of which they get to experience the world. So I think, the stick withdraws, the rake withdraws, something else is made present by means of them. I think that's a version of the phenomenon Heidegger has in mind. Jackson.
In the intermediate stage where you're first using a tool and you're beginning to deal with it skillfully, is there a stage where the two modes of being present in hand and ready at hand kind of commingle, and it's like another world where it's not really one or the other, and when it does go over to completely being ready at hand, is it no longer present at hand? Like, are we determining what mode of existence it has, or does it exist in those modes more only aware of?
Okay, so two great questions. And I'm going to try to come to them, but let me try to give short answers that'll get spelled out in a moment. So the first question was, when I'm learning to use a kind of tool, does it exist in this sort of nether world between the present hand mode of being and the ready to hand mode of being? And I think the answer is yes. And I think that Heidegger's name for that nether world is the unready to hand. And he thinks that that intelligibility of the unready to hand has various features. And I'm going to try to argue it's not particularly well thematized in section 16, but that's one of the places where you would look for phenomena of unreadiness to hand. When you're first learning to ride the bike, when you're first learning to use the typewriter, when you're first learning to use the whatever ballpoint pen or whatever thing you're first learning to use, it's clearly not present to you in the way it would be present to someone, or made intelligible to you in the way it would be made intelligible to someone who had the skill for using those things. And in particular, it doesn't withdraw. It sticks out in various ways, though not in the ways that it would stick out if you were stepping back and staring at it and trying to figure out what its present hand properties are. So there's a whole world here of modes of intelligibility that one could try to describe, and Heidegger starts on it in section 16. That was one. The second thing had to do with what is this?
Do we determine?
Oh, do we determine it? Yes. Well, we don't determine it, although that's to say, I don't determine whether let's see. So good question. I'm going to get to this. Has to do with the relation between equipment and readiness to hand. I don't determine what it is for a chair to be a chair. That's determined already, by the social practices for dealing with chairs. Whether the chair is now in the ready-to-hand mode of being is determined by the way it's now being dealt with. And I'm going to say, I'll just say a word about this, and then I'll try to say it in a little bit of more detail. So, for instance, the hammer, when it's in the drawer in the tool shop and nobody's there, is still a hammer because it's defined by the relations that it's got with all the other tools. But it's not now in its ready-to-hand mode of being. Heidegger doesn't have a way of saying what mode of being it's in when it's in the drawer not being used. But it's not now in the ready-to-hand mode of being, precisely because it's not now withdrawing from my notice in the way it withdraws from my notice when I'm hammering with it. You might think it withdraws from my notice because I'm not, after all, I'm not noticing it, right? And I think there's work to be done there. You've got to be able to distinguish those notions of transparency or withdrawal. But I think it's possible to do. So that's a good question. Maybe since time is running short, won't say much more about it when I get to it. Let me just... Okay, Soren, yeah, go ahead.
How do you decide if readiness to hand is like a subconscious awareness of the hammer, for example, or like how do you say that it's a conscious intentionality toward the purpose? I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, here's a question in the area, Soren. I mean, and it's a very hard question. And I'm going to try to say something about it if I get to it. The question in the area that I think is an important and hard one is something like this. If it's really true that when the hammer's in its ready-to-hand mode of being, it withdraws completely from notice, well, on what ground am I able to say that? I mean, you might have thought the natural thing to say is, I'm able to say stuff about things or entities and their ways of being in virtue of the fact that, I can become aware of them. But if the whole point is that this is the mode of being that's characterized by its complete absence from my awareness, on what ground do I ever get to say anything about that's being the mode of being involved? That's a hard question. He's attempting to answer that question in the beginning and throughout section 16. He thinks unreadiness to hand is the mode of being that shows what was withdrawn, but there nevertheless in the ready-to-hand mode of being. And I want to try to say something about that. It's a very hard, tricky issue because it has the feel. Because the natural question is, well, how do you know when the thing becomes unready to hand that what I become aware of now is something that I was understanding before, although I wasn't noticing I was understanding it, as opposed to it being the case that now that it's become unready to hand, I understand it in a whole new way. Right? Why doesn't the it's becoming unready to hand import a kind of intelligible structure that wasn't there before instead of highlights an intelligible structure that was there before? That's a hard question, and I'm not sure that Heidegger has an answer to that question. So we'll try to get to it in a moment. So I just want to point out that Heidegger knows that he's turning the tradition on its head when he characterizes the mode of being of readiness to hand in terms of this notion of withdrawal. Because he says, if you look on page 105, he uses some terminology that is redolent with meaning. At the top of 105 in the English, in 3/4 of the way down 74 in the German, Heidegger says, the structure of the being of what's ready to hand as equipment is determined by references or assignments. These are these in order to relations that we'll talk about more. In a peculiar and obvious manner, the things which are closest to us. Now, things here is meant to be heard in Greek, the pragmata, because that's what the things are that are closest to us, the equipment, are in themselves, an sich, and they are encountered as in themselves, in the concern which makes use of them without noticing them explicitly, the concern which can come up against something unusable. So that's a reference to this notion of withdrawal, that equipment is most itself when it's withdrawing completely from notice. And the notion of the Ding an sich, which is this sort of Kantian, it's supposed to contrast, I take it, with the Kantian notion of things in themselves, which are so far away from us that they're completely unintelligible. They're also unapproachable, the Kantian things in themselves. You could never get to them. And there's some sense in which they stand behind, for Kant, the intelligible things. But the sense in which you can't get to them, for Kant, has to do with the fact that they're radically unintelligible. They're the things as they are before the categories have been applied. Whereas in Heidegger, the things in themselves are the things that are most intelligible. But the way in which they're most intelligible is by means of their not being noticeable or intelligible in any of the normal thematic or explicit or conceptual ways. So there's this interesting way of turning on its head the Kantian tradition. The things in themselves are the things that are most intelligible to us, but they're still completely transparent to us, and we still really can't get to them, but not for the reason that you found in Kant, but rather for this reason that the way in which they're most intelligible to us is not through any kind of intellectual or explicit or thematizable kind of understanding of them. Okay, so that's just a cute little thing where Heidegger's showing sort of in passing how radically different this notion of what there is supposed to be. But now I want to emphasize something because it's really, if you think about it hard enough, it's very hard to get your head around. But I think that Heidegger wants to insist on it, and once you insist on it, you get a very bizarre picture of the kind of being that we are and what the world is in which we already find ourselves involved. And the thing that I want to try to focus on is what it means to say that equipment really and completely withdraws from notice when I'm using it transparently and skillfully. Because I think it's quite a radical notion. I think, for instance, Heidegger wants to say that it's not the case when I'm skillfully using the hammer to hammer the nails, or when I'm skillfully using the doorknob to open the door. It's not the case that there's any sense in which I'm directed towards the doorknob or directed towards the hammer. I know how to use those, but I haven't got any understanding of them as the things that they are at all. I haven't got any understanding of them as the things they are at all. The doorknob and the hammer, to say that they withdraw, is to say that there's no sense in which doorknobs or hammers are involved in these activities from the point of view of the understanding that I've got of them. So that's quite a radical thing, because you might have thought that what he thinks is that to say the doorknob withdraws from my notice when I'm using it skillfully to go through the door is to say that, well, I'm not noticing, say, that it's cold or that it's made of a particular kind of brass. I'm not noticing that it's round or square. I'm not noticing any of its features. But nevertheless, what I'm directed towards is the doorknob. I'm directed towards it in this practical way, But it's the doorknob that's revealed to me in this practical use context. And I think that's not what Heidegger thinks. Now I want to turn to this handout from the Logic Lectures of 1925. And I'll just say it relatively quickly. This is a passage from the lecture Logic, the Question of Truth, that was given in 1925. And here's what Heidegger says. What is first of all given, that's to say, I take it this means something like, the most basic way I have of understanding the world and the equipment that constitutes it, the most basic way I have of understanding these is, what's first of all given is the forewriting, the foregoing in and out, the foreilluminating, the foresitting. That is, writing, going in and out, sitting, and the like are what we are a priori involved with. We're involved with these projects. What we know when we know our way around and what we learn are these four whats. So I think this is his attempt, and I don't know why he doesn't try to do it sort of more clearly in Being and Time, but although I think there are places where he does. I think this is his attempt to say, insofar as I'm directed towards the pen at all when it's withdrawing from notice, I'm directed towards, you can't even say I'm directed towards it. There's no pen involved in the activity at all. What's involved is the forewriting. What's involved is the being drawn to write in this way rather than in another way. What's involved is in the hammering is the forehammering, is the foregoing in and out, and so on. What this does is it makes the most basic metaphysical constituents of the universe, of the world, when they're revealed to me in the way they most authentically are, it makes those constituents not properly called entities at all, but more properly called something like solicitations for action. More properly called something like forces that solicit the appropriately trained up kind of Dasein to act in a certain way. So we can't even say at the most basic level that there are doorknobs. What you've got to say is that there are these forces that draw you to go in and out. You can't even say there are these forces that draw you to go in and out of doors, because you've got to say there are these forces that draw you to go in and out, these other forces that might obstruct ways of going in and out, or something like that. So the most basic constituents of the world, what I'm most fundamentally involved with, turns out to be something like this push and pull of forces that open up possibilities for action for me and draw me into them. That's a bizarre metaphysical picture. But I think he's driven to that metaphysical picture because he's taking very seriously the idea that what we had written up here last time, being in the world, with the hyphens between them, is a unitary phenomenon. And it couldn't be a unitary phenomenon if what was in the world that I was involved with were objects, that's literally speaking in Latin, things that stand against me, things that repel me, things that I can't become one with. If there were objects in any sense, things that were characterizable in a way that was radically independent of me, then there couldn't be at root this unitary phenomenon of being in the world. So that's a bizarre metaphysical picture. You can see, as I've tried to explain before, that he's driven to it in part because he thinks unless you've got this metaphysical picture, you can't account for the phenomenon of intentionality in the first place. But he's also driven to it, I think, because he thinks it adequately accounts for the phenomenon. I think he thinks it's a phenomenologically well-grounded account of the kind of being that we are when we're dealing in dealings cut to their own measure with equipment, when equipment is presented in the way that it's most in itself, that's to say when equipment is presented to me in its ready-to-hand mode of being and withdraws. So the picture becomes this very rich, sort of robust, and it must be said, sort of bizarre picture, but I think nevertheless a pretty attractive one. Okay. The picture gets complicated when you ask about the ontological priority of readiness to hand and presence at hand. So far I've been emphasizing the idea that Heidegger thinks that readiness to hand is the mode of being that equipment has when it's most what it is in itself, and that's when equipment is ready to hand, it withdraws. And I've been emphasizing the idea that you couldn't be directed towards equipment in the present at hand mode of being unless you were already familiar with it in its full equipmental context, which is presented to you in the ready to hand mode of being. Okay, so that makes it look as though readiness to hand is prior to presence at hand. And I think in one way of thinking about it, that's true, and Heidegger wants to insist on it. So I'll do it this way. I'll say readiness, hand, and presence at hand. This is the readiness. The ready-to-hand mode of being is prior to the present-at-hand mode of being. I think in some sense that's right. That's true in the sense in which this mode founds, he'll sometimes say, this mode of being. Founding is a term from Husserlian phenomenology. Makes intelligible. Gives access to, and various other kinds of relations like that. So I think that's true. Readiness to hand makes intelligible presence at hand. If I weren't already familiar with equipment in its ready-to-hand mode of being, I couldn't become aware of it in its present. I couldn't become aware of its present-at-hand properties. But I think there's another sense in which it's right to say that the present-at-hand mode of being underlies or is more basic than the ready-to-hand mode of being. So I'll point you to page 101 in the English, 71 in the German. It just happens in passing, the very bottom of 71 in the German. It just happens in passing. Heidegger doesn't make much. Yeah, do you have a question?
Yeah, could you just expand on that? I'm not sure
This part. Okay. So if I weren't the kind of being that was already familiar with equipment as equipment really is, that's to say in its ready-to-hand mode of being, if I didn't already have skills for coping with equipment in general, not any particular bit of equipment, but equipment in general, then the present-at-hand properties of equipment wouldn't be intelligible to me. This is a kind of a transcendental claim. It's a condition of the possibility claim. And what you have to imagine to convince yourself of it is a character who hasn't got any skills for dealing with any equipment at all in the ready-to-hand mode of being. And what Heidegger thinks is that since that's the most basic way in which equipment becomes intelligible to me, if I didn't have that, then it couldn't become intelligible to me in any other way. I couldn't see what shape this stuff is. I couldn't see what size it is. I couldn't see how much it weighed and so on. And again, you have to do it all at the holistic level. If I weren't the kind of being that already had skillful ways of dealing with equipment cut to its own measure, then the present-at-hand properties of equipment wouldn't be intelligible to me. That's, I think, that's the founding claim. That's the claim that's getting made in section 13, for instance, when he says being in is a founded mode of knowing is a founded mode of being in. But I think he also thinks there's this other direction of priority, and we'll call it the causal priority as opposed to the intelligible priority. And I think he's talking about this other notion of ontological priority at the bottom of 101. He only mentions it in passing, and it's in the context of a rhetorical question, but I think he must mean it. He says at the bottom of 101, yet only by reason of something present at hand is there anything ready to hand. Then he asks another rhetorical question. Does it follow, however, granting this thesis for the nonce, that readiness to hand is ontologically founded upon presence at hand? No, I take it, is the answer to that question. It doesn't follow. It's not ontologically founded, where that has to do with modes of being or modes of intelligibility. As an ontological claim, this one is prior. That's to say, as a claim about intelligibility, readiness to hand is prior. But as a causal claim, it's true. Only by reason of something present at hand is there anything ready to hand. And I take it that means something like, if the hammer didn't have the right causal properties for hammering stuff, if it were, for instance, a lump of ice cream or a pillow, or it was something, too soft to pound in nails, then it couldn't become the kind of equipment that it is that stands in the relevant in order to relations. It's got to have the right causal properties in order for it to be revealed to me in the ready-to-hand mode of being as a hammer. But that's a kind of causal claim. But that doesn't mean that the way for those causal properties to become intelligible, I don't already have to understand it in its ready-to-hand mode of being. Okay, front row. Yeah, go ahead,
Is
Anne.
it causal or identity claim, actually? When I read it as an identity claim, and it doesn't seem to be saying something really high-tech. It's something simple. If there is no hammer, of course,
if
there
there's
would be
no
nothing. There's no hammer around, right?
Yeah.
And there is in the sense of if I look at it, I would see it. Then obviously there will be nothing ready to hand to hammer too. So it's not like he's talking about different things here. We're talking about the same things, but with different mode of being of those things. So what is present at hand is also what is ready to hand has to be present at hand, obviously, because obviously if it's not something that I can,
it has to have.
Otherwise,
it has to have present at hand properties, but that doesn't mean that.
But I thought that present at hand doesn't apply to properties with the form of being. So
yes, it does apply to the form of being. That's right. In that form of being, in that mode of being, the properties are revealed to me. Where properties means something like context-free.
So I thought what you're saying, look, anything who has reference to hand mode of being also has the present at hand mode of being. You might not be seeing it or dealing with it at that moment at the time. However, it has to have that, right? Otherwise, these hammers are not coming to instances and dissolving to.
I think that's probably also true, and maybe that's. It's a lot. If we're going to pack all this into this one sentence, it's a lot. But I think that's probably also true. So let's take both things. I think it's also true. He thinks that if the hammer didn't have certain properties, then it couldn't be revealed to me in the ready-to-hand mode of being as a hammer. If it were a pillow, maybe whether Heidegger says it or not, that seems to me true. But there are other places. Okay, so we'll continue next time. We'll do unreadiness to hand and signs. We're not so far behind.